Chapter 151 Chapter C Navigation. The sky is blue and the water is clear. After the first 1 or 2 days of excitement, Cheng Chumo started to feel bored. However, on Tuesday Fu had a look of excitement. "My lord, I just went to the Japanese boat for a long time, and found that these Japanese sailing skills are actually not very good. From Dengzhou to Wa, you can go directly to the west. They just want to go north, so they go first Goguryeo, then along the coast all the way south, so that the voyage actually increased by at least 1/3. From Dengzhou to Goguryeo, the route is as fast as 3 days, and the slowest is 4 or 5 days. This section of the route is relatively mature, and along the coastline from Goguryeo to Wa, it is also a mature route, and once something happens, it can be quickly docked. This is probably the reason why the Japanese people can reach Datang smoothly with simple ships in this era of the country, not to mention the production of advanced ships such as flying shears, even the large commercial ships commonly seen in Datang. They can't do it. Before, everyone was just because they had never been to the Wok country. After all, talking about soldiers on paper is different from the actual operation, even if it is blessed by the system. However, Li Qian believes that after returning from this trip, Fu's sailing level will definitely change by leaps and bounds on Tuesday. Navigating at sea, relying on the stars to determine the direction at night, and watching the sun during the day. The Japanese people don't even have a decent compass. "Lord, I think your compass is too easy to use, much better than the Snan I used before." On Tuesday, Fu held a compass in love, and he has to hold it even when he sleeps these days. In Lunheng, there is Sinan's ladle, cast to the ground, its guide. It can be seen that the Chinese ancestors began to use magnets to make Sinan, which is a compass, but the accuracy is far less than Li Qian. Easy to use redeemed from the system. Since we have opened this route, we will use it in the future. Goguryeo ginseng and wax gold and silver are actually promising. In the past 2 days, Li Qian is also considering the significance and methods of developing sea trade. For Denggu, Goguryeo, Bek, Silla, and Wag are the last 4 countries. If you want to engage in maritime trade, you must first start from these places. Especially for Goguryeo and Wag, Li Qian felt that they should pay attention to them. "Master, don't worry, I keep a logbook every day, combined with the chart you gave me, and finally determine a fixed route." Today is the 3rd day of July in the 7th year of Zhengwen, southeast wind, 3rd level, sunny. The fleet has been out for the 3rd day today. Wang Yi and I are on a new flying shear boat. The speed is faster than our counterparts. In order to maintain the same speed, only 2 sails were raised today. Yang Qiwa sat on the deck with a serious face, recording today's logbook. The day before going to sea, Li Qian and Tuesday Fu jointly explained some precautions to the main crew members. For the crew members who have finished basic common words in evening school, Li Qian has divided enough papers and pens to encourage everyone to record the problems found during the voyage. Among them, the logbook is what Li Qian wants everyone to record. To open the great nautical era of Datang, it is impossible to accumulate nothing. As the major foreign trade cities of Datang, Guangzhou, Quanzhou, Mingzhou and Hangzhou in the south have a little understanding of the situation in the South China Sea, but the vast East China Sea and Bohai Sea have very few records. Since the gnawing system forced me to go to the country of Japan, we must make good use of the value of this trip to the sea. "My lord, I just said that I can get to Seoul in half a day. I can add fresh water and vegetables there. Then I will go south along the coast and then northeast. It will take about 10 days to reach the country of Wa." On Tuesday, Fu worried that Li Qian was not used to staying on the boat for a long time. After all, the boat was able to make a fire as much as possible without making a fire. It was basically impossible to take a bath or something. Seoul? Hearing this somewhat familiar and somewhat unfamiliar name, Li Qian frowned and thought of many things. The Great Tang was built on the bones of the Sui dynasty, and why did the Sui dynasty perish? The most direct reason is that Yang Guangsan's campaign against Goguryeo hurt the vitality of the country and accumulated too many people's grievances. In addition, he vigorously attacked the family and met with a backlash. This led to the death of the second generation. It can be said that Goguryeo and the Central Plains dynasty have bloodstains of feud. Of course, in a sense, if it weren't for Goguryeo, Li Tang might not have had a chance to reach the top. However, Li Qian would naturally not care about this. He only knew that Goguryeo would be cleaned up sooner or later. Xuanwu, this route will not be interrupted in the future. Donghai Fishery can open a shop in Seoul and inquire about Goguryeo news in case of emergency. There are only 3 or 4 days walk away from Dengzhou to Seoul, which is closer than going to many places in Datang. Under the couch, how can you allow others to snore? Even without Li Qian, Datang and Goguryeo would have a battle. It is necessary to prepare in advance and know yourself and the enemy. Master, when I return to Dengzhou, I will immediately make arrangements. If I spend the night in Seoul today, I can go to the city to inquire about the news in the evening. Wang Xuanwu always does what Li Qian tells him, and doesn't ask so many whys. No. This time we don't want to make any extravagances. We will familiarize ourselves with the route first, and follow the Japanese people to land. Just add something and continue to set off. What are you talking about? That evil man ran away with the Japanese. In the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin looked at Li Zong with cannibalistic eyes. Your Majesty, many people in Dengzhou have personally watched His Royal Highness Chu and the Japanese envoy to Tang go out to sea. It is said that it was because the Japanese boats were accidentally burnt that the King of Chu personally sent them back to China. Stupid. Stupid out of reach. There is a vassal in the Wa country, where is it worth his risk? You have to help. Just give the Wa people a boat. Why do you want to catch yourself? Listening to Li Shimin's words, Li Zong's next voice became quieter. Fang Xiangzerlang, General Yuchi's Subureau, and General Cheng's Daolang also went to sea with them. Bang! Li Shimin couldn't help it anymore. Niezi, this gangster, I am mad at me. This is going to happen. How can I explain to Xuanling and the others? Your Majesty, it is not necessarily that His Royal Highness King Chu asked several princes to go together. Li Zong quickly defended Li Qian. What's the point of saying this? Why don't you hurry up and invite Xuanling and the others? Shouldn't you tell them in advance if something like this has happened? What if you really can't come back? Li Shimin really didn't understand how Li Qian was such a smart person, so suddenly he became confused. If confused, you'll be confused. Why did you pull a few of your most important ministers' children into the water together? Chapter 152 Nambatsu. Seeing and hearing. Nambajan is the main port of Wa. Silla, Bek, or Goguryeo envoys and caravans who come to Wa often need to stay in Nambajan. Santaro is a small well-known merchant in Nambazu. Every morning, he wakes up early and then goes around the port to see what's going on today. As a businessman with more complicated business, Santaro knows the situation in Nambaza very well. Which ship went to sea today? Who got a new batch of linen? On which fishing boat returned with a bumper harvest yesterday? Ask him to prepare. Wrong. The rising sun shines on the harbor, and together with the ships, it creates a beautiful picture. Smelling the faint fishy smell coming from the sea in his nose, Santaro felt that he was full of vitality all day. Since the relationship between Beck and Wag became better, Santaro's business has prospered, and the profits in it are much larger than the trade between various vassal states in the country. As long as this momentum continues, within a few years, Santaro will have the opportunity to become a nobleman in Nambazu and have his own surname. You read that right. It means that you have your own surname, because Santaro now only has a first name, not a surname. In the Wa country, until the Meiji Restoration, ordinary civilians did not have surnames, only the nobles. So today everyone will see some very strange surnames of the Japanese people, such as the mountain, the river, the pigmouth, the dog breed, etc. These are all during the Meiji Restoration, and the government requires everyone to have it for the convenience of conscription. Give yourself a surname. How do many people who don't know a big character get a surname? If you live under the mountain, your surname is under the mountain, and if you live by the river, you'll be surnamed by the river. Hey, why is there a fleet of ships entering the port so early today? It's a bit weird. Santaro walked on the pier as usual. With good eyesight, he immediately noticed several ships on the horizon. Seeing the port from a distance, the East China Sea Fisheries Fleet sailed at full speed and headed directly to the dock. Strange, this ship is not from Nambezu, and it is different from the previous ships from Beck. All three sails of the Flying Shears were opened, and the fleet approached the pier in an arrow-shaped manner. In recent years, even Datang has only a few ports in Guangzhou, Quanzhou and other ports with specialized officials. Naturally, Nambeijin is not much better. However, such a few peculiarly shaped ships suddenly broke in, and immediately some people quickly went to notify the local officials. His Royal Highness, this is Nambezu, the largest port in the lower country. It only takes 1 to 2 days to get to Nara from here. After more than 2 years, Inushang returned to our country again, and he was a little excited, but he knew that the most important thing was to entertain Li Qian well at this time. Nambezu. Looking at the location, it's a natural harbor. When Li Qian was on the ship, he looked at the chart and knew that Nambezu is the later Osaka port, and its excellent location is beyond doubt. Inu Shang-kun, are you really coming back? A man with the appearance of a Japanese official quickly walked over with a splayed foot, and the O-shaped leg made people look awkward. Suwodamu, I won't come soon to meet His Royal Highness of King Chu of Shango Datang. When Inu Shang Yamada saw that the other party focused on himself, he quickly stepped back 2 steps and gave a reminder. Subordinate Soakalang has met His Royal Highness King Chu. As the main head of Nambezu official position, similar to the magistrate of the Tang dynasty, Soga Shigeru was quite knowledgeable in the country, and he immediately reflected this when the dog reminded him. Sugar Shigeru? Sugar's child? Li Qian looked at Suo Qilang playfully. Based on his sporadic knowledge of the history of the Wa Kingdom, he knew that Suo's family used to be a powerful existence in the Wa country, and did not know who was in charge now. His Royal Highness, the minister of the next kingdom Sugar Izo is Sugar Kalang's uncle. Inu Shang added and explained. What position is the minister? The Wa country basically began to study Huixia from the Sui and Tang dynasties. At the moment, I only learned a little bit of many officials' titles, and Li Qian really doesn't have any idea if the dog doesn't explain it. His Royal Highness, it's roughly equivalent to your country's Shangxiu's Yuopu shot. Suwodamu, this king wants this piece of land on the left side of the pier. Li Qian didn't care if Suo Qilang answered or not. Xli, you take 20 guards, and those sailors stay at the pier and guard a good ship. Without the permission of this king, any outsider who dares to board a ship, let it be killed. My lord, the land of this pier is owned by the owner. Please forgive me for not being able to give it to you. Su and my family are so powerful in the Japanese kingdom. Su I, 7 Sai, saw Li Qian being so domineering and just pointed his finger at him and said that I wanted this place. Of course I was unhappy. Li Qian ignored him at all, and directly ordered the dog. Little dog, you are a landlord, you go find some livestock to help transport the goods, live in Nambatsu for 1 day today, and go directly to Nara tomorrow. Suo Qilang's face was ugly, but he saw Zai Junmai and Wang Xuan's hands on the handle of the knife, and they would drew their swords when they were in disagreement, so he didn't dare to have any comments. In the country of Japan, there is no need to tell them so much truth. Whoever has a strong fist will be the truth. Anyway, Li Qian wants to let the Japanese people know, don't mess with Datang. He will beat you as soon as he messes with it. There is a commercial street near Nambezu Pier. There are various shops on the left and right sides. Wooden signboards hang high above the shops, creating a bustling scene. However, most of the widows walking on the road are prepared with food and look malnourished. Now that he arrived in the country, Li Qian was going to take a look around by himself. As for the dog, as the envoy of the country, he hurriedly returned to Nara and returned to life after returning to Japan, leaving Xu Jiao to accompany him tomorrow. Wang Yi, I think this Japanese is far poorer than my Datang. It doesn't seem to make much sense for us to trade with them. Wang Xuans looked at the pedestrians on the road with a little disappointment. Xuans, the ordinary people of the Japanese nation are very poor. This is beyond doubt, but the wealth of the nobles of the Japanese kingdom is more than you think. Especially the gold mines and silver mines of the Japanese kingdom are more than that of my Datang. Accumulated for thousands of years, it will definitely surprise you. No matter which country it is, poverty and wealth are relative. And no matter how poor a country is, there are local tyrants. Master, there is a shop that looks a little bigger there. Why don't we go in and have a look and inquire about the quotations of the goods we brought? Wang Xuans felt that no matter what Li Qian said was right or wrong, he must first figure out how much the things brought by the fleet are worth in the country. After all, everyone is engaged in sea trade for the first time, and it is a bit unclear. Okay. Let's go in and have a look. The province will be scammed by the Japanese gang of Japanese people. Chapter 153 Change with equal weight of silver. Santara looked at the group of people outside the door, a little nervous, but also a little excited. He witnessed what happened on the dock this morning. The royal palace of King Chu of the Tang dynasty has come down, and this news spread throughout the ports of the Wok country in the shortest time. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before Li Qian and his party entered the shop, he took the initiative to greet him. This distinguished man, what do you want to buy? Li Qian glanced at the furnishings in the shop. Let's take a look at what you have here. My dear, when you come to Nambezu, you are right to come to my Santaro shop. It's not that I boast. The goods are more complete than mine, and the price is not lower than mine. The price is better than mine, and the quality is not better than mine. Look, just like this. Abalones are produced in the Azo field in the north. There is absolutely no better one. Santaro, you speak Chinese quite well. Who did you learn from? Li Qian was non-committal about Santaro's self-promotion and boasting behavior. However, the abalone is near Hokkaido, which is now the best Ezo land. This information is consistent with what Li Qian understands, and the credibility of Santaro's words has risen by a level invisibly. My honorable man, I learned this Chinese from a high monk who traveled east to Nambeijin. You look northwest from the pier. There is a hillside there. Prince Shotoku built Shitanoji there. That high-ranking monk belonged to Shitanoji. You still sell ginseng? Yes. Beck occasionally has merchants coming over, and I have some regular cooperation with them. Unexpectedly, you still know how to do trading business. Your shop is quite big. Why don't you see porcelain selling? Li Qian walked around the shop, probably having a preliminary understanding of Santaro's strength. It's good for the nobles to know that porcelains and other valuables are often the favorites of the nobles in Nara, but they can't sell for a good price in Nambezu. I also bought it here. Santaro, if you have porcelain, how do you buy it? Wang Xuans asked from the side. It depends on the specific situation of the porcelain, but I will definitely buy the best porcelain at a high price. When Santaro saw a play, he wanted to jump up with excitement. Yanqiwa, you run back to get some porcelain. Not far from the dock in total, Wang Xuans simply asked Yanqiwa to run back to get the samples. This Yanqiwa, as a watchman on the flying shears, was familiar with many people, so Wang Xuans let him follow him. What is the most traded thing in Nambezu? Riding Yanqiwa to go back to the east and west, Li Qian continued to understand some of the situation in the country. Return to the noblemen. Don't worry about the nobles. This king is coming to the country of Japan, and you will all know soon. Wang Xuans, this is our Royal Highness King Chu of the Tang dynasty. Return to His Royal Highness Chu King. This Nambezu, the most traded is rice. Santaro quickly changed his words, and at the same time clenched his fists, feeling that his chance was really here. As long as he hugged His Royal Highness Chu King's thigh, he would definitely do it in the future. Will be the biggest businessman in Nambezu. Rice? This answer is not much the same as Li Qian imagined. Yes, His Royal Highness King Chu. Why is it rice? Because in Nambezu, most of the transactions are settled with rice. For example, the abalone in the Xiren shop. If the locals buy it, the price is 100 katis of rice for 1 kati of abalone. Santaro quickly explained the reason. Don't you use copper coins? Santaro felt a little wondering how to answer. It is indeed not used, but you must be curious why we don't use it. I have received several Kai Yuan Tongbao from Shango. This Kai Yuan Tongbao is exquisitely crafted and weighs each text. It's all one coin, very fixed. But in the country of Wa, no one can cast such exquisite copper coins. I even heard that there were feudal kingdoms who imitated and cast copper coins, but the copper coins shattered as soon as they were squeezed, and the picture was blurry. Listening to Santaro's explanation, Li Qian wanted to understand. As far as the current industrial level of the Japanese kingdom is concerned, it is estimated that even the spring and autumn period and the warring states period are not as good as those in the spring and autumn period. The entire Japanese kingdom has just been in the period of transition from a slave society to a feudal society. It is no wonder that historically they will continue to send Tang envoys for hundreds of years to come. It is to study the advanced political system, culture, technology and other contents of the Central Plains. The kimonos, tea ceremony and other things that everyone saw in the Wa country in later generations all originated in the Tang dynasty. If rice is used as currency, does it mean that Nambatsu has a large stock of rice? Li Qian suddenly felt that if there was nothing to bring when he went back, he could also consider bringing a ship of rice. Even in the future, he could consider increasing the trade of Japanese rice. Nambeijin is the largest port in the country. The storage and flow of rice should be second only to Nara. If His Royal Highness Chu needs rice, the villain can help prepare it. Why do you want to do business with this king? At this time, if Li Qian could not see Santaro's plan anymore, it would be too embarrassing for the traveler. Willing to serve His Royal Highness King Chu. The whole Nambezu situation is very familiar to the villain. Which one has good things and which one wants to buy? The villain knows that if the prince is willing to reward his face and give a bite of food, he will definitely not regret it. Santaro knelt before Li Qian. Gensaku, Takai Fishery needs to have a base in Nambezu in the future. I will leave the contact of Santaro to you to arrange. In the later generations of Shanghai, there were various compradors who worked for foreigners. Now that Li Qian came to the country, he also needed the local people who were familiar with the local situation to do things for him. As long as Datang continues to be strong, a small businessman Santaro would never have the courage to pit himself. Manager Wang, bring the porcelain. At this time, Yankee Wa also returned with a package. Santaro, here, this is Datang porcelain. Do you see how much it is worth? Wang Xuans took out 2 pieces of porcelain from the package and placed them gently on the counter of the shop. These porcelains were temporarily purchased from Dengzi Prefecture. The quality is not very good, and it is not too bad. In Datang, small and wealthy families can afford it. White as jade, bright as a mirror, and sound like a chime. Santaro carefully picked up a porcelain vase and observed. This porcelain is rarely seen in Nambeijin a year. At this time, Datang had no trade relations with Wa country, and almost no contact with Goguryeo and Silabek, so porcelain was still a very scarce thing in Wa country. Just say how much you are willing to change. Li Qian didn't want to waste time there for 2 ordinary porcelains. His Royal Highness, the villain is willing to exchange equal amounts of silver. What? Li Qian frowned, and then he heard it wrong. Master, this is a very kind price in terms of equal weight of silver. The villain definitely does not take advantage of you. Li Qian, Wang Xuans, 154 coming out of Santaro's shop. Li Qian, Wang Xuans and others had no idea to go shopping anymore. So let's go back to the dock and check the cargo of those ships. Exchange equal weight of silver for porcelain. If there is a porcelain shop in Chainan City that dares to sell things like this, it will either sell tributes that cannot be sold, or it will be cheating people. But in Nambezu, the ordinary porcelains that everyone sees are sold at the price of tribute. The Japanese people are stupid, and money comes quickly. Master, I think the shipyard can expand the scale and build a few more flying shear ships. This ship is fast and very suitable for cargo transportation. Wang Xuan couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Although everyone is not bad for money, I have never seen anyone earning money like this. Had a long experience. The prince, the land at the pier. I think when the fleet leaves the country, I will stay though with some guards, and let Santaro help hire some Japanese people to help build some buildings and walls as our long-term stronghold. Chengchumo was also eye-opening today. There were a lot of copperware in the shop just now. It seems that the Japanese country should not be short of copper. When the fleet goes back, you can consider transporting copper ingots, just to alleviate the copper money panic of the imperial court. Yu Chiwen's brain was the brightest among the three guys, and he thought of a good idea at once. Let me say, I directly find the gold mine, copper mine and silver mine of the Japanese people, send a team of men and horses, and directly occupy it. Fang Yi felt that everyone's thinking was too complicated, so it's better to just go ahead. Li Qian, okay, let's talk about these things later. Anyway, we didn't leave the country in the past 2 days. The next day, in order to get to Nara before dark, Li Qian and his party set off. In the early morning of the Wa country in the early autumn, there was a white mist everywhere, and occasionally 1 or 2 hills emerged from the fog, which made it feel like a fairyland on earth out of thin air. His Royal Highness, when I arrived in Nara today, the humble house has prepared a boiled wine. Please condescend to stay. Kujo Shinichi is very clear about Li Qian's position in Datang, and he also knows the background of Chengchumo and others, so naturally he tightly hugged his thighs. Then bother Kujo-kun. Li Qian is naturally unfamiliar with the place where he is born. Naturally, Li Qian is also willing to stay in a relatively familiar home. While talking to Li Qian and others about the customs of the Japanese country, Zhu Xiao kept hinting at cooperating with the Zhu Xiao family. He would fully guarantee the interests of Datang, and he would be a qualified spokesperson for Datang in the Japanese court. Regardless of the Wa kingdom in this era or the Datang, the people's concept of a country is actually not very strong. This is especially true in countries like Silla, Bek, and Wag that have only begun to be influenced by Confucianism and Buddhism. For Kujo Shinichi, what he cares most is whether the Kujo family can become prosperous. If the price is to lose the interests of the Japanese country, then lose it. No one cares. The other families are similar, not to mention that the Japanese government is now the power minister Sugar Izo, and the other nobles below have even lower loyalty to him. If you are cooperating with small countries such as Silla and Bek, you may have a lot of worries, and you will not dare to take such a big step. But there will be no problems in cooperating with Datang. The Tang dynasty of this era is definitely the existence that the Japanese country needs to look up to. Chainan City. Master, is there any news about Jiro? As soon as Fang Xuanling returned to the house, his wife Lu Shi frowned and asked about Fang's widow's love. Madam, Erlang is with His Royal Highness Chu Wang. Please don't worry. Master, why did I hear that Erlang followed the King of Chu to the Kingdom of Japan? Is it true? Fang Xuanling made a sound in her heart. Who has so many things? A couple in the past 20 years. Lu Shi saw Fang Xuanling's expression and immediately understood that the rumors were true. Fang Qiao, when I told you to call back your beloved from Dengzi Mansion, you didn't listen. Then, a good man, he went out to fish. Isn't it dangerous to fish? Was it done by a prime minister? It's even better now. I went straight to the country of Wa, and the barbarians like that of Wa. I don't know how far away from Datang. This if something happens, you let me. How do you live? After less words, tears began to flow. Fang Xuanling had always been fearful, and was questioned by Lu The whole person didn't have the vigor of the prime minister, so she had to coax with good words, and at the same time, she was constantly complaining about Li Qian's unreliability. 5 houses. Brother eldest grandson, I have good news. You must be very interested. Zheng Hai sat opposite Cheng Chong with a mysterious smile on his face. Brother Zheng, your Majesty has given me a marriage during this period. I have been busy with a little news, then I am obstructed. Why, what's the good thing? The grandson is full of spring breeze. This year Li Shimin just promoted him to Zongxing Shouking, and gave him the marriage of Chil Princess Li Lizzie. It is a good thing to say that he is more prosperous than Prowse. If Li Qian were in Chainan, he would definitely find a way to oppose such a marriage. Cousins get married. Does Queen eldest son only trust her nephew? Li is such a virtuous person. Let the eldest grandson Chong the pig. How uncomfortable he thinks. Brother Longson, that Li Qian has followed the Japanese country to send Tang's envoy to sea. Going to sea. Then Li Qian set up the East China Sea fishery in Dengzhou. Didn't he go to sea often? Chang Sun Chong did not reflect this for a while. It's not the same. This time I'm going to what country? Hey, I've asked. Going to what country takes less than a dozen days or more than a month. During this time, if any accident happens, it is called tension should not. The ground is not working. You mean Cheng Sun Chong's eyes lit up? Yes. The probability of being able to come back alive is no more than 50%. Ha ha, Brother Zheng, come, let's make a toast. Nara is not far from Nambeizu, and the official road is relatively well built. At sunset, Li Qian and his party finally arrived. At the gate of the city, there were already a bunch of people waiting for Li Qian to arrive. Presumably, the dogs set off early and arrived last night. So the people in Nara knew that His Royal Highness Tangchu would come today. The Prince of the Kingdom of Heaven came to war, and the people in Asuka Palace could not tolerate it. The Minister of the Lower Kingdom Su Woizo met His Royal Highness King Chu of the Upper Kingdom. Li Qian didn't expect Su Woizo to greet him. It stands to reason that this guy should be very domineering in the country of Japan. He thought he would only be able to see him when he went to see the Emperor of Japan tomorrow. Minister Suo, this king has been admired for a long time. When I saw him today, he really deserved his reputation. Li Qian seriously looked at Su Woizo, who would continue to control the Japanese kingdom for many years. He didn't expect this guy to be dressed up as a Chinese person, and he didn't know that he would like to please himself. Either way, this person can't seem to be underestimated. His Royal Highness, the mansion has already prepared some food and drinks to help the prince. Hearing what Suizo said, Kujo was a little anxious, but he didn't dare to say anything. Today, the boats and cars are struggling. The Minister of Soviet Union and I have taken the mind of the king, and I will disturb you another day. Chapter 155. Chapter Different Hospitality. Nara Castle is not very large, but the area of the Kujo house is not small. In the middle of the night, bonfires were lit everywhere in the mansion, and the pine resin inside heard crackling noises from time to time. Several singers play the piano in the middle. Li Qian sits in the main seat, and Jutiag Xini and Cheng Chumo are on both sides. A group of people rushed for a whole day, and their stomachs were really hungry, so they began to eat unceremoniously. The Japanese people's winemaking skills are not very good, but the rice wine brewed from pure grains can still be drunk anyway. His Royal Highness, the little woman offers you a cup. After drinking 3 rounds, everyone was surrounded by 1 or 2 Japanese women, and Li Qian was speechless for a while. This set is the same both at home and abroad. Cheng Chumo's group of guys had been driving in Chainan City for a long time, and now they have come to the country of Yao, and they have let themselves go. Go and drink with them. This king wants to be quiet. Seeing the 2 widows who were about to fall into his arms, Li Qian hurriedly asked them to serve Wang Xuan's. In Datang, the status of singers is not high, and it is common for nobles to send them to and from them. When Wang Xuan saw Li Qian let the widows around him come over to accompany him, he didn't feel the need to shirk anything. 9 Duke Xini saw this scene on the side, and quickly called a servant over and whispered a few words. It didn't take long for a woman with a more extraordinary appearance to sit next to Li Qian. "My father is taking care of the Prince of Datang Duomeng, and Xingxiang respects the prince." Li Qian couldn't help taking another look while listening to the standard pronunciation of Datang Mandarin next to him. "You are from Kujokan, the eldest daughter of Juxiao Xingxiang." With bright eyes and beautiful teeth, Li Qian did not expect to see women who fit the aesthetics of later generations in the country. However, he was also speechless to Kujo Shinichi. This guy has no bottom line. Even his daughter Lord Xingxiang has admired the culture of the Celestial dynasty since she was a child. She started to learn Tang dialect from Taoist monks when she was 3 years old. His writing in Chinese characters is the best in Nara. He can even chant poems and paint. Kujoksin smiled flatly and moved over to serve Li Qianman with wine, not at all embarrassed. "I didn't expect to see a strange woman like Miss Xingxiang in the country of Japan." Li Qian didn't want to show his face, picked up the wine glass, and showed a smile that met the expectations of the society. "She is." Not far away, Yu Chuan and Cheng Chuma were talking in low voices. "Hey, Brother Cheng, see it, His Royal Highness Chu has a high-sightedness, not really pretending to be high-minded." "Cut, you think everyone is the same as you, Yukiwan. Whoever refuses to come, you have to go to the Asuka Palace to meet the Japanese Emperor tomorrow. You have to relax a little." A dinner party slowly came to an end with the guests and the host enjoying themselves. Li Qian returned to his room under the escort brought by Wang Xuanwu and Zai Jun. "Master, we will guard at the door in turn. You can just shout if you have anything to do." Although Wang Xuanwu saw the palace guards in the yard and Japanese guards outside the yard, he still felt relieved that he and Zai Jun brought the guards in turn. During the special period, Li Qian would not joke about his life, nodded and entered the room. After floating on the sea for more than 10 days, although it took a day to slow down last night, but after another day on the road today, Li Qian was really tired. Gently blowing out the whale oil candle, Li Qian lifted the quilt to rest. When Li Qian came across something warm and slippery in his hand, Li Qian immediately found something wrong. Boom! Before the person on the bed could speak, Wang Xuanwu rushed in. "Master, what happened?" Immediately afterwards, the surrounding guards also drew their swords and rushed in. "His Royal Highness, it's me, Juxiao Xingxiang." Then in the moonlight, Li Qian found a woman with a pale face clutching the quilt tightly. She could vaguely recognize that it was the Juxiao Xingxiang sitting next to her at night. Just now he was still by his side, but now he is here. The meaning of this, Li Qian naturally knows. "Let's all go out." Li Qian was also speechless to the guards outside. Kujo Xingxiang entered the house. They must have known it. It is estimated that she was sitting next to him when someone saw the dinner, so she didn't stop it. If this were a woman with a malicious heart, would he have turned into a cold corpse at this moment? It seems that the military literacy of this group of guards has been trained, but the awareness of protection is still not enough. It is no wonder that later generations say that a master in the military is not necessarily a good bodyguard. In the future, I have to ask Li Zong to help find a few people and train them well. "You go out too." Annoying at home, Li Qian resisted. Naturally he would not break his bottom line in the country. The 16-year-old body is still imaginary. For the long-term happiness in the future, let's bear it first. Lord Kujo Xingxiang screamed tragically, "If I go out tonight, Xingxiang can't stay at Chusho's house. Please come and rest." "You put on your clothes first." For Japan's style tatami mats, let alone sleeping for 2 people, there is no problem with 2 more. Li Qian threw a quilt at Juxiao Xingxiang and fell asleep on his own. Li Qian chose the latter when the animals were inferior to the animals. "Sleep until you wake up naturally, and count the money until you get cramps." No one dared to disturb Li Qian sleeping. Until the sun had risen, Li Qian stretched out and got up. "The prince, the slave and maid will change your clothes." There was a sudden sound around him, and Li Qian was startled, only to remember that there was a Zhu Xiao Xingxiang beside him. To say that this 9-apricot fragrance looks really good, it looks a bit like the later Japanese actress Yu Aragaki, which is really rare in this era when Japanese people are generally short. King Zhu is basically arranging Li Qian's food, clothing, housing and transportation. Now Zhu Xingxiang is helping to put on the clothes, but he hasn't refused. After washing, Li Qian finally appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Cheng Chumo's ridiculous smiling faces, Li Qian couldn't help kicking the nearest Fang Yi AI. What are you laughing at? Can you still walk? Hey, I'm not worried about whether the beloved will walk or not. What I'm worried about is the Lord. If you can't walk. Among the group of people, Cheng Chumo dared to joke with Li Qian like this. As Cheng Yojin's eldest son, he was destined to inherit the position of lord of the country, and he was regarded as the second highest person in this trip. What are you thinking about? This king is very good. At this moment, Li Qian finally understood a little bit why the big guys in the court always felt speechless to Cheng Yojin. If there is a father, there must be a son. Master, my emperor is already waiting at Asuka Palace. Shall we go straight after breakfast? Although Kujo Shinichi was a little anxious, he did not dare to urge Li Qian and the others. Fortunately, he knows that Xingxiang was in Li Qianfang last night, and he now has confidence in his heart. After all, even if it is Emperor Xu Mingwang and Suoizo, he will handle matters related to the Zhu Xiao family carefully after boarding the ship of Datang. Chapter 156 Get off the horse. Asuka Palace is located just north of Nara City. It is said to be an imperial palace, but in fact it is not as big as the Chu Palace in Chainan City. The Japanese greets were quite satisfactory. Emperor Xu Mingming and Suoizo brought a group of Japanese noble officials waiting for Li Qian at the gate of Asuka Palace. Li Qian is the prince of the Datang. According to the current system of the vassal state of the Tang dynasty, even if he does not need to represent the Tang dynasty, his status is higher than that of the Japanese emperor. So when we meet, it's easy. After all, Li Qian didn't come with the imperial decree, and there was no need for the Japanese emperor to kneel to receive the decree, or else something would come out. Li Qian himself may not care about the things of face, but it is related to the majesty of the Tang dynasty. The etiquette should be indispensable at all. His Royal Highness of Chu came all the way, and it was really rude that the king failed to go to Nambajan to meet him. I also ask the king to forgive him. After a group of people sat in the main hall of Asuka Palace according to the guest and host, Emperor Xu Ming was polite again. His Royal Highness has long heard that the heroes of the Tang dynasty come out in large numbers, and the warriors are like clouds. Can you let your subordinates Suo enter the deer to see it? I didn't trouble the Japanese people, but I didn't expect the Japanese people to jump out first. Li Qian looked at Suorulu standing behind Suoizo, with a sneer on his face. You don't need to introduce anyone, you can guess that this Suorulu is the son of Suoizo. Yesterday, I refused to come to Suoizo's banquet. Today, his son jumped out to provoke him. It seems that Suo's family is really domineering in war. It seems that if you don't teach him a lesson, you don't know why the flowers are so red. What's this, Su? How do you want to see? His Royal Highness, this is the dog Suo into the deer. The young man is reckless and has always been full of curiosity about Shango. Please forgive me. Suoizo explained it with his hands, but there was a lively expression on his face. Thank you for your fulfillment. It's very simple. We each sent 3 people to fight, so that everyone can see the style of the Datang warriors. So I was well prepared for entering the deer, and now looked at Li Qian with confidence. If Li Qian doesn't agree, then he will lose his momentum. For the exchanges between countries, the momentum is also very important. If Li Qian agrees to deal with the well-prepared masters of Su my family without preparation, the odds of winning are not high. Suolulu felt that he was about to become a hero of the Japanese kingdom, a hero who made the heavenly kingdom bow his head and surrender. No problem, no matter whether there are 3 or 5 people, I can play against each other at any time. Seeing that Suwo's method of entering the deer was nothing more than this, Li Qian sneered, preparing to let these Japanese people who have not yet completed the evolution see what a master is. The frog at the bottom of the well wouldn't know how weak he was before he was hit. It just so happened that Li Qian was planning to use the silver mine of the Wa Kingdom in the future, so it would be good to let the Japanese people see the power of Datang early. His Royal Highness Chu is so courageous. I admire Lulu. Suwo Lulu performed in the hall alone, and no one among the Japanese people dared to stop it, which shows that the power of Suwo family is really average. Kukubo, you come first to learn about the skills of a warrior in the country. Accompanied by the sound of Suwo entering the deer, a middle-aged man with a slender body walked into the hall. Kukubo learned from the eminent monk of Suidongdu, a pair of swords has few opponents in Nara Castle. Kujo Shinichi now stood blatantly beside Li Qian, feeling that after last night, he should be regarded as embracing Li Qian. Oh, a master from the Central Plains? Li Qian didn't get to Kukubo first. He actually learned from the masters of Daesui. However, he couldn't get along in the Central Plains and wanted to go east to the country. Li Qian didn't think this master could go as high as possible. It's just that the Japanese people have little knowledge. Master, let the subordinates meet him. Wang Xuanwu stood up and prepared to take action. Zai Junmai, Cheng Chumo and others were also eager to try. One force for 10 guilds. Beloved, do you have confidence? Master, don't worry, I won't go back to Datang if you don't bring him down after more than 3 moves. Fang Yi is so powerful that no one around Li Qian can compare with him. He had not been systematically trained before, but in the last year, he first got guidance from Xli, and then he talked to Wang Xuanwu during his time in Dengzi Mansion. After learning a few tricks with Zai Junmai, most people are really not his opponents now. His Royal Highness, the two sides are competing, and the point is up to the point, but the sword has no eyes, and it is inevitable that there will be accidents. No matter who wins and who loses, you will not be held accountable. Okay. Seeing that Li Qian had selected a good manpower for the battle, Suwo Lulu proposed the rules of the contest. In his opinion, Datang may have many masters, but Li Qian, a prince, suddenly, where can there be so many good skills? At most, the personal guards have the hope of winning 1 game. Even so, 2 wins in 3 rounds are a sure chance. Li Qian sneered, life and death are fateful. Wealth is in heaven. Ha! Kukubo yelled, and drew out his double knives in a cool gesture. You are a guest from afar. Please, sister. Fang Yi raised the special iron rod and swept forward with a stride. Kang Dang. Kukubo's reaction was quick. The 2 knives were in front of them, just blocking the iron rods. However, he obviously overestimated his strength and reduced his strength for 10 times. The ancestor's words were not in vain. I only felt a pain in the tiger's mouth, and the hand holding the handle couldn't help letting go. Then he felt another pain in the waist, and the whole person flew up. A puff of blood came straight from the chest to the throat, and fell directly to the ground. Puff. Kukubo squirted blood with an unbelievable expression on his face, and then he lost consciousness. In the hall, fell into a strange silence. No matter whether it was Kujo Shinichi, or Suwei's entry into the deer, I never expected that the first competition would end so quickly. Master, should I come for the second game? Fang Yi showed a silly smile, feeling a bit unhappy. Beloved, don't bully the Japanese people too much, let you buy it for June in the second game. Li Qian's words made Sumi feel like vomiting blood. But there was no objection. This room is too fierce. If it were him in the second game, I would really have no confidence. Fortunately, the Tang people really love faces in the legend, and they actually proposed to change people. Ha ha, don't blame me for being impolite. Suwo Lulu showed a sneer on his face. However, if Suwo Lulu knew what Fang Yi thought at this time, I would probably not feel lucky. The prince also said that he should not bully the Japanese people too much. It is clear that Junzai's skill is better than me. He refused to let me continue to play but switched to Junzai. This is called not to bully the Japanese people too much. What will the prince tell me later? I have to pay attention. But don't be sold and help count the money. Fang Yi looked at Li Qian speechlessly, and stepped aside in silence. Li Qian didn't bother to pay attention to Fang Yi's groaning eyes. Who told you your sister to learn faster than anyone else? This king just said a few times casually. After waiting for a long time, I finally waited till today. Thank you Editor Xigzu, and thank you book friends for your support. This is not Nanshan's first book, but the previous ones are all on the street since this book was uploaded on December 30th last year. Nanshan watched the collection break through 300, 500, 1000, 3000, and 5000. Seeing that it finally reached the 5-digit figure, he was full of excitement and sense of accomplishment. When it comes to code words, it seems that a few hundred words are at your fingertips. But when you want to write testimonials, why do you feel that you can't hold back any words? Let's just say a little thank you, and leave the rest to be said when it's on the shelf. Thank you James 242, the first book friend who gave a reward for this book, and the following. Please call me 20 for brothers, different stones, showiness is a thing of the past. Jizujai Itoshi, Dao Jeginor, suddenly silly chick, tolerate cack pain. Bookworm 200,412 inches, 100,111,011,001. After 0, Muse's self-cultivation. I will not list them one by one. Thanks also to the book's first Rudder Tanhai Xiangyan and the first Deacon Pure Man. Not to mention, the preliminary plan is to put it on the shelves this Friday. Take advantage of the weekend to quickly multicode Braille, save some drafts, and give everyone an update on the day of the shelves. Chapter 157. Who gives who to dismount? Kukibo was soon carried down, but the red blood on the floor seemed to be saying something. Datang really is like a cloud. This infinite warrior must be the Grand Prince of Lord Sugo. Suizo saw that my son looked ugly and looked a little uncomfortable. Hurriedly broke the silence in the temple. Haha, the minister of Subo don't want to show off his crown. Suguogong is my grandfather. Just now I was the widow of my Tang Shangshus left servant Erlang's wife. Shengchu silently saw that he had become famous in the US, and laughed, said, Shangshu's Yuopush's son. Su Woizos face was ugly. Li Qian let a son of a civil servant play. Is this deceiving me and no one in the country? He just lost. Uncle, let me play the second game. A young man in the hall walked out. My lord, this is the contemporary martial arts genius of Su, my family, Suba Wild Boar, a rare sword master in the Japanese country. Jushin Xini explained to Li Qian again. To be honest, he was somewhat worried that Li Qian's loss here was too ugly, but found that Fang Yi, who is not the best in the team, could kill Su, my family's master, in a second, and he was immediately relieved. Now, both the Juxiao family and Datang are both prosperous, and both ruined. Puff. Zai Junmai listened to the side and couldn't help laughing. Good name, Axia Junmai. I like to eat pork the most. Let me learn how wild boar is. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Chumo laughed wantonly on the sidelines. The level of the names of the Japanese people is really high. Suba Boar's face was pale, and he drew out his sharp sword with a kangdong. You buy it? Don't keep your hands. Li Qian sneered and asked Zai Junbu not to worry about bad consequences if he died. The Japanese people are most bullying and fearful of hardships. If you keep your hands, they will not appreciate you at all, and they may even feel insulted. You kill them directly, but it makes other people feel in awe. Except for Li Qian, few people in Datang can realize this kind of understanding. Look at the sword. Su, my wild boar, threw a sword flower and began to make a move. The style of Zai Junbort is not as big as Fang Yi, nor is it as feminine and vicious like Wang Xuanwu, but flexible and changeable, making it impossible to guess where the next knife will come from. Glang, glang, glang. When everyone felt dazzled, Zai Junmai and Suo Boar had already gone through several tricks. Suo Wild Boar, who can be regarded as the contemporary martial arts wizard of Suo family, really still has a few brushes. My lord, there are many wild boar teachers in Suo. There are masters in various domestic schools and warriors who have come from the east. They are the chief guards of Suo family. Seeing that the scene was a little stalemate, Kujo Shinichi explained to Li Qian a little worried. You buy carefully. Suddenly, Wang Xuanwu yelled. At some point, Suo Wild Boar took out a dart from his arms. If it weren't for Wang Xuanwu's reminder, Zai Junbo almost got the trick. Rat. If it weren't for Yakuan's pull, Cheng Chumo would almost rush up to give Suo Boar an axe. Li Qian's face sank and did not speak. The Japanese people really can't afford to lose. You asked for this. Although Zai Junmai just heard Li Qian say that he doesn't need to keep his hands, some of the tricks have not been used yet. He hoped that Suo Wild Boar would concede defeat and save trouble for his prince. Unexpectedly, the other party started to resort to such tricks as soon as he was at a disadvantage. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Hey, hey. The style of Zai Jun's purchase of the sword changed, and it was no longer like just now, leaving a deadly place everywhere without attacking. With just a few moves, Suo Wild Boar immediately appeared flaws. When Sui entered the deer, I immediately felt bad. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Zai Junbo to get up. In the hall, a head suddenly floated in the air. Kang dang. The hand of Suo Boar holding the sharp sword no longer has any strength. Maybe I never thought that I would die like this one day. Although Suo's Wild Boar's head fell on the ground and rolled a few times, his eyes were still wide open. Emperor Xuming, who was sitting in the middle, had never seen such a bloody scene before. His face turned pale and his legs were shaking. So I'm into the deer. Can you compare it? Li Qian looked at the Japanese people in the temple expressionlessly. Many people lowered their heads unconsciously, and did not dare to look directly at Li Qian. Compared? I can't compare. Suo Lulu looked grim, but in the third game, we are no better than fighting alone. We send 12 ordinary guards on each side, and they will decide the victory or defeat. Your Royal Highness, dare you? 2 wins in 3 games. Under normal circumstances, whether the Japanese won or lost the third game, it was meaningless. But as Suo Lulu, as the eldest son of Suo Izo, the actual ruler of the Japanese kingdom in the future, how could he willingly admit defeat? In the competition between the teams, the test is the ability to cooperate in combat, and the influence of personal bravery will be reduced. This is the only chance for Suo Lulu to win. No problem. Follow the guards from this king. You can pick 12 at will, but if you win this round, today's match is even a tie. Fang Yi, I couldn't help but complain again. I thought you would say that as long as you win this round, even if you win. The prince is here again, deliberately giving people a lack of confidence. Okay, that's what you said. Suo Lulu personally stood up. I don't take advantage of you either. The samurai of Sumai family will choose 12 from the entrance of the main hall. His Royal Highness Chu is also leaning on this side. The 12 names of the main hall. When Zhuji Aoxin heard this, his expression changed slightly. The prince, the guards of the main hall are the most elite guards in Sumai family. Although they are not as good as Sumai Wild Boars, they are comparable to general guards with personal martial arts flying far away. As you wish. The temple is too small for a battle, so let them compete in the open space outside the temple gate. Whichever side concedes or falls down, the competition is over. Li Qian didn't pay attention to Kujo Shinichi's reminder. He knew the level of his guards best. Fighting alone may not necessarily be able to beat the opponent. If you are in battle, then let the Japanese people see what is called the Heavenly Kingdom. Soon, everyone stood outside the hall, and even Emperor Xuming, supported by a maid, stood tremblingly at the door of the hall. The 12 guards on each side also stood up. The guards of the Prince of Chu's mansion consisted of a group of 4, formed in a diamond shape, while the guards of Suo's house opposite were arranged in 2 rows. His Royal Highness, then will it begin? Seeing my guard in front of the temple, Suo Lulu rarely smiled. Li Qian, you can listen to it. Today's battle, after the victory, everyone will be rewarded with a catty of gold and 10 acres of land. Start. I made another small move when I entered the deer, which made the morale of my guards soar. 158. Although the ancient history of the Japanese kingdom is similar to that of China, it is a history of war. However, the war country was originally small. Except for the Kinki area, the other vassals were managed by themselves, divided into so many spheres of influence. The actual control area and population of each Tufan are very limited. The war between the various territories is a bit funny, like a battle between 2 villages. Wherever it looks like China, during the spring and autumn period and warring states period, there was a big battle of hundreds of thousands of people at every turn. Over the past millennia, a wealth of art of war and battle formations have been accumulated. The guards of the Chu Palace were all the training methods used by Xuli in conjunction with Li Qian's later generations, and adjusted to the characteristics of cold weapons. The guards who can follow Li Qian to the country are even more carefully selected masters. Most of them have been trained similar to special forces. The 12 people stood motionless there, and their aura was extraordinary. The little movement of Suo into the deer didn't affect them in any way. Raise the knife. Among the teams of the temporarily selected teams are beginning to order uniformly. Use me in the first battle. Use me to win. Kill. Use me in the first battle. Use me to win. Kill. With the team shouting loudly, the 12 people followed in unison, and the momentum gave the Japanese rushing over. However, after all, the 2 sides were only a few dozen steps away, and within a few breaths, they met each other. Kujoksin stood beside Li Qian nervously, staring at the 2 teams about to collide without turning his eyes. Boom. Kang dang. The opening of the 2 sides surprised everyone. Impossible, impossible. These are all treasured swords made of fine iron. Suo Rulu looked pale and found that half of his guards were cut off during the first round of contact. The 2 armies faced each other and the knife broke. Kill. The guards of the Chu Palace rose sharply, brandishing a sword forged with stainless steel and slashing at the Japanese. There are not so many complicated moves in military training, and one cut and one strike seems very ordinary. However, the Japanese people just couldn't stop such ordinary moves. The guards of Prince Chu's mansion were in groups of 4, and the frontmost didn't care about anything, as long as they slammed toward the opponent in front. The guards on both sides of the back are advancing the front team to assist the left and right, and the last one behind is responsible for making up the knife and keeping an eye on the attacks from other places in time. In an instant, the scene turned into the various teams of the Royal Palace of Chu chasing the Japanese men and slashing them. What? Puff. Kang dang. It's just a matter of a dozen breaths, and the outcome on the court is already known. Except for a few Japanese widows with severed hands and feet lying underground and screaming, the other widows had both ends of their bodies. The guards of the Chu Palace were all stained with blood, and it was unclear whether anyone was injured. Minister Suo. The guards couldn't stop as soon as they went into battle. This king said sorry for them. Seeing his guards standing in line, Li Qian felt that the weather today was exceptionally good. Regardless of whether Suizo or Sui entered the deer, all their faces were pale. Their own elite guards, against the guards chosen by others, were defeated in such a short period of time. It's really hard to accept. However, Suizo was also a ruthless person who was famous for the ages. Even the Japanese emperor dared to abandon him. After taking a few deep breaths, he endured the pain and anger in his heart and accepted the result. However, in his heart, he has a deeper understanding of the difference between the Japanese kingdom and Datang. His Royal Highness Chu is talking and laughing. Life and death are rich and honorable in the sky. Come here. Don't hurry up and clean up. Suizo showed a formulaic smile. The prince is good at guarding, and the old man admires him tightly. Li Qian. Datang has 1,000,000 soldiers and a few guards are not worth mentioning. Minister, The most elite soldiers and horses in the country are the 12 guards of Chang'an City, and the Kayanyu guards of the Tji Palace are superb, and they belong to the thousands of selected figures among the millions of troops. Seeing that the guards of the Chu Palace won so simply, Kujo Shinichi was completely relieved. At this time, it was naturally time to let Suoizo fully understand Datang's strength and let him not have thoughts that he shouldn't have. After all, Li Qian is going to leave sooner or later, but Kujo Shinichi is going to be resident in Nara. Listening to Kujo Shinichi's words, Suoizo's complexion that finally eased back almost collapsed. At the moment, I really had the idea of whether to leave Li Qian and the others in the country. But considering that the guards are so skilled, they have to deal with more than 200 such people, plus the generals like Fang Yi. Suo's family really has no certainty, and this dismissed the idea. Now, being so scared by Kujo again, Suoizo's face immediately became ugly. Datang governs the world with benevolence and righteousness. His Majesty always treats all the vassal states favorably. Minister Suo, from now on, the caravans of the Tang dynasty will often come to the country of Japan. I don't want to have any misunderstandings at that time. These Kuba many times think about it. But there are not so many. If you don't agree with you, you can talk with a knife. Everyone doesn't want to see the accident, right? My family's provocation ended in all 3 wars, and Li Qian naturally wanted to take the opportunity to beat Suoizo. His Royal Highness is right. Please don't worry, Lord, who dares not to respect the guests of the previous dynasty. I am the first in my family to let him go. Suoizo is worthy of being an outstanding person for a while. After seeing the situation clearly, regardless of the number of Japanese officials on the court, he immediately bowed his head with Li Qian. Haha, good. I have come to remember the words of Minister Suo. You can rest assured that any country that treats Datang loyally will not be wronged. This king has used Xiaojun's mansion during this time. If you have anything you want to communicate, please feel free to come to your door. Li Qian feels that there is no need to stay in Asuka Palace today. The Emperor Xuming is a puppet. The real person is Sugar Izo. Now Sugar Izo has conceded. The purpose of coming to Japan this time is even complete. Half of it. Respectfully send His Royal Highness King Chu. Suoizo bowed deeply, and other Japanese officials from the surrounding area also bowed immediately. Suddenly, the voice of gracefully send His Majesty the King of Chu was endless. After this confrontation, all the officials of the Japanese court who wanted to break their arms with Datang lost their memories and forgot their once bold words. The Kujo family, Inoshang family, and Ito family, the families with direct descendants of the family sent to the Tang dynasty, have invisibly increased their status. Master, after today, in 10 years, no one will dare to provoke Datang again. Zhu Jiaoxin followed Li Qian step by step, with a flowery smile on his face. Kujo-kun, in 2 days you will invite the children of Nara to host an exhibition of the treasures of the Shang kingdom at your house, so that everyone can see the style of my Tang dynasty. When the business was finished, Li Qian felt that it was necessary to dispose of the cargo brought on board. Now that Datang is in full swing, the goods he brings can definitely be sold at a good price. 159 The status of Japanese women in the home is often very low, even after 1,000 years. Although Kujo Kyuka was the eldest daughter of Kujo Shinichi, it was still a dispensable existence before that. Had it not been for her mother who was more favored by Juji Aoxinyi, she would not have had the opportunity to learn sinology. However, in Hedong for 30 years and Hexi for 30 years, today's Juxiao Xingxiang is something that no one dares to provoke in the mansion. Xingxiang, tomorrow's Shanghai Treasures exhibition. Can you ask for an invitation for me? In the backyard of the Kujo family, Kujo Xingxiang and a group of noble girls gathered together. Is it an invitation? Do you need an invitation for the Shanghai Treasures exhibition? Zhu Xiaoxiang has been with Li Qian most of the time these days, and even stayed in Li Qian's room at night. So she actually didn't know much about what happened at the house. Yes, the nobles in Nara, every family wants to come to participate, but many people have only received one invitation, so we can only bring one companion. We all want to participate. Then I don't have any invitations. My father would never let me participate in family affairs. Kujo Xingxiang hasn't realized that her position in the family is no longer what it used to be. Just mention it to the butler, and he will send us an invitation. Yes, Xingxiang, as long as you mention it, we can get the invitation when we leave. Xingxiang, really? Of course it is true. We have all confirmed it. If you want to talk about any major events in Nara city recently, the arrival of His Royal Highness of Tang Dynasty will definitely be considered one. Then their warriors of the 1-3 victories in the Asuka Palace will be counted as one of the medieval Sumai House. It is estimated that no one will dare to discuss it in the face. The last one is today's Shanghai Treasures exhibition. Inu Shang-kun, you are here. Fujiwara-kun, welcome. Kujo Prefecture, today is a lively scene, and almost everyone with a certain identity in the entire Nara castle has arrived. My lord, we didn't bring many goods to Nara, but the Japanese people were too enthusiastic. When I saw several family members coming over, the entourages were all carrying boxes or chariots to follow. It is said that they came with a large amount of gold and silver. Wang Xuans was both happy and regretted not having enough. It's okay. Now arrange for someone to go to Nambatsuto, and it will be the tomorrow. Li Qian stood on the only three building in Xuxiao Mansion, watching the lively scene below. But isn't the Shango Treasures exhibition only held for one day? Do you need to notify Zhujiao Shinichi to extend it? No, there are every item below. They can see it. As for whether to buy it today or tomorrow, it doesn't make any difference. There are few items on display, maybe it will stimulate them to buy it quickly. There were only 3 ships this time, some of which were filled with books and personnel. Actually, there were not many porcelain and other items brought over, so Li Qian was not worried that they would not be able to sell them. Even the exchange of a piece of porcelain for equal weight of silver in Nambeza would only be more exaggerated in Nara. Kujo Shinichi feels that today is the most glorious moment in his life. In Nara Castle, the nobles who are higher or lower than themselves smiled and greeted themselves. Once they were free, some people would come over and chat with them. Everyone, please be quiet. When the visitors to the Fuzzhong basically visited the exhibited items, Kujo Shinichi stood on a makeshift stand and began to speak. Everyone has seen the treasures of Shango just now, and many people have asked me one after another, how to sell it. Can you buy it back today? Hearing Kujo talking, the crowd at the scene quieted down. I have asked His Royal Highness King Chu of Shango for your instructions. These treasures can be sold to everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately became lively. How to sell it? I like that vase. Can I exchange 10 catties of silver for that vase? I like the mirror that I hung up just now. Can I exchange a pound of gold for it? Are the candles that are still on sale? Various voices came from the crowd. Cheng Chumo, who was in the crowd, felt a little dizzy, thinking that his ears were broken. When is it all about buying things with gold and silver? Wasn't our country very poor? Did you miss something? Don't worry, everyone, considering that the quantity of goods this time is limited, and everyone's demand is relatively large, for the sake of fairness, today's goods will all be sold by auction duty. I couldn't help but admire Li Qian a little bit, and unexpectedly thought of the idea of auction. The first thing to be auctioned is porcelain, and the starting price is a catty of silver, and the higher price will be paid. It is the first time that Xuxiao conducts an auction, and there is no guarantee, and there is no need for a license plate. Those who can enter here are all people with faces and faces. Even if there are 9 individuals who can't be named, the housekeeper must know them. As for the filming, haha, Zhu Xiao would really like to see who has the courage. Just use it for myself to kill chickens and monkeys. 2 catties. I will bid 2 catties of silver. 3 catties. I pay 3 catties. Fang Yi I kept swallowing behind the crowd. From small to large, the financial power of the housing government was in the hands of Mrs. Fang. Although Fang Yi was very favored by her, she would not give much money a month. It was the first time he saw this scene of buying things by the weight of gold and silver. Beloved, didn't you say that you want to stay in Nambezu, or you go back to Datang? I will keep it there. Yakuan's performance is no better than Fang Yi's favorite. Before I thought whaling was good for making money, but now I find whaling is a shit. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but explode with a foul language. Yakuan, a Japanese country, only has so much gold and silver. I heard His Royal Highness Chu said that there are still many countries overseas. If this can be exchanged with all countries, then aren't we going to send it out? Fang Yi. The Japanese have gold and silver. I heard that Nanyang produces spices. Brother Cheng, I have decided I will float on the sea in the future. This trip to the sea will earn enough money for a lifetime, right? Cheng Chumo, I now suddenly understand why my grandfather often beats me. He asked me to come to Deng's mansion to join the King of Chu. I still don't understand it. Now it seems that there is meat to follow the King of Chu. Hey, it's not just meat to eat. Don't you feel that your feet are a little soft these days? Yu Chuan showed a bad smile, and Fang Yi laughed tacitly. You can relax a little bit. You can never mention these things that happened in the country when you return to Chainan. Cheng Chu thought silently that he was a family member, and suddenly panicked. It's better to explain that I went out to sea privately. After all, the harvest must be great. But if the news of the riots in the was sent back, Yu Chuan, ha ha, Brother Cheng, you won't be a strict wife like your wife in the future, right? Fang Yi, Cheng Chumo, Chapter 160. Layout. The Shanghai Treasures exhibition came to an end. All the gold and silver were carried to 2 special rooms and watched by the guards of the Chu Palace. Master, all the people who didn't get the goods have paid all the money, and the specific amount is still being counted. Cujo was even more excited than Li Qian, and today's auction refreshed his understanding. Although accurate figures are still being counted, there should be more than 3,000 catties of gold and more than 50,000 catties of silver, which is only a lot more. Based on the auction price and the quantity of goods, Wang Xuan's roughly calculated today's receipt. So much? Wouldn't it be possible to bring back 1,000,000 tals of silver this time? Li Qian is still a little unaccustomed to the matter of gold and silver. 1 catty is 16 tals, and Li Qian probably switched it, and found that the harvest was really amazing. The prince, mainly those porcelain and mirrors are so popular, especially mirrors. A glass mirror can actually be exchanged for more than 10 catties of gold. It is so. Japanese people are really not poor at all. If you use gold and silver to talk about wealth, the Japanese country is naturally infinite, but when measured by material things, the Japanese country is poor and cannot be poor anymore. The same 1 or 2 silvers in the country are totally different from the value in the Tang dynasty. That's also true. The Kingdom of Japan, like you said, has gold and silver mines. After hundreds of years of accumulation, there will be no shortage of gold and silver. Although Kujo Shinichi was nearby, neither Li Qian nor Wang Xuan had the intention to avoid him. Judging from the recent performance of Kujo, he just wanted to get off the ship Li Qian, and he had no chance. Without the blessing of Li Qian, the Juxiao family in the Wok country would soon be jointly divided and cleaned up by the Suo family organization. Kujo Shinichi also has a clear understanding of this. The prince, in fact, there are many native vassals in the Japanese country, and the lords everywhere have a lot of wealth. This goods can be sold even if it comes once a month. Zhu Xiao took the initiative to help Li Qian make suggestions. Jutiao-kun, your information is very important. In this way, you will take 5,000 catties of silver for the proceeds from this auction. We will make a rule in the future. However, you will be responsible for all items shipped by the king's fleet to the country. Deal with it, and in the end this king will give you half of the money. Li Qian naturally knows why Zhu Xiao hugs his thigh. I don't really think that my domineering spirit is coming. The prince, the half is too much. The prince needs to take a lot of risk to transport the goods from the Tang dynasty to the country, and the ministers can get half of the half. The wealth is touching, but Kujo is still sober-minded. knowing that he can only hold Li Qian's thighs and he has many ways to make money from other places. Although the trade income is huge, the money is hot and difficult to handle. Yes, those who know the current affairs are brilliant. Kujok-kun, if you encounter any problems in the country in the future, you can ask the king for help. At Nambatsu, the king will leave a group of guards there in the future, and this number will gradually increase. When you have any questions, go directly to the semicolon of Nambatsu Takai fishery. After coming out, he earned almost an 1/10 of Datang's fiscal revenue. This kind of thing is more addictive than smoking Wangwu, and Li Qian will naturally not give up easily. My lord, there is one thing, I don't know if I should mention it. Chu Jiao pondered, his expression a bit tangled. Let's talk. There is nothing to worry about. The king is going to leave in a few days. Any problems will be unified and resolved. Whether those porcelains, whale oil candles, or glass mirrors are sold in Chainan City, many people among the envoys sent to the Tang dynasty understand this. The price difference here is huge, and it is hard to guarantee that some people will go to Datang by themselves. When Xu Xiao said this, Li Qian knew what he was worried about. In fact, I am also considering how to monopolize such a business. No matter when, monopoly is the most profitable. Xu Xiao-kun, with the current level of shipbuilding in the Japanese country, I can send you to Datang, and you have gathered all the shipbuilders from all over the country to build ships that can go to sea. Where is this shipbuilding workshop? You must know. Of course I know that the main shipbuilding workshop is in Nambazu. There are also small workshops in other places, but basically they can only build some small fishing boats. When you come to Nambazu from overseas, you basically have to pass through the waters of Wakayama, right? Li Qian was measuring and confirming some news in his heart. Yes, Lord, all ships of Silla and Beck take this sea route, but in fact, it can be reached by taking the Naruto straight across from Wakayama, just to make a detour. Okay, I understand. You can rest assured that within this year, there will be a group of pirates on the island next to Wakayama. Then these pirates will attack the shipbuilding workshops in Nambazu. Which shipbuilding workshops will be able to make sea ships or large ones in the future? For fishing boats, just tell the semicolon of Takai fisheries in Nambazu, and naturally someone will deal with it. In this year, Li Qian didn't bother to talk about human rights with the Japanese people. These shipbuilding workshops harmed the interests of the East China Sea fishery, so naturally someone would make it disappear. After hearing this, Kuja trembled in his heart, but his determination to hug his thigh was firmer. Also, find an opportunity with Inu Shang Yamada, as well as some people from the Tang envoy to remind you that there are some things you can say, and some things are not good for anyone. If someone is disobedient prince, don't worry. If someone dared to ruin the prince's major events, the subordinates will go and clean them up. Except that Inagami Yamada's status was originally higher than Kujo in Nara. The other Kujo didn't pay attention to it at all. Now that he embraces Li Qian's thigh, if Inagami dares to struggle with himself, he will be confident that he can deal with it. One more thing, this king would like to ask, is there a place in this country called Shijian? The impact of so much gold and silver today reminds Li Qian of the famous Iwami Silver Mountain in the history of the Japanese kingdom. It was the super silver mine that accounted for a third of the world's silver production at its peak. We must find a way to control it. As long as a Shimiyanshan can be developed, Li Qian can consider advancing currency reform in Datang. Today's Datang is still in a chaotic situation in which Kaiyuan Tongbao, silk, cloth and other materials act as currency together. With the continuous development of Deng's commerce, this limitation is becoming more and more obvious. If silver coins and gold coins can be promoted, this situation should be greatly changed. As for the further introduction of banknotes, Li Qian felt that it would be easier for him to get involved with his steps, so forget it. Iwami? Kujo thought for a while. I haven't heard of a place called Iwami near Nara. but there is an Iwami country in the west near Silla. Chapter 161 Chapter Manpower Ishimikuni. Have you heard of silver production there? Li Qian was also not sure whether the Ishimi kingdom mentioned by Kujo was the location of the legendary Ishimi Silver Mountain, but if there is silver production there, then it will be correct in all likelihood. Ishimi is a very small country. I want to find out if there is any money produced by the ministers, but it is certain that even if there is money now, it will not be very big. Kujo guessed that Li Qian asked Shi Jiang'o, who might have heard that silver was produced there. It's okay, you can inquire about the situation of Iwami Kuni clearly, and be as detailed as possible, and then pass it to me through the semicolon of the Tokai fisheries in Nambezu. Li Qian is now planning to build Nambejan into his important base in the country. Naturally, his name cannot be the Palace of the Chu Kingdom, or else the Japanese court will not be able to step down. At this time, the East China Sea fisheries is a very suitable cover. Anyway, the salt drying workshops, shipbuilding workshops, or salted fish workshops in the Royal Palace of Chu are all under the banner of the East China Sea Fisheries. The East China Sea Fisheries will be Datang's East India Company. Subordinates understand. In addition, there is an uninvited request from the subordinates. Speak directly. As long as this king can do it, it's okay. Thank you. The prince. The matter is actually very simple. The daughter Xingxiang and Inutsi Hozi, the servants hope that they can always follow the prince, pour the prince tea, and do their best for the prince. Kujo, you don't need this anymore between you and me. Li Qian naturally knew what Chu Xiao meant. Xingxiang's words, needless to say, everyone thought she was Li Qian's person. The key was Hozi. Kujo sending his son to Li Qian's side was actually equivalent to letting him be a proton. In fact, Li Qian could understand the idea of Chu Xiao, but he just felt that he really didn't need to control him like this. To put it bluntly, if Chu Xiao dared to betray Li Qian, he had countless ways to deal with him. Besides, if Chu Xiao betrayed Li Qian, he didn't have to wait for Li Qian to do it, and the Japanese would have torn him off. First, the prince. This is the heart of his servants. As the eldest son of the Kujo family, Hozi studied sinology since childhood, and also learned the languages of Silla and Beck. He stayed with the prince. Someday the prince wants to know about the situation in the Wok country. You can also ask directly. Hozi still understands Silla? Yes, although Silla officials are proud to speak Chinese just like Wag, there are still many people who don't know or speak Chinese. Okay, since that's the case. The king agreed. Don't worry, I won't treat him badly by following the king. At the gate of Nara, whether voluntary or involuntary, a group of Japanese nobles, including Emperor Xuming and Suoizo, came to see off Li Qian and his party. After Li Qian had some courtesy with them, he rode the Kujo-prepared Waguni horses to Nambezu. My lord, this Japanese horse is too short. I feel like riding a donkey. Cheng Chumo felt that if his heels were not careful, he would touch the rocks on the ground, and he was speechless. It would be nice to have a horse for you to ride. Could it be that you still want to go back on foot? Although the Wagyu Oma is small, it has good endurance. Li Qian felt that it would be good to make a batch for the East China Sea fishery in Nambezu. This time, Kujo Shinichi took a lot of thought to get 100 horses. It is said that this is the result of seeking the help of several nobles in Nara Castle. Even so, only 7 or 8 people such as Li Qian could ride horses, and the other horses were used to transport gold and silver. Cheng Chumo, next time I will have to transport a few horses from Dengzu, which is too unaccustomed. Wang Zhuans interjected. It is estimated that it will take several horses to survive to transport horses by sea. If the space used for the horses in the cabin is used to store porcelain, it is estimated that tens of thousands of tons of silver can be exchanged in the country. After listening to Wang Zhuans's calculation, Cheng Chumo felt painful. If he rides a horse of tens of thousands of tons, will Grandpa beat him up and get out of bed? Li Qian, you don't need to think about it in the past 2 years. But when the flying shears are built on a large scale in the future, It will be fine if you want to transport a few horses. Brother Cheng, or you'd better forget it. The cost of transporting horses is too high. Fang Yi, the guy who hadn't seen silver since childhood, couldn't bear it. Li Qian, accounts are not calculated in this way. Xuan is to scare you. Whether it is porcelain or mirrors, the demand of the Japanese country is fixed. If there are more one-time transportations, or more transportations now, there will naturally be fewer people buying, and the price will also fall. So how many items we have to sell to the country every year is a complicated question, and we need to pay more attention to confirm it before we look at it. So Lord, you mean that if there are more ships in a few years, it can actually be used to transport horses and salt and other things that are not so valuable? Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up, and he felt that his wish to ride a horse in the country was finally hopeful. Of course, the Japanese-made rice is still good. I think I can consider transporting some rice on the return journey in the future. Trade needs to have contacts. From Datang to the country of Japan, the question is very simple. However, it is a matter of weighing what to transport back from the country. It is naturally best to be able to transport one ship of gold and silver back home, but ideals are often full, but reality is very skinny. Master, this time we are going to leave a group of people in Nambeijin. You are planning to occupy an island outside of Wakayama. When you pass by Seoul, you will have to set up a semicolon for the East China Sea fishery there. As a result, there is not enough manpower. Seeing that the schedule of leaving the country is getting closer and closer, Wang Xuan is also worried about how to allocate the manpower. Wakayama can take some time, and Seoul can also wait a while. First build the base in Nambezu, leaving 100 guards there. There are priorities. Although Santaro surrendered to Nambatsu, this guy is a businessman with limited influence. He still has to put a certain amount of guarding there, otherwise he will regret it if there is an accident. Lord, let me say that next time we will take 1,000 people and build a military fort near the Nambezu Pier, and see who dares to make our minds. Fang Yi always does things without going through his brain, and Li Qian is already used to it. As if I didn't hear it. When I return to Dengzi this time, the king has to go back to Chainan, and you will also go back with me. As for whether you can come out again in the future, it depends on your own ability. Overseas trade involves such a large interest, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is related to the national policy and national destiny of the Tang dynasty. Taking advantage of many families have not noticed this, Li Qian feels that it is necessary to have a good chat with Li Shimin. Fang Yi, no, Lord, I won't go back. When I went to Dengzu, I sneaked out with my mother behind her back. If I go back, how can she let me go to sea again? Cheng Chumo, my second brother's wedding is just this winter. Could it be that you don't even attend when he gets married? Fang Yi, 162 Dengzi Governor's Mansion. Chan Yunan's recent days have been very good. The workshops newly built by the family have started production one after another. The losses caused by the grain shops and salt shops that had been hit before were quickly made up for by the profits of the workshops. Rough calculations, this year is the most money-earning year. As for the performance appraisal of the officials, because of the outstanding performance of the Dengzi government in the past 2 years, he was rarely judged. Shajun, today Wendeng Wharf is still as usual, without the shadow of that flying sheer ship. Ever since Li Qian followed the Wa country to send the Tang envoy to sea, Chun Yunan had to arrange for people to go to the dock to guard every day to see when the ships would return. On the one hand, this was pressure from the imperial court. People from the Cheng family, Yachi family, and Fang family sent a message to ask about the situation of the fleet going to sea. On the other hand, he also wants to confirm whether Li Qian can come back alive. If he can't come back, then the Chuniu family will have to recalculate many industries in Dengzi to see how they can be divided. As of today, it has been a month and a half to go to sea, right? Chuniu took a sip of the wine and asked with squinting eyes. Shajun, to be precise, he has been out to sea for 46 days. Continue to observe, and report any movement immediately. Wendon County Office. Girl, just eat a little bit. Yuna looked at Zixia, who was a little thin, and also showed a sad expression. Ever since Li Qian went to sea, there have been rumors in Wending City that the fleet could not come back, that the fleet was 9 dead, and so on, which made Zixia slowly lose his thoughts. I'm not hungry, you can put it there. Girl, the princes and Jiren have their own natural conditions, so they will be fine. Didn't the princes also say before, this time going to sea may take half a year to come back? The sea is so big, I don't know if the fleet will get lost. As long as the boat drifts on the sea for so long, there is no one by the prince to wait on him. Yuna, I'm really worried. Zixia's eyes were full of tears, her eyes out of focus. I heard Master Daiquan say that the new flying shears are very stable, and there is a special compass when going to sea, so nothing will happen. Yuna doesn't know what to say. For this kind of thing, it's useless if you say it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, and it doesn't have a phone call, so you can confirm it directly. I hope to say so. Yuna, you accompany me to the temple again. Taikai Palace. Is there still no news of Qiana? After reviewing the memorial for the day, Li Shimin raised his head and asked Li Zong, who was standing next to him. Everything is normal in Dengzi Mansion, but His Royal Highness King Chu has not yet returned when he went to sea. Li Zong replied cautiously. Based on his experience these days, Li Shimin's temper was the most irritable at this time. Have you ever investigated, how long does it take for Dengzi to go to Japan? What is the risk? Li Zong, speaking of Li Qian, he would be scolded 8 times out of 10 times, and Li Zong felt that the baby was very miserable. However, at this time, Li Shimin wasn't asking for any answers, it was purely to vent his dissatisfaction and worries. Your Majesty, Baiki Division has arranged for people to wait at Wending Pier. Once His Royal Highness Chu returns to Dengzu, there will be a quick Malay report. The Waniji people have their own heavens and they will be safe. Go down. After Li Shimin finished venting, his expression became a little languid. Lord Chubo, during this period of time, several people who wanted to sneak into the salt workshop and shipbuilding workshop have been arrested. Should you continue to guard it? During this period of time, Chu Siliang's pressure has also increased greatly, and even the library of Husa Primary School has been less frequent. The thief is not dead. Chu Siliang's face became cold. Let the guards take care of it, and you must not get out of it. Understand? Do you want a trial? These groups of people. It's probably not from the same person. No trial. Wait until the prince comes back to decide. What Chu Siliang did was also a decision made after careful consideration. Whoever sent these people can get a general idea even without a trial. However, once the information of the review is passed out, it is impossible to guarantee that some people will not rush to jump over the wall. And the top priority. The Dengzi government needs to ensure stability first. Subordinates understand that this time, they must be guarded in a more secretive place. There will never be any more unexplained deaths of the suspect. Guanshe, you are here. Wending Wharf, Chu Siliang, Shangguani and Xijingzong, basically one person will be guarded here every day. On the one hand, it is to confirm the information of the returning fleet at any time. And on the other hand, it is to maintain the order of the terminal. After more than a year of development and expansion, Wending Wharf now has many ships docking and departing every day. The wharf is a lively scene at any time. When there are too many people, it is inevitable that all kinds of disputes and contradictions will arise, and there must be a unified coordinated command for ships to dock. Li Qian entrusted Chu Siliang's affairs in Dengzu, but there were too many things, so Chu Siliang let Xijingzong and Shangguani help him. With the help of the two of them, the management of the terminal quickly became orderly, especially Xijingzong, even though he is not well known in the court. He is also a bit cunning, but he handles the affairs of the dock, but he looks like a fish in the water. Is the whale oil on the lighthouse full today? Xijingzong routinely confirms the various affairs of the terminal. In order to allow ships docking at night to find Wending Pier accurately, Li Qian had people build a lighthouse very early, and every day it darkened to light up a huge whale oil bonfire. Xiguanshai, it's full. Give me the telescope. Standing on the lighthouse, Xijingzong got used to seeing whether there was any sound and shadow of flying shears on the sea every day. To be honest, during this period of time, many honorable people from Chainan also approached Xijingzong, and there were some requests that made people very difficult to refuse. Xijingzong always looked forward to Li Qian's return, and he would be free. On the broad sea, the sound of waves hitting the reefs from time to time, seagulls flying above the pier, and sometimes stopped on the mast of a fishing boat. Several ships in the port are already preparing to go fishing, and several ships from Chainan are moving to the dock. On the sea level in the distance, as usual, Xijingzong squeezed the sight glasses and looked at them wide. Quickly, go and notify Chu Zubo. The prince is back. The prince is back. Xijingzong put down his looking glasses with excitement, and finally a smile appeared on his face that hadn't smiled for a long time. The shape of the flying shear ship is too special. Except for the shipbuilding workshop that is rushing to work, the only one that can be seen at present is Li Qianban's going to sea. Let the ships in the center of the pier move quickly to make room for the prince's fleet. Chapter 163 Regulation. The prince is back. The news spread from Wendan Pier like a gust of wind. The team is right. His Royal Highness King Chu is back. Do you want to report back to Beijing now? Wait, hold steady. I will report after seeing His Royal Highness Chu disembark himself. Go and tell the boss that King Chu's fleet is back. The flying shear ship is back. Go and notify Lord Shaizhan to come to the dock. Girl. The prince is back. Various sounds filled the dock, some full of expectations, some full of frustration. The hustle and bustle of the wharf was quickly taken over by Chu Siliang's guards from the 100 Chu Palace. At this time, don't care what you are doing, stop for me, and wait for the prince to come ashore. Although the approach was a bit brutal, it did not cause much backlash. Wang Shan broke his leg, and the sea was almost the same. Seeing that the ship had appeared at sea level, but it was only half an hour later to wait until it reached the shore. Cheng Chumo stood on the deck with excitement, looking at the getting closer and closer to the dock. Master, I used to hear what those scholars said, that it is better to travel thousands of miles to read thousands of books. This time I went to the country of Wa, and I have a deep understanding. Brother Cheng, you come here less. When did you become sloppy and make me get goosebumps? Yu Chuan didn't show Cheng Chumo any face on the side. Hey, I guess he was secretly experiencing the widows in Nara. Fang Yi smiled badly on the side. Pooh, Fang Yi loves you, this kid, and he broke his studies as soon as I went to sea. Be careful. I go to Mrs. Fang to file a complaint. Master, this business tax has not been collected since the founding of Datang. The largest merchant in Dengzu Mansion is now our Chu Wang Mansion. Should we consider it carefully? Wang Xuans did not talk to Cheng Chu silently, but stood alone with Li Qian to discuss matters. Datang's current tax law is based on the implementation of the land equalization system. The Ministry of Households keeps its eyes on the common people every year. However, as the population increases, the land equalization system is difficult to maintain. On the contrary, in recent years, commerce has continued to prosper, and the wealth of businessmen far exceeds that of ordinary people. But the household department does not levy business taxes. It is really a group of short-sighted people. This time I went to sea and brought back almost 1 million tals of silver, but the money was a penny without paying taxes. Li Qian felt that this was a very strange situation. So I discussed with Wang Xuans about levying commercial tax in Dengzi Prefecture. The prince, behind the merchants, there are generally noble figures who collect commercial taxes, which is to pay from their pockets. Now, the prince shouldn't be hidden with the nobles of the world. Naturally, Wang Xuans understood what Li Qian said, and because of his understanding, he was even more opposed to it. With so many big brothers in the courtroom, has no one really seen the problem? Of course not. It's just that everyone is basically the beneficiary of the system, and they don't dare to fight against the nobles of the world. Even Li Shimin inherited the Sui system and did not mention business taxes. Historically, it was not until the first year of the founding of Tang Niezi, that is, in 780 AD, that the land equalization system was destroyed and the government was unsustainable before commercial taxation was implemented. This king is not that stupid, because he doesn't want to go head-to-head with Xungai, so he only implemented it in Dengzhou. Li Qian did not expect that his commercial tax idea would be so strongly opposed by Wang Xuan's. All the way, I have been persuading myself constantly, even if I am about to disembark, I will not give up. My lord, as long as Dengzhou starts, everyone will worry that other states and counties will follow the promotion. The rebound will not be much smaller than the promotion of the whole country. Now the foundation of the Lord is not particularly solid, and it is really inappropriate. Make too much movement. Then what to do? The sea trade benefits are so great that they don't charge a penny and taxes. It's really hard for this king to accept. Although Li Qian himself is the only one doing sea trade in Dengzhou now, he can think of it with his toes that this situation will be quickly broken. Li Qian's layout in the Wa country can only ensure that the Japanese people cannot engage in maritime trade, but it is impossible to prevent Datang Zhongai from going to sea completely. Moreover, preventing them from going to sea is not consistent with Li Qian's original intention. Could this be the case? We list a separate item, not called commercial tax, only tax on goods going to sea? Wang Xuan saw that Li Qian finally heard the meaning of maneuvering. He was relieved. Tax only for goods going to sea? Li Qian listened and thought about it. Didn't it be similar to tariffs? It seems that in the Song dynasty, where the economy was the most developed, there was the Shibo division, which specialized in foreign trade. During this period, although there were people in Guangzhou and other places engaged in foreign trade, the Shibo division had not yet been established. Wang Xuan's proposal is not bad. Okay, just as you said, once the ship is disembarked, the king will set up a municipal shipping department in Dengzhou Prefecture, specializing in the management of ships, personnel, and goods going out to sea. All goods that go out and return are all subject to a 10% municipal tax. The prince is wise. The city tax currently only involves our East China Sea fishery in Dengzhou. Others will definitely not have any opinions, and may even laugh at us as stupid. This king will not always be in Dengzhou, and Datang will not be the only one engaged in maritime trade in Dengzhou. This city ship department, I am going to propose to your majesty that it will be temporarily subordinate to the Ministry of Households, and a separate office will be established in Shaanxi province. Institutions, don't let local states and counties interfere. Li Qianbi knows how big the tax revenue brought by sea trade will be. If Datang does not collect commercial tax, then in less than 10 years, the city tax is expected to become the most important source of tax for Datang. If such a large sum of money is in the hands of local states and counties, then it is easy to have some big tilt situations. So simply refer to later generations and separate the customs from the local. The prince is wise. Li Qian thought more thoroughly than himself, and Wang Xuan naturally wouldn't have any objections. After this incident, Wang Xuan had a deeper understanding of Li Qian's vision and mind. Master, ready to disembark. Looking at the familiar figures on the dock, Li Qian showed a knowing smile. Congratulations to His Royal Highness King Chu for his triumphant return. Chun Yunan is the highest ranking person on the dock. Although Li Qian is not very eager to see him, after getting off the boat, he can only say a few words to him. However, it was just a few words, and then ignored him. Den Shan, you go to Mutual Help Elementary School, call Dong Fenping, and then ask him to bring a few people who are proficient in mathematics, and then arrange a few subordinates from Wendon County. Now that he is ready to set up the Shibosi department, Li Qian is ready to lay a solid foundation and make the first tax collection clear and plain, so that in the future, Some people will take advantage of the loopholes. Chapter 164 Chapter Envious Envy and Hatred with Flying Shears as the leader. All three sailing ships have landed. However, except for Li Qian, Wang Xuans, and Cheng Chumo, the others are still on the ship, waiting for the newly established Department of Shipbuilding to register and confirm the information before disembarking. Personnel information, cargo information, vessel information, trade location information. With these basic information, Li Qian was ready to set the rules from the very beginning, and let the Shibu division do the registration and filing. Dong Fengping has seen the prince. Although I didn't know what Li Qian was looking for when he got off the boat, it would certainly not be a bad thing. So Dong Fengping brought 7 or 8 students from the school who were better at school and ran over as soon as he got the news. Xuans, please explain to him the precautions so that the guards can maintain order and start moving things off the boat. The things that the Shiboshi department has to do are complex and complicated, and simple and simple. On occasions like today, all personnel are fully cooperating. What Dong Fengping needs to do is to register the information, confirm the goods, gold and silver, and then collect taxes on the basis of 10 taxes and 1 tax. Master, don't worry, the subordinates absolutely handled this properly. Dong Fengping's brain was very useful, and he soon understood that the greatest opportunity in his life had arrived. Den Shan, go and ask the salted fish workshop to move the scales over and lend it to the Shiboshi division for use. Considering that there will be a large amount of gold and silver that needs to be weighed, Li Qian reminded Chu Siliang to prepare things like weighing. A box of gold weighs 186 catties and fortals. A box of gold weighs 212 catties. A box of silver weighs 175 catties and sextals. A box of silver weighs 166 catties and tootles. As boxes of gold and silver were removed from the ship, Dong Fengping's panting voice became thicker. Needless to say, the onlookers were separated by the guards of the royal palace of Chu, but the gold and silver in the opened lid of the box gleamed under the sunlight, which meant a huge impact. At the docks of New Oda, basically only Dong Fengping was left with the sound of counting boxes. Considering that it is not meaningful to weigh each box of gold and silver, it basically estimates an average box weight. Weigh out 1 box at a time and subtract the weight of the box. The said gold and silver did not move away immediately, but put them aside in a unified manner, waiting for the final tax payment. The impact of gold and silver is not so strong when you simply listen to the number of thousands and tens of thousands. But when these gold and silver are displayed in front of you in physical form, the impact will be completely different. This is the same as the visual impact difference between the 1 million in the bank account of the next generation and the 1 million in cash in front of you. Shajun, His Royal Highness Chu Wang went out to sea. Is he suffering from a brain disease? Why did he suddenly set up a Shibo division to collect his own taxes? Standing beside Chun Yunan, Chun Yubo frowned and said softly, I understand what the Palace of Chu is going to do. No one understands it. 10 taxes and 1 tax. If it weren't for this tax he collected himself, something would definitely happen. It is hard for Chuniu to see that the box of gold and silver, the tax that needs to be paid is definitely not less, and he feels that if it is himself, it will not be like this. This trip to sea unexpectedly brought back so much gold and silver. Go back to the subordinates to inquire and find out how the money came from. Chun Yubo was a little envious, a little jealous. Why did these gold and silver run towards Li Qian as long as he had legs? It took an entire hour for Dong Fengping to count all the wealth, and his face changed from shock at the beginning to plain. Now, the gold and silver are really just a bunch of numbers. My lord, the total is 55,434 tals of gold, 865,000 tals of silver, 32,255 kilograms of brass, and abalone and silverware. Several bronzes. Dong Fengping respectfully handed a ledger to Li Qian. First, let Deng Shan allocate a yard to the Shibosi department. These tax banks will be taxed according to 10 taxes. You directly arrange the people to put them in the Shibosi department. After you go back, you also specifically think about the Shibosi regulations and how much is needed, the manpower, how to start the work, and what resources are needed. Directly report to this king. The subordinates understand. The subordinates thank the prince for his cultivation. By now, if Dong Fengping still didn't understand what chance he had, it would be too stupid. Xu answers. Arrange for someone to transport these things to the East China Sea fisheries, and take out half of it as a reward for all those who go to sea. The specific allocation can be determined by discussing with Tuesday Fu. The tax and silver were cleared, and the crew standing on the dock heard Li Qian's words, and they were all very excited. The proportion of 8% does not seem to be high, but it is equivalent to half of more than 1 million tals of silver. The total number of people going to sea is 400 to 500 people, and each person can get 100 tals of silver on average. This is definitely not a small sum of money, Lord. When the business was finished, King Ji finally couldn't help but squeeze in front of Li Qian. On the contrary, it was Zixia. Although she missed it a lot before, she was much calmer at this time, just watching affectionately there. Well, this king said that he will be back soon. And he didn't lie to you. Li Qian squeezed King's small face habitually, and Li Qian laughed. Master, our girl is here. Yuna saw Zixia standing there stupidly. She didn't know she squeezed to Li Qian's side, and couldn't help but yelled. Girl Zixia. Li looked at this woman who had been reduced a lot in front of him with a little complicated. Since the establishment of Husa Primary School, Zixia has either been teaching calligraphy and painting and playing the piano there, or she has stayed quietly in the county office, and has never taken the initiative to ask Li Qian for anything. The prince's safe return is indeed a blessing for Dengzu. Zixia looked at Li Qian with a smile. The two small dimples on her face looked very unique. Hey, isn't it your luck? Li Qian couldn't help but teased. However, Zixia was not only not upset, but blushed and replied, it is also a blessing for the slave family. Seeing the return of the prince, the slave family feels relieved. Seeing Li Qian's eye talking and laughing with Zixia and other girls, Zhu Xiao Xingxiang's face was dim in the crowd. Xingxiang, work hard. One day, you will become an indispensable person around the prince. Zhu Jiao Hiroshi knew that as a member of the Japanese nation, to gain Li Qian's trust, he would have to put in more effort. However, since Kuzhou Xinyi talked to him, he understood that he was responsible for the rise of the Kuzhou family. Only by holding Li Qian's thigh firmly can the future of the Zhu Xiao family be bright. Regardless of the people around him talking, Li Qian waved his hand. Let's go back to the county office and have a good meal before talking. Leaving a pile of envy and hatred eyes, Li Qian left the dock surrounded by the guards. 165 for a modern person. Not taking a bath for more than 10 days is definitely a very uncomfortable thing. After returning to the county office, Li Qian's first thing was to take a hot bath. Comfortable. The whole person was soaking in the bathtub, and Li Qian sighed intentionally. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Please receive the reward. Receive. It was not the first time to receive task rewards, and Li Qian was naturally familiar with it. Elementary agricultural skills. Seeing that the system rewarded himself with such a thing, Li Qian became interested. Datang is an agricultural country. No matter how hard you work, the status quo will not change for a long time. And what is the most important thing in an agricultural country? Naturally it is agriculture. The people regard food as their heaven. Farming is not stable. Either way, it proves the importance of agriculture. In fact, Li Qian is also very dissatisfied with Datang's current agricultural technology, but there are no potatoes, no sweet potatoes, and no corn. For a while, he doesn't know how to improve. After all, Later generations are not experts at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences either. Learning elementary agricultural techniques, Li Qian rarely saw this technique, so he took the initiative to learn it. After these words were over, with a dizziness in his brain, Li Qian immediately gained a lot of agricultural knowledge in his mind. How to cultivate vegetables, how to graft fruit, how to fertilize. Wait. With this broken system, do you want to become a farmer with the loess? And his back turned into the sky. Li Qian was a little flustered, but what he pursued was the life of sleeping until he woke up naturally. Datang had great rivers and mountains waiting for him to stroll around, and a lot of beautiful women waiting for him to pet him. Lord, what's the matter with you, Lord? King Jia saw Li Qian suddenly start to daze, and called out softly, is it too tired? Do you want to go back to the room and rest? Li Qian was stunned for a moment, and realized that he was still taking a bath. Oh, it's okay. Just thinking about something. Let me change my clothes. The station of the East China Sea fishery has never been so lively as it is today. Those who followed Li Qian back from the country were waiting to receive the rewards. Those who did not go to sea watched the excitement here. The helpers of some nearby workshops also surrounded the gate, as if this could be a source of wealth. Yang Qiwa, this box belongs to you. You can send half of the box first, and you can go to the counter to withdraw the other half at any time. Chen Xie, this is yours. The old rules, half of the first, and the other half on the account. Chu Siliang and Tuesday Fu agreed on the distribution method, and the two groups of people distributed at the same time. Considering that silver is still not well circulated, the coins that are distributed are basically copper coins. Anyway, the East China Sea fishery sells a bunch of fish, salted fish, whale oil, candles and the like every day, and the copper in the warehouse is piled up like a mountain. To a certain extent, Li Qian's main task for escorting the East China Sea fishery was to look after the warehouse. It is also because a watcher like Yang Qiwa can get 200 pennies with a higher than average reward. If this is to be taken away by him directly, then he will not be able to carry it, so only half of it is sent when it is sent. Even so, it is very inconvenient to carry a box of copper coins. There is a high probability that Yang Qiwa will return most of the copper coins to the account for safekeeping, and withdraw them separately when necessary. After Yang Qiwa received the copper coins, she was very excited. On the way to the country of Japan, Li Qian said that everyone who went to sea this time had a big reward. So Yang Qiwa was planning how to use the reward when he returned to Dengzhou. A yard with east and west wing rooms can be bought for about $30, and it will be cheaper if it is located a little closer. I promised my sister that I would take her to the city if I was rich, and now I can finally realize this wish. Yang Qiwa carried a few tranches of money, and put the rest back to the account room. Regardless of how many rewards other crew members had given, she went straight to the nearby Yahang by herself except for the East China Sea fishery. Although I couldn't afford it directly before, I still went to Yahang to see the house several times. I wonder if the few yards I like have been sold. Yang Qiwa walked briskly while thinking about the good life in the future. There are also many people who have similar ideas to Yang Qiwa. The houses that were being sold in Wendeng City were quickly sold out. Some people did not buy a suitable yard and simply bought land and built it themselves. Chen Xia's situation is similar to Yang Qiwa. They left the village together in the past, and now they stand at the entrance of the village together. They feel as if they are unreal. When they left here last year, they were still in the state of not having a good meal. They didn't have any decent clothes. Now, not only wearing brand new clothes, but also buying his own yard in Wendeng City. Old man, just park the carriage in front of the hut in front of it. Chen Xia was too late to sigh, and saw his mother seem to be coming out of the house from a distance, and quickly asked the coachman to drive the carriage over. Qiwa, am leaving first. You know where my house in Wendeng is. Bring your sister over to play together. When returning to the village this time, Chen Xia was going to pick up both his mother and sister. In order to thank the neighbors for their care for many years, He bought a lot of things and prepared to give them to neighbors who used to be kind to him, so he hired a carriage. Yang Qiwa's situation is similar, except that it is a home for two people, one at the end of the village and the other at the other end of the village. Anyang. There is a carriage on the road, be careful. Chen Yumai watched Anyang carrying a basket of clothes to wash by the stream, and she hurried out to remind her, "Don't worry, this carriage is not driven by anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, a carriage stopped in front of him, shocking Chen Li. Anyang came back. Seeing that it was his own son who jumped off the carriage, Chen Li didn't react for a while, but Chen Yumai rushed out happily. "For brother, you are back." There was such a big movement in front of Jin's house that of course the neighbors nearby had noticed. "Seer is back. The fourth child is back." Soon many people gathered around. "Second uncle, third uncle, it happens that you are all there. I bought some things from Wending and gave them to you." After the carriage stopped, the coachman took the initiative to help remove the things from the carriage. The neighbors saw Chen Seer come back in the carriage and bought so many things. They hurried forward to help, and they were secretly surprised. Soon, news of Chen Seer's development spread to nearby villages. Originally living in a thatched hut, there was an elderly woman who was in poor health and a younger sister who was less than 10 years old. Chen Seer belonged to the matchmaker in the village who ignored him. But now they have received 3 or 4 waves of kisses within one day. Matchmaker. When everyone knew that the Chen family was going to move to the city, the reaction was even greater, especially at the head of the village and the tail of the village. 2 promising people, Chen Seer and Yang Qiwa, came out at the same time. There are 10 li and 8 townships nearby. But all the strong laborers at home are thinking about whether they can join the East China Sea fishery. 166 Li Qian didn't stay in Dengzhou mansion for long, so he received several groups of people urging him to return to Chainan. Needless to say, Cheng Chumo, seeing that his second brother soon reached the wedding date, and his eldest son would not go back, Cheng Yojin might kill him. Fang Yi is not much better. Mrs. Fang is probably about to slap him with a whip. That is, Yaqiwan, the third child in the family, is slightly better. Now that the news of his party's return from overseas has not been sent back to Chainan, the people who came to urge them are all people who were originally guarding in Dengzhou. If we wait any longer, I guess no way. Li Qian made some arrangements and returned to Beijing with his team. "Master, now arrange to prepare the goods, and when we return from Chainan, we will be able to go to sea." Before the group arrived at Chainan City, Fang Yi was thinking about going out to sea again. According to his idea, he should stay in Nambeizu, so what to do when he came back so anxiously? Going to sea is definitely going to sea, but who is going to go? I will talk about it later. Li Qian is really not sure if Fang Yi will have a chance to leave after returning to Chainan this time. If he can't get the support of his family, he will not go against the will of his parents every time and let Fang's wife go to sea. In fact, according to Li Qian's idea, as long as there is a blessing on Tuesday, Wang Fugi will be arranged to follow. One in charge of business and one in charge of sailing, which is basically enough. Fang Yi's noble children don't have to follow. Don't, Prince. Hearing what you mean, it seems to disagree with me going out to sea with the fleet. Fang Yi wasn't really stupid, and when she saw Li Qian's attitude, she was a little anxious. "Beloved, as long as Fang Xiang and Madame Fang agree with you to go to sea, this king will not object. So what should I do after returning to Chainan? You understand?" Fang Yi, I do not understand. I know I still have to sneak to Dengzhou. Your Majesty, good news, His Royal Highness King Chu is back. In the Imperial Study Room, Li Zongzhuang boldly interrupted Li Shimin who was reading. Had it not been for the good news from Dengzhou this time, he wouldn't dare to disturb Li Shimin's reading with the courage of Li Zong. What? Has Kuena finally returned? When Li Shimin heard the news suddenly, he didn't read the book. When will you arrive in Chainan? Li Zong, who was in a relaxed mood at first, was troubled again. I can't answer this question. Your Majesty, the minister has already arranged manpower. His Royal Highness Chu will go back to Dengzhou to urge his return to Beijing. But when will His Royal Highness be back? I know. I will send someone to Dengzhou immediately to pass on my verbal message and let that guy return to Beijing immediately. Wei Jin abides by the order. Li Zong finished his words and stopped. Still something? Your Majesty, there is a news that has not been verified. The news from Bakizi from Dengzhou says that His Royal Highness Chu has brought back a huge amount of gold and silver from the sea this time, and has also taken the initiative to set up a Shibosi department and paid about 10 a tax of 30,000 tals of silver. What? Shibosi? Collect your own taxes? Li Shimin didn't react a little. Yes, and it was collected in strict accordance with the standard of 10 taxes and 1 tax. Your Majesty, this fleet of ships going to sea belongs to the East China Sea Fisheries. According to the previous arrangements of His Royal Highness King Chu, the Mukanaiku also occupied the 3 components of the East China Sea Fishery according to what you said. Wouldn't it be a trip to the sea and brought back more than 1 million tals of silver? Li Shimin feels that the credibility of this figure is too low. Did Yubeki Division not study well? The total tax of all state capitals of Datang last year, converted into silver, is about 11 million tals. You think that more than 1 million tals of silver is more than 1 million, when copper coins? After being questioned by Li Shimin, Li Zong didn't know how to answer. Forget it. After Kuena returned to Beijing, immediately let him into the palace. Sugagong Mansion. General, news from Dengzhou just came. Da Lang has returned safely. After the housekeeper Cheng received the news, he hurriedly came to Cheng Yojin to report. This beast, who let him go to sea without authorization, I won't break his leg when I look back. Cheng Yojin was swearing, but he was relieved in his heart. Grandpa Cheng Jingwin stomped her foot and gently shook Cheng Yojin's arm. Okay, no more scolding. Regardless of whether Cheng Yojin beats or scolds his sons at every turn, he loves his only daughter so much that Cheng Chumo often wonders if he is his own. Cheng Jingwin asked coyly, that is the Royal Highness of Chu King also coming back together, huh? Cheng Chumo looked at her little cotton-padded jacket suspiciously. When did she care about King Chu? Little lady, there is no special mention in the letter, but Da Lang must have returned with His Royal Highness. Oh, didn't you say that His Royal Highness King Chu also returned safely? Cheng Jingwin was a little bit disappointed not to hear about Li Qian. Jingwin, when did you know His Royal Highness King Chu? Cheng Yojin wanted to pretend that nothing happened, but couldn't help it, so he asked. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I just remembered one thing. I still have a woolen sweater that I haven't finished knitting. I will go back to the room first. Cheng Jingwin pretended not to hear, found an excuse and hurriedly left. When Cheng Yojin saw the figure of his daughter leaving, he was lost in thought. After more than a year, when Li Qian came to the front of Chainan City again, he found that the flow of people in and out was even denser. There have been no major wars in the past 3 years. Datang's national strength has quickly recovered, and the living standards of the people have also improved. Master, Your Majesty said, let you enter the palace immediately after returning to Chainan. The eunuch who came to send the order was afraid that Li Qian would make a moth in a moment, so he quickly reminded him again. This king knows. Haven't you mentioned this a few days ago? I don't know how many passers-by Li Zong arranged to inquire about Li Qian's itinerary. Anyway, 3 days ago, there was an eunuch beside Li Qian who urged him to speed up his journey. Master, let Xuli escort this batch of Necus money to the Vermilion Bird Gate. I will take the other people and things back to the palace first. Wang Xuans knew that the matter of Mr. Mayan could not be delayed, and did not want to be extravagant. All right, Brother Cheng, Brother Yuchi, Brother Fang, then let's just leave it alone. If you have anything to come to Prince Chu's mansion to find me. Li Qian didn't care about the guys who didn't know if they didn't want to or dare not go home, and entered the Anhua Gate with a horse inside. At this time, you don't have to worry about whether running with a horse will disturb the people. Anyway, you have to show an attitude of being very anxious to see Li Shimin. The best thing is to run for a while after entering the Taikai Palace, And when Li Shimin sees himself panting and sweating, he won't be so angry. Li Qian had to consider how to face Li Shimin's anger for a while. Chapter 167 The ability to change the topic. After Li Qian entered the Ji Palace, he was taken directly to the imperial study room. After the little eunuch took the man, he went out quietly, leaving Li Qian alone and watched Li Shimin review the memorial there. I don't know whether it is too much political affairs or to let Li Qian hang out. Li Shimin has been busy there without raising his head. Seeing this scene, Li Qian didn't say anything, and stood there by himself, taking the opportunity to take a good look at the imperial study room. Nuoda's study room contains a lot of books. Judging from the maintenance conditions of some books, it seems that they are not very good. Li Shimin should have actually read them. Except for the books on the shelves, the furnishings in the imperial study room are actually very simple, and there are not many famous calligraphy and paintings and precious treasures that outsiders imagine. Why, if I don't ask you, you will be dumb. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Shimin put down the brush in his hand and looked at Li Qian with a bad expression on his face. Your Majesty manages everything every day, and the ministers dare not interrupt wantonly. Li Qian lowered his head, pretending to look like a good baby. At this time, Li Shimin was obviously still angry. No matter what Li Qian said was wrong, it would be better to be more straightforward and show a sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes. Do you know why I asked you to enter the palace as soon as you returned to Beijing? Wai Jin dare not figure out the holy will privately. No matter how you do this, I will really be angry. Li Shimin felt dull for a while. Wai Jin should not visit other countries privately without will. Please forgive your Majesty. Li Qian continued to lower his head and said, however, when we went to the country of Japan, Wai Jin discovered a very important thing, which has a big bearing on it. Tang's prosperity cannot be underestimated. Is this a question of visiting privately? Don't you know how dangerous it is to go to sea? Li Qian's understatement made Li Shimin upset. Tell me what very important thing you found? Your Majesty has not noticed that Chainan City has become more and more prosperous in the past 2 years. There are countless Kaiyuan Tongbao in the east and west cities every day, but sometimes businessmen often feel that the copper is not enough. Not enough copper? What do you mean? Yes, there are two meanings here. On the one hand, there are a lot of copper coins in the market, but the number of coins cast by the court is limited. The other meaning is that the value of copper coins is too low. It's like buying 100 coins, if it's all paid with copper money, so one person can't carry it with him at all. It was the first time Li Shimin had heard of the issue Li Qian was talking about, but he couldn't react to the impact of this for a while. Your Majesty, there is no stability without agriculture, no business without wealth. For Datang to be prosperous and prosperous, the development of commerce is indispensable. But the current situation of copper coins has restricted the development of commerce. What does this have to do with your going to the Japanese country? Naturally it is related. From your Majesty's point of view, what kind of country is the country of Japan? The book of the Sui dynasty records, there was in Bekan southeast of Silla, 3,000 miles on land and water, in the middle of the sea, living on mountain islands. Ye people don't know how many miles are, but it is recorded in days, and its borders travel east and west in May, traveling north and south in March, each as far as the sea. Its terrain rises from the east to the west. As an excellent emperor, Li Shimin knew very well about the history of history books. What then? How many people do your Majesty think of the country of Japan, rich or poor? Unconsciously, the dominant power of the topic has come to Li Qian's hands. If I remember correctly, there is no record in the history books about the population of the Wa country. There should be 1 million people in general. As for whether it is rich or not, a small and remote country with few land and few people, it must be because the people are poor. This view of Li Shimin probably represents the views of many ministers in the DPRK and China. Your Majesty, there are at least 3 million people in the Wa country. Although the land is small and the people don't have a good life, The Wok country is not poor. Are you trying to talk about the fact that you brought back more than 1 million tals of silver from the Japanese country this time? It's not surprising that you have collected more than 1 million tals of silver with all the power of the country and accumulated over the years. Li Shimin felt that Li Qian should be ready to show his merits. This kind of more than 1 million tals. The White Yin can do it again every 2 months. If this is the case, will your majesty still feel that the country is poor? Hearing what Li Qian said, Li Shimin's face became serious. I don't know that rice, oil, and salt are expensive. As an emperor, many of the memorials I read every day are for money and food, and the Ministry of Households often cry poor. Therefore, Li Shimin is very clear about the meaning of money to a court. Really? Only more, not less. Li Shimin stared at Li Qian's eyes and was silent for a while. I don't agree that you continue to go to sea. Your Majesty, it doesn't matter if we ministers cannot go to sea, as long as the East China Sea fishery continues to go to sea. Li Shimin was non-committal. You set up that city ship department. Do you think about going to sea in the future? Your Majesty, you must have heard about the harvest of the East China Sea fishery this time. The profits of the sea trade are amazing. With the East China Sea fishery taking the lead, there will soon be various fleets of West China Sea fishery, South China Sea fishery, and North Sea fishery. Follow to sea. Outside of the Tang dynasty, there are Wok Kingdom, Baek, Silla, Goguryeo, Lianyi, Ryukyu, Lion Kingdom, Persia, Rome and many other countries. The benefits contained in it are amazing. If the imperial court does not expropriate the city import tax, then this profit basically enters the pockets of every family. The Tang dynasty continued the Sui system and no commercial tax was levied. This city tax is essentially a commercial tax, right? Li Shimin immediately pointed to the key point of the problem. That's right. Selling goods from Datang to foreign countries is essentially the same as selling goods from Lingnan Road to Guangzhong. White Yin naturally knows that the levy of business tax is a big deal, and accidents will lead to misfortunes. That's why the market tax is collected, and currently it is only collected from the East China Sea fishery. With such an explanation, Li Shimin also roughly guessed Li Qian's thoughts. Since ancient times, we have emphasized agriculture and restrained business. How can you make me believe that encouraging business will not cause people's hearts to float, and Datang's foundation is unstable? Li Shimin asked what he worries most. Your Majesty, all dynasties have indeed emphasized agriculture and suppressed business, but are those dynasties still there now? Li Shimin's face changed and he didn't speak. There was silence in the imperial study room. Your Majesty, everything that is conducive to improving the technical level of Datang in all walks of life, everything that is conducive to enhancing the comprehensive national strength of Datang, and everything that is conducive to improving the living standards of the people of Datang, White Yin believes that it can be done. Li Shimin fell into silence again. After a while, he waved his hand. I see. Get out first. Li Qian glanced at Li Shimin a little depressed. What do I mean? I do not know. Chapter 168. Don't eat from time to time. Li Qian returned to the palace after leaving the Ji palace. Li Qian was the largest in the Chu palace. As long as Li Shimin didn't call him into the palace, no one would care about what Li Qian wanted to do. So sometimes, Li Qian likes to live in the palace. No, before I got to the door, I saw King Jia standing there constantly looking from a distance, waiting for Li Qian to return home. Prince, you are back. Your Majesty didn't embarrass you, right? This is what King Jia, who has been spoiled by Li Qian, dare to say. What do you think? Go back home. The kitchen has already prepared the food. Should King Jia shower you first or after finishing the meal? Let's take a shower first. Compared with Li Qian's treatment after returning home, Fang Yi is much more unlucky. An Yang, I won't dare next time. I won't dare next time. Fang Yi hugged her head in her hands and ran around the house constantly, while Mrs. Fang was chasing after holding a broom in her hand. Next time? Do you want to have another time? Are you trying to piss me off? Mrs. Fang threw the broom away, hands on hips, pointing at Fang Yi and cursing. Ahem, you said you want to go to Dengzhou, you tell Anyang. Why do you want to sneak away by yourself? Ahem, how dangerous it is to go to sea. Why do you have a lack of nerves in your mind? Ahem. What are you doing? Do you consider me deaf? Fang Qiao, Erlang will look like this, because your father, are not well educated. As soon as Fang Xuanling returned to the house, she saw Fang Yi being chased and beaten. She wanted to remind herself that she was back. Result. Grandpa, His Royal Highness King Chu asked me to bring back 100,000 taels of silver. Seeing Fang Xuanling's return, Fang Yi seemed to have seen a savior, and quickly changed the subject. What's 100,000 taels of silver? Mrs. Fang was taken aback for a moment. When you just walked in, you said to send those silver to the storeroom. Could it be that there are so many boxes on the carriage that are filled with silver? Anyang, I'll just say if you promise not to hit me. Although Mrs. Fang has no power to bind the chicken, she firmly controls Fang's immense love. Yao, do you like to say or not? Seeing this stupid son was so stupid, Mrs. Fang was also angry and annoyed. I have already thrown away the broom, so it is difficult to pick it up and chase it again. Legacy, go to my father's study and say Sugagong Mansion. Cheng Chumo was first pulled to the school by Cheng Yojin to test whether his skills had improved, and then with a panda eye, he explained to Cheng Yojin what happened after he went to Dengzhou. Brother, eat slowly. Cheng Chumo, who had finally succeeded in crossing the robbery, was almost hungry. Sanmai, you said Grandpa, he arranged for me to go to Dengzhou. I brought back 100,000 taels of silver when I went to the country of Japan, but he still wanted to beat me by the reputation of testing his skills. Cheng Yojin bit a big leg of lamb while talking to Cheng Jingwen. Who told you to risk your life to go to the country? Few people in the entire Datang have been to the country, but you didn't say a word, and you ran away with the country's envoy to the Tang dynasty. Hey, let me tell you that going to sea is actually not as dangerous as you think. His Royal Highness asked him to make a new type of flying sheer boat, which is fast and stable. As long as it doesn't hit a hurricane, there is no danger at all. I have said that. Besides, you believe it. Who else believes it? Cheng Jingwen pouted her lips, knowing that what her elder brother said was unreliable. Why do you lie to you? Isn't the status of His Royal Highness King Chu more noble? He also went to sea differently. Hearing Cheng Chuma mentioned the King of Chu, Cheng Jingwen picked up the chopsticks and clamped a big drumstick. Big brother, the starving, come, eat more. Sister, I haven't seen you treat your eldest brother so well in the past, but today you took the initiative to pick up vegetables for me. This is the sun coming out from the west. Cheng Chu silently glanced suspiciously. Brother, what are you talking about? You are my elder brother, of course I treat you well. Cheng Jingwen's face turned slightly red. Big brother, tell me what happened when you went to sea with His Royal Highness Chu Wang. After taking a hot bath and changing into dry clothes, Li Qian felt much more comfortable. Oh, it's very rich tonight. Li Qian saw the big fish and meat on the table. Dozens of dishes filled the big table. I think the prince has become thinner, so I asked the kitchen to prepare more meat. As King Ja said, she served Li Qian with vegetables, lamb, pork, chicken, duck, venison. But why is there only one kind of green vegetables? With the addition of elementary agricultural techniques, Li Qian couldn't help thinking a little bit more when he saw the table full of vegetables. King Ja, this sunflower tastes good. It seems to be available all year round. Li Qian took a look at the situation while eating. Li Qian really didn't know the situation of Datang's agriculture, especially the vegetable-related piece. He only knew that potatoes, tomatoes and the like were introduced in the Ming dynasty, but it is not clear which dynasty the other vegetables were in. I didn't pay too much attention to it before, and now I think about it. I found out that Chinese cabbage, which is often eaten in later generations, has never been eaten. Only Chinese cabbage, which is a bit like cabbage, can be seen occasionally. Ancestors. My lord, sunflower can be planted all year round. In summer, we plant okra in autumn, but not the okra we see in the vegetable market now. Mallow is planted in autumn and winter, and spring is planted in the first month, so you can eat it all year round. My lord, sunflower is the most important vegetable in the Tang dynasty. You can basically see this dish from ordinary people's homes to princes and nobles, but everyone's methods are slightly different. Although I don't know why Li Qian suddenly became interested in this sunflower, Zixia still added softly, "Can you eat this sunflower in winter?" "How do I remember that I ate winter lamb in Liangzi last winter?" "Kingja, you can eat it before it snows in early winter, but after it snows, the sunflower will not survive, so naturally there will be no vegetables to eat." "Zixia, I heard that there are some hot spring palaces on Lishan that can grow vegetables in the deep winter for the nobles in Taikai Palace. Ordinary people can't eat vegetables in the cold winter. Is there no one thinking of a way to grow some vegetables in the winter?" Li Qian thought of the off-season vegetables on the streets of later generations, but now he can't even find the shadow. Even Prince Li Qian can only eat meat in the winter. The only thing that counts vegetables is raisin, which is the turnip of later generations. According to the Hanshu Middle.Zaok Sinjin biography, the Taiguan garden planted winter green onions, chives and mushrooms, covered the house, and burned the fire day and night until the temperature was warm. Therefore, in fact, vegetables were grown in winter during the Han dynasty. It has been there, but the first holy said, from time to time not to eat. Wang Xuance's extensive reading of books gave Li Qian a better understanding. Isn't this just greenhouse planting? Han dynasty is there. As for what Xianqing said, don't eat from time to time. Let's go. Chapter 169. Chapter Glass Function in the winter of Chainan City. Even Zhengai's family has no fresh vegetables to eat. After this meal, Li Qian had a fuller understanding of the situation of the table in the northern part of the Tang dynasty. Xuan's, how is the output of glass mirrors now? When I first heard about the Han dynasty, there was a greenhouse, but it didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. Li Qian felt that even if it was to make his food more delicious, he had to toss something out. Think about it. In the big winter, the nobles are tired of eating meat, and it feels absolutely good to come with courgettes that is now cucumbers at this time. Even if you don't sell money, it's better to give gifts than to give you some expensive calligraphy and painting, isn't it? Therefore, Li Qian naturally has to think about how to engage in greenhouse planting. The ideal situation is definitely to use the film, and the system can also be exchanged. But once it comes out, I can't explain where it came from. So consider using glass to build, but it should be more reliable. The output of glass mirrors has completely increased, and the mirror workshop has also been separated from the porcelain workshop, and now there are mirrors about 1 foot wide in the treasure pavilion for sale. The glass mirror is currently the most profitable thing in the royal palace of Chu. Every time he talks about it, Wang Xuance can't help but smile. Can a big or full-body mirror be made now, Prince? A larger mirror can be made, but the mirror surface is not flat enough, and the figure in the image is not small and clear. Moreover, if the mirror is large, the mirror surface can only be made thicker, and the mirror surface is thicker. It is even more difficult to produce qualified products. Regarding this situation, Wang Xuance was not very worried. In his opinion, the current mirror is enough, and even in order to maintain the price, it has reached the edge of deliberately controlling output. Tomorrow we will go to the mirror workshop to have a look. From Wang Xuance's words, Li Qian already felt the feasibility of making a greenhouse. Mirrors naturally have very high requirements on the flatness of the glass, but if they are used to build a warm shed, the requirements are much lower, as long as they can transmit light. The porcelain workshop of the Chu Palace was originally a small workshop that was not very conspicuous. Since Li Qian came up with a glass mirror here, it has immediately become the focus of the noble family of Chainan City. In order to keep the secret recipe for making glass mirrors, the royal palace of Chu sent nearly 100 guards here. Lord, this is Chen Dali, and he has the highest level of firing glass. Guardian Wang has been rewarded. The craftsmanship of the villain was originally taught by the prince. Chen Dali is a little old man in his 50s. Although his name is Dali, he doesn't seem to be strong at all. When Li Qian was tinkering with the first glass mirror, he followed him to learn. Strong, don't be cautious. I heard that the production level of glass mirrors has been greatly improved during this period, and I am very happy. The firing of glass is the core skill of the Chu Palace. You can simply say what you have to do. It is not the first time that Chen Dali has seen Li Qian. Although he is still a little nervous, he has a certain understanding of Li Qian's character, and he is not even uncomfortable with his words. My lord, the villain has an unrelenting request. Can you arrange a few literate buddies from the school to help make the glass? Also, the villain heard that the artisans in the workshops in Dengzi can go to that night school. If we can do it here, it should be able to speed up the improvement progress of the glass firing formula. Chen Dali's words surprised Li Qian a little. He didn't expect such a thin old craftsman to have such a vision. Oh, why do you need a literate buddy? Li Qian thought about teaching. My lord, the proportions of various materials such as limestone, spar, feldspar, etc. are different for the fired glass. The glass produced is also different. Even if the wrong materials are added accidentally, very different results will come out. A formula is the best and requires countless trials. When it comes to what he is good at, Chen Dali becomes eloquent. Relying on brain memory alone, if you remember too much, it is easy to remember mistakes, or even not remember at all. This requires a literate buddy to check each test recipe, furnace temperature, amount of briquettes added, and the intensity of the blast. Record the relevant information, and then continue to improve. Li Qian's eyes brightened as he listened, but he hadn't noticed that this little old man was actually a talent before. This is a bit of the meaning of a research institute for later generations. Xuans, you can arrange it now. In addition, in all the workshops under the palace, the children of artisans can be sent to school, and evening schools can be arranged so that those who are willing to read can have the opportunity to learn. Lord, please rest assured, your subordinates will make arrangements right away. Wang Xuans nodded. In addition, the subordinates think that each workshop can consider recruiting a young scholar to come in. If these people have knowledge and are willing to help the workshop know. Before Wang Xuans finished speaking, Li Qian denied it. Those who are downright scholars are not high or low, each of them has a higher heart than the sky, and a life thinner than paper. Recruitment will only ruin the atmosphere of the workshop. The level of the craftsman in the workshop still depends on us to think of ways to improve. Wang Xuans thought for a while. Master, what you said makes sense. If those scholars are not good-looking and low-handed, they won't be disappointed. Let's do this. This king has set a rule. From now on, every workshop, as long as they have made outstanding contributions to technological progress, the palace will give a heavy reward. For the specific reward method, Xuans will make a detailed plan as soon as possible. Give this king a look. Chen Dali and the others were overjoyed and hurriedly saluted and thanked them for their gratitude. Also, the production scale of this glass needs to be expanded. First, make a batch of larger glass. It doesn't matter if it is not flat enough. It doesn't matter if there are some impurities, as long as it can transmit light. This king is very useful. Master, as long as it can transmit light, as long as the color and impurities are required, the villain can start firing now. Your Majesty, there is some new movement on the side of His Royal Highness Chu. Li Zong lowered his head and handed a piece of information to Li Shimin. Seeing Li Shimin's face become more and more ugly, Li Zong's head lowered, desperately reducing his sense of existence. Bang! Li Shimin patted the table fiercely. This Li Qian really didn't want to stop for a day. Do you think you can squander a sum of gold and silver from the country of Japan? Is this how he set an example for the people of the world? Your Majesty, His Royal Highness King Chu maybe as Li Zong originally wanted to find an excuse for Li Qian. but after hesitated for a long time, he found that he could not think of an excuse. The baby feels bitter. 170 The royal palace of Chu has been buying land recently, and the place near the courtyard of the palace of Chu on the Waishui River has almost become Li Qian's territory. The residents of those villages saw that Li Qian actually offered a price twice as high as the market price to buy their own land, and they did not talk about relocating the land, and they were all positively selling one by one, for fear that the sale would be too late, and the royal mansion of Chu would not bought it. Anyway, the money from land sales can definitely go to a place closer to Chainan City to buy a better piece of land. Brother eldest grandson, you see. That is the new thing that Li Qian has recently tossed out. It is said that they are all built with mirror-making materials. Above the Waishui, a cruise ship floated slowly, with several singers and honorable children sitting on it. Haha, it's the shining house, right? I heard the princess say that your majesty was furious about Li Qian in the palace a few days ago. I don't know why, but now I finally understand it. Ever since Jiang Sunchong married Princess Chenyol, he feels that he no longer needs to look up to anyone among the young generation of Chainan City. For Li Qian, who always embarrassed his family in the past, he was naturally unlucky. Even if he is actually his second brother-in-law. I heard that the king of Chu brought back a large amount of gold and silver from the country of Japan. The whole city in Dengzhi has been a sensation. I didn't expect to lose all of them to this strange house. As soon as I turned around, Treasure Pavilion sells a large mirror with a palm. Baiguan, at this price, this glass house cannot be hundreds of thousands. I have never seen such a prodigal. No wonder your majesty is furious. He smiled and talked while filling the grandson with drinks. Chang Sunchong couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Ha, Li Qian still wants to learn from Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. I don't think Jind Wu Kangjiao is interesting." Change to glass Kangjiao. I heard that the former top brand Zixia girl in Tanxian Pavilion is now in the palace of Chu Prince. Brother Zheng, the actor is ruthless. Don't mention that bitch. As soon as he heard Zixia's name, Chang Sunchong felt that he was chased and beaten by Cheng Chumo and Li Qian in Tanxian Pavilion, and his face became even more ugly. In my opinion, the Royal Highness of Chu is greedy and lustful, licentious, and severely corrupting the reputation of the royal family. His Majesty should degrade him to a commoner. He saw that Chang Sunchong's face was unsightly, so he quickly picked a few nice words and said, "Left and right are just the appearance of an unnamed palace lady. If it weren't for the adoption of your majesty's fifth disciple as a son, which round will get him arrogant." Brother eldest grandson, you don't mind. When Zheng Hai saw Zixia raised his mouth, Chang Sunchong reflected that much, and it was also funny. Sure enough, he wasn't a child of aristocratic family who had passed on for hundreds of years. His demeanor was just a bit short. It's said that I heard that there is no respect and no humbleness in the royal palace of Chu, and even the servants have dinner with Li Qian. Zheng Hai, come, let's not talk about these disappointing things. Let's have a drink. In the conservatory of the imperial palace of Chu. This one is planted with courgettes. This one is for Kunlun melons. And there are also a little more variety of scallions. Don't miss the leeks. Li Qian saw that the first greenhouse covering 100 square feet of land was finally completed, and he immediately directed the family members to start planting seeds. "Master, can this really grow vegetables in winter? It will be snowing soon." King Jia asked Tang Niezi while holding the shampoo to wipe Li Qian's sweat. "It is naturally a very happy thing to be able to eat courgettes in the winter, but if you work hard and spend a lot of money but fail, it will become a joke of Chainan City." "Lord, do you want to suspend the construction of this greenhouse next to it? There is one that is enough for the Lord to eat vegetables in winter." Lai Fu looked at the glass around the greenhouse with a painful look. "Although it's just glass, not mirrors, how much money can you sell if all these glasses are used to make mirrors?" "Uncle Lai Fu, How can a greenhouse be enough? Think about it, when the courgettes have grown, I can't hide in the room and eat by myself. Can't give something to the palace. Can't give something to the guys in Chengchumo. Are you just watching and not eating? During Li Qian's series of rhetorical questions, Lai Fu still insisted, Master, it's terrifying. You don't know what it is like now. You are all waiting to see the jokes of our Chu prince's mansion. Master, should we build one first, and we will continue to build another one when we succeed? Wang Xuans also persuaded him. He felt that when he said that there was a conservatory in the Han dynasty, his prince was moved to build a glass conservatory. This put him under great pressure. If you are not careful, you will become a sinner in the Chu palace. Don't worry, this king doesn't have brain problems. We can't stop doing it because other people joke. For so many years, when the Chu royal mansion has not been laughed at, the more jokes, the more prosperous the royal mansion will be, just like the kingdom of Tang dynasty. Lucky, vigorous, out of control. Uncle Lai Fu had a look of loveless expression on his face, and Li Qian couldn't help it. Sugagong mansion. After Chengchumo stayed at home for a few days, he soon couldn't sit still. An Yang, him going out to get some breath. Stop. Do you hear what your grandfather said? Before your second brother got married, you were not allowed to leave the house for a while. If you dare not listen, let's see how I clean up you. Faced with several thorny sons every day, Mrs. Cheng is not so perfunctory. I went to the palace of Chu to see that the prince was summoned into the palace by His Majesty as soon as he returned to Beijing. Didn't I go to see if anything happened? Cheng Chumo's mind was turning desperately, to see what reason could be found for An Yang to agree to leave the house. The royal palace of Chu has almost become a place of right and wrong recently. You don't have to join in the fun anymore. Use glass to make a greenhouse just for growing vegetables. This news did not need anyone to deliberately spread it, and it spread throughout Chainan within a short period of time. Niang, what's going on in Prince Chu's mansion? Cheng Jingwen originally sat aside quietly knitting a sweater, but she suddenly raised her head when she heard it. It's okay, isn't it normal for Prince Chu's mansion to have anything to do? Seeing her mother-in-law did not say anything, Cheng Jingwen had an idea. Brother, don't you want to find His Royal Highness? This time, whether you go to Dengzhou or the Kingdom of Japan, your Royal Highness will take care of you well. Just you inviting the King of Chu to come to the house for a banquet is also a way of expressing gratitude. Cheng Chumo patted his hands. This is a good idea, but I think I have been taking care of King Chu. Whether it is Dengzhou or Wago, I am helping King Chu. Why should I thank him instead? Mrs. Cheng Jingwen, if they knew the word hating iron but not steel, they would definitely feel that this word was specially created for Cheng Chumo. 171 Constitution Office silently. Please, no matter how much discussion outside, the conservatory of the Chu Palace was built one after another, until the fifth conservatory stood on the bank of the Wai River and became a new landscape on the bank of the Wai River, and Li Qian ended this bright and blind action. With the advent of early winter, although it hadn't snowed yet, the roof was stained with a thin layer of frost. Li Qian lived in the palace for several days, and he was finally going out today. King Jia, according to the method I told you, I will go to the greenhouse every morning, noon and night to measure the temperature. If it is too low, I will use more briquette stoves. Li Qian couldn't help but tell King Jia as he went out. I know, Lord, I heard that Grandpa Cheng likes to drink the most, so don't drink too much. Li Qian received countless invitations of various kinds every day, and basically did not attend any poetry parties or cocktail parties. Not in the process of silently making people send an invitation card, Li Qian suddenly thought of a figure that caused King Jia to end her home life unexpectedly. Ulvzu. What do you think of me wearing this dress? Cheng Jingwen got up early in the morning and kept trying clothes in her boudoir. Will it be a little too fancy? I will try that lavender dress again. Lu Zi looked at his Tang Niezi with a speechless expression. Which set of clothes did he try? Wasn't it because His Royal Highness King Chu came over to the banquet? It's impossible for your girl to go out and sit at the same table. At most, you just followed to say hello, which is already a bit out of the ordinary. Cheng Jingwen didn't care what Elvisa thought, still changing clothes with a smile on her face. Tang Niezi, it's been 3 quarters, if you change your clothes, you won't have time to draw your eyebrows. When Lu Zi said this, Cheng Jingwen's handsome face showed a hint of panic. Oops, forget that I haven't through my eyebrows yet. Lu Zi, come over and help me tidy up this skirt. I can't be too busy myself. Cheng Chumo didn't know if it was the first time after returning home how many days he had crossed the gate. Why isn't His Royal Highness coming? The impatient Cheng Chumo stood at the door early in the morning, waiting for Li Qian's arrival. Brother, you invite His Royal Highness King Chu to come to a banquet at noon. How can someone come here early in the morning? Cheng Chuliang saw it very clearly that his eldest brother had been holding back at home for too long and deliberately found an excuse to go to the door to let the air out. If you want to be noisy, go back quickly. Brother, is it really that interesting to go to see? I haven't seen you for half a year. To be honest, you have changed a little bit. You used to like to go to Danxian Pavilion to listen to Zixia girl playing the piano. Why have you become a mind to go to sea? Cheng Chuliang didn't take it seriously either. The 2 brothers had been fighting since they were young, and they have never heard anything swearing. They weren't breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. The relationship is far better than that of ordinary brothers. Shut up. Don't mention Miss Zixia anymore in the future. People like His Royal Highness Chu Wang. For women, such native-born and noble children as Cheng Chumo, look much wider than Li. Women are like clothes. This is the most true thought in the eyes of many nobles, and Fang Xuanling is an exception. Big brother, you won't sneak to Dengzi when I get married? If that's the case, Anyang won't let you go unless you can make your sister-in-laws pregnant with children. HMPH, do I need to sneak? Not you, Princess King is only 10 years old. You are in a hurry to get married? You say you was for the second half of Cheng Chuliang's mouth. Cheng Chumo selectively ignored it. Brother, this is your Majesty's marriage, and it's not that I have to be so worried. Tap. Tap. A rush of horseshoes came from Suzaku Avenue. I saw Li Qianxing riding his maroon horse and galloping with Zai Junmai and Wang Xuanwu. Jin Yuai, who patrolled the streets, selectively treated it as if he hadn't seen it. No one who dared to gallop along Suzaku Street was a fuel-serving lamp. As long as nothing happened, Jin Yuai could not manage it at all. Besides, how many of the famous kings of Chu, Li Qian, and Jin Yuai who tour streets do not know? Haha, brother Cheng, when have you been playing this foolish? Seeing Cheng Chumo standing at the door waiting for a long time, Li Qian turned over beautifully and got off his horse. His Royal Highness of Chu came to the humble house, and Peng's sun was shining. Come on, you, Cheng Chumo, who is not known to the king, is still in a humble house. If you are in a humble house, then the common people live in chicken coops and kennels. Hey, Prince, let me introduce to you, this is my second brother, Cheng Chuliang. Cheng Chumo and Li Qian went to sea together. They were born and died together, and they were not so polite. It is the first time that Chu Liang has officially met Li Qian. He is a little cautious. Chu Liang has seen His Royal Highness Chu Wang. You are welcome. Everyone will be a family soon, and you will be regarded as my brother-in-law by then. The relationship between the nobles of the Tang dynasty was actually a bit messy, and it was all caused by various marriages. Not to mention others, just Li Shimin himself, some of the concubines in his palace, some are the wives of his brothers before. Let's go to the advanced mansion. Recently, my grandfather has just been transferred to the left leading general. He is on duty in the camp during the day. Let's have a good drink. There are basically few generals in Datang who don't like to drink, and the Cheng family and his son are no exception. In the past, Li Qian still admired the ancients who would drink a jar of wine at every turn. When he really came into this world, he knew that the alcohol was very low, and it was about the same as later generations of beer. It was not that easy to get drunk at all. It seems that I can consider getting some high-quality wine out. It must be very marketable. The meals in Chengfu really have the characteristics of military commanders. They are all big fish and meat. The taste is in line with the normal level of datang. The only thing that makes Li Qian shine is that there is a pot of braised beef on the table, and I don't know where to get it. I just don't know if any cows were suicided or broken legs. Lord, I realized that the world is huge when I arrived in Dengzhou. Old Cheng, I would like to thank His Royal Highness for taking me so long. Come, let me do it first. Li Qian wondered if Cheng Chumo was cheating on drinking. Not long after sitting down, he drank bowl by bowl. Fortunately, Li Qian didn't drink badly. Anyway, he couldn't lose his spirit when he was drinking, or you might end up falling. Now there is a lot of discussion outside, saying that His Royal Highness Chu is the prodigal son. If Grandpa didn't let me go out of the house, I would have to tear the mouths of those people. We treat gold and silver like pigs and dogs in the country. How can the ignorant villains do understand? In less than half an hour, Cheng Chumo couldn't control his mouth, and began to say anything. Master, my elder brother is drinking too much, don't mind. Cheng Chuliang was a little embarrassed on the side, thinking that his eldest brother was not opening and lifting which pot. It's okay, I think what Brother Cheng said makes sense. Cheng Chuliang, 172. All of them are weak. Looking at the two brothers Cheng Chumo lying on the table while talking about drinking, Li Qian was speechless for a while. Just when Li Qian was about to get up and return to the house, he suddenly heard a melodious piano sound coming from the side. He often listens to Zixia Fukin. Although Li Qian can't play, he still has the ability to discern. The key is to listen to the tunes, which turned out to be the poems that I wrote when I was in the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting in the palace of the Wei dynasty. Li Qian's personnel composition in Cheng's mansion is generally clear. Hearing this tune, he suddenly moved in his heart and stood up and walked along the sound of the piano. After passing through the lobby and walking along the corridor for a short time, Li Qian saw a pretty figure sitting in the pavilion, and the sound of the piano came from the pavilion. The sound of the piano is euphemistic and continuous, like a mountain spring winding from the valley, flowing slowly. Li Qian couldn't help but compliment it. The girl is really good at playing the piano, giving people the feeling of dream and fantasy, both true and false. Glang. The sound of the piano stopped abruptly. His Royal Highness King Chu. The beauty turned around and saw Li Qian as expected, with a knowing smile on her face. I heard that the eldest brother said that His Royal Highness Chu was here today, but I didn't expect to see the prince here. Miss Cheng, it really is you. When Li Qian saw that the beauty in the pavilion was Cheng Jingwen, he also laughed. Farewell to Wai Shui last year. It's been more than a year since I saw the girl again. I heard that His Royal Highness Chu was at the Dengzhou mansion. Dengzhou, which was full of hungry people, became prosperous in just 1 year. Jingwen really admires her. It's just doing everything, and it's a destiny. Li Qian became very humble. If Cheng Chumo was here, he would definitely feel that he was not used to it. The prince has just drunk a lot of bars, or sit in the pavilion for a while. I will let Green Bamboo cook a pot of tea. Cheng Jingwen sent out an invitation with a blushing face. Li Qian directly expressed his attitude with actions, walked into the pavilion a few steps, and sat opposite Cheng Jingwen. For the first time the two were alone. Cheng Jingwen was obviously still a little bit unwilling to let go. Jingwen used to like Wang Yi's poems the most. I wonder if Wang Yi has new works recently? Seeing Li Qian staring straight at her like that, Cheng Jingwen's face turned redder, and she quickly found a topic she was more familiar with. Red beans are born in southern China, and a few branches are born in spring. May you pick more. This thing is the most lovesick. Li Qian smiled and looked at Cheng Jingwen. How does the girl feel about this poem? Since it is naturally excellent. Cheng Jingwen lowered her head, putting her fingers crossed on her lower abdomen, not daring to raise her head. This poem was given to the girl by the king. Do you like it? Seeing Chen Jingwen's stiff look, Li Qian suddenly felt that the mood of the whole person had improved. Although Tang is not as conservative as the Ming and Qing dynasties, direct operations like Li Qian are still rare. In particular, Chen Jingwen has always been raised by Mrs. Cheng in the style of everybody's lady, even less seen in many worlds. Suddenly, Chen Jingwen blushed and dripped blood, but she was a little reluctant to walk away. Is the prince the same to every woman? It suddenly occurred to me that Li Qian had left a poem in the brothel that the sea was difficult to be watered, but Washan is not a cloud. Last year, he performed a martial arts tour with his eldest brother in Danxian Pavilion. To say that Chen Jingwen didn't mind at all, that is also false. However, the atmosphere of the Tang dynasty is like this. Her grandfather also has several concubines, and his grandfather once gave the eldest brother 6 concubines in one breath. So Chen Jingwen's mood is also more contradictory. Puff. Li Qian couldn't help laughing when he saw Chen Jingwen's little girl. The king recently built a new greenhouse in the mansion. You can come and visit with Xian when you have time. When Li Qian finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to return home. Miss Cheng's dress is very beautiful today. Chen Jingwen was left alone in the pavilion. Her face flushed for a while, annoyed for a while, and then she stomped her feet suddenly. How can you talk to a girl like this? Sanyangtsai. Many people have gone far. Loser raised his little hand and shook it in front of Chen Jingwen. I don't know where this girl was hiding just now, but when Li Qian left, she didn't know where she came out. Zhu, is my dress very beautiful? Chen Jingwen grabbed the skirt with both hands, lowered her head and glanced at it. It's over, Sanyangtsai. You were abducted by His Royal Highness Chu Wang without a few words. Are you looking for a fight? Sanyangtsai, I dare not call you to talk more. East Palace. His Royal Highness, today his subordinates went to Prince Chu's mansion again to send invitations, but King Chu still said that he was not available. Qing Sun Jieking came back from the outside with a look of irritation, and then reported to Li Chengqian about today's situation. In the past 2 years, Li Chengqian has easily felt Li Qian's extraordinary, looking for all kinds of opportunities to win him, and even risked speaking for him in the court. And Li Tai, who has a different mindset, is also frequently wooing Li Qian. Except for his greenhouse, where did Li Qian go? Although Li Chengqian was not very old, the city was already quite advanced, and he did not get furious because of the report of the grandson Jieking. Yes, I heard that I went to Sugagong's mansion today. Qing Sun Jieking is the nephew of Queen Chengsun, and it can be said that he is Li Chengqian's cousin. A few years ago, he was assigned to Li Chengqian as a student, so in private, he spoke more casually. Sugagong heard that Cheng Chumo had a good relationship with him, so it's not surprising to go to Sugagong's mansion. Let me say that King Chu is too ignorant. His Royal Highness has shown kindness to him many times, but he doesn't appreciate it at all. Forget it. As long as he doesn't face the 4th brother, I can accept it now. My lord, the courgette seedlings have grown. Go and see. As soon as Li Qian returned to the palace, he heard Kingja happily running over and taking her hand to the warm tent. Is only the courgette growing out? More than that, Kunlun melon and Isatis have also sprouted. Especially for Isatis, don't you let people find different Isatis seeds everywhere. Now you can see a lot of young seedlings. It's just that I didn't go to the warm shed all day and night, and I didn't expect that there was already a hint of green inside. These vegetables, as long as the temperature is right and the humidity is moderate, they actually grow very fast, especially at night. There is still a bonfire lit inside, which can be regarded as an artificial sun. The eunuchs who came out of those palaces, please ask them to keep a record of how much water you water every day, how they grow, how the temperature is, and what the sun is outside. The more detailed the record, the better. If you do well, You will be rewarded by the king. Making greenhouses and providing vegetables for winter is just a very small purpose for Li Qian. What he cares more about is speeding up the development of crop grafting and breeding, especially the cabbage. Compared with later generations of Chinese cabbage, is too weak chicken. It is Li Qian's focus on breeding and selection. Chapter 173 Chapter Winter Hot Pot. After a northwest wind, Chang'an City quickly switched to winter mode. On a gloomy afternoon, heavy snow like feathers floated in the sky. One by one, it landed on the branches, on the roof, and on the ground. Master, it's snowing. After thinking about it at home, Cheng Jingwen pulled up Li's way in and went to the courtyard of the Chu Palace. In name, it was naturally to visit the greenhouse in the famous Chang'an City. As for the true thoughts in her heart, only she knew best. Well, maybe she herself was convincing herself that she was really just visiting the greenhouse. As soon as Li Qian looked up, he found that snow began to fall on the glass top of the warmed shed. Fortunately, during the construction, the need for subsequent snow removal was considered. The construction of the warmed shed is slender and slender. As long as a ladder is set up next to it, the snow can be swept with a broom. Ruixu is a good year. It's time to snow. Second brother, I think this courgette is bright and dazzling. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Or we can pick it and eat it first. You girl, this is only 1 finger long, and you can do it too? It will be at least a few days before you can pick it. And then you can come back. Seeing Li's way and looking like a cat, Li Qian felt that this greenhouse vegetable should still be very promising. You can usually buy several courgettes for a penny. Can anyone buy one for 100 penny? If you don't sell it, you'll be out of stock, depending on whether you buy it or not. Then these artists are always edible, right? It seems that Li's way and will not give up if he doesn't try new things today. Fine. One will let you eat enough. Seeing Li Qian and Li Xuan bickering, Cheng Jingwen felt alive. Xuan. They all say that the prince is building a greenhouse with glass that is more expensive than gold. There are only a few vegetables grown in this greenhouse. You are not eating vegetables, but you are eating gold. Li Qian's brows jumped when he saw Cheng Jingwen's cherry mouth popping out its gold to eat. Master, how about we eat hot pot at noon? The last time we ate hot pot was a long time ago. Kingja, the foodie, couldn't help but jump out. Li Qian frightened, eat, eat. You are not afraid of becoming a fat man. This king will marry you to a butcher. Prince. Kingja pouted her little mouth, knowing that her master was joking. The cooks of the royal palace of Chu are somewhat famous in Chang'an City. But anyone who has come to the royal palace of Chu to have a meal basically knows where the best food in Chang'an City is. A castrated rooster that had been raised for a year was cleaned, cut into pieces and placed in a huge copper pot with a charcoal stove below. Although briquettes have become popular, Li Qian, the initiator, prefers to use charcoal when he eats hot pot. Puff puff puff. After the water boiled, the copper stove filled with shiitake mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, chicken and some stalks of artists steamed continuously. This chicken soup base will take half an hour to cook before the dishes can be served. This king has come up with a fun game. We will come back for dinner after playing a few games. Seeing a group of people staring at the cabbage and copper stove on the table, Li Qian took out a box from the side. Second brother, is there anything I can't wait to play after eating? Although Li Xuan ate a lot of small snacks when he came to the Chu Palace in the morning, but seeing the emerald green cabbage and the tender scallops, Li Xuan felt that he didn't need to make anything. Okay, then you watch first, and I will let Xingxiang fight for you first, Li Qian said as he poured things from the box to another table. Wow! Miss Cheng, Kingja, Xingxiang, come and sit down. I will teach you a fun game. Ah, Lord, is this the mahjong you asked to do a few days ago? Seeing these tiles poured out by Li Qian, Kingja remembered that a few days ago he specially asked the craftsman in the printing workshop to carve mahjong. Yes, this is mahjong. The gameplay is very simple, mainly including tube, strip, 10,000 Li Qian briefly introduced how to play Mahjong. The Mahjong game in different places in later generations was quite different, and Li Qian didn't make it so complicated. First, he played 16 cards with everyone. This Mahjong sounds like it's easy to play and easy to play, but after a little thought, it turns out that there are so many changes in it. The prince is really knowledgeable. After listening to Li Qian's explanation, Chen Jingwen understood the gameplay and routines of Mahjong in general. Are there many changes? How do I feel that it sounds so simple? King Jia looked at everyone with an innocent look. Whether it's complicated or simple, let's talk about it after playing a game. You'll be familiar with it after a few more times. Li Qian greeted everyone to sit down and then began to shuffle the cards. Li Xueyin was bored standing alone by the copper stove, so she came to Chen Jingwen to look at the cards. Red, East, Bump, 1 tube. It was just a cup of tea, and the curtain came to an end in the first game. In Chen Jingwen's words, I seem to have touched myself. The next few games were basically either won by Chen Jingwen or Li Qian, and everyone quickly became familiar with the rules. 70,000, Jingwen, out of 70,000. Bump. Jingwen, this one is good. Li Xueyin, who was originally on the sidelines, looked at it, and was actually more concerned than anyone else. Actually, playing Mahjong like this is not the most interesting. Li Qian threw out a card while feeling that this gameplay was too lacking in new ideas for him. Ah, Lord, is there any more interesting gameplay? I think this is already very interesting. Although King Jia had never won a game, she had a great time playing. Of course, don't you think it would be more fun to play if you add a little bit of color? King Jia. Plus color heads. What color heads? It's very simple. Those who lose pay, and those who win make money. My lord, you bullied me again, to see if I keep losing, and deliberately cheating me out of money with Miss Cheng. King Jia also slowly discovered that Chen Jingwen, who was sitting at Li Qian's house, had food and bumps in almost every game. She hadn't cleared her cards before she had been scammed. King Jia could see it, and Chen Jingwen could see it naturally. As for Kuzhou Xingxiang, although she looks like a transparent person, she is not stupid at all. Only Li Xueyin, who was bluffing, thought it was her own guidance. Master, it's been a while since noon. Why don't you eat hot pot first? Chen Jingwen was blushing when King Jia said so, and she quickly changed the subject. Yes, right, eat hot pot first. I can't bear the smell of shiitake mushrooms a long time ago. After Li Xueyin finished speaking, she ran over by herself and pulled a chair to sit down, looking like she was about to start. Okay, it happened to be snowing outside, and some wine and hot pot seemed to be good. 174. Although there is no chili, this hot pot tastes a little bit less, but a group of people still eat it very happily. Second brother, I have been in your house this winter. After this meal, I will have no appetite when I go back tonight. Li Xueyin breathed a sigh of relief, and stroked her belly very unspokenly. Shango cuisine is simply unheard of, unseen. Xingxiang only wants to live in Dadang in this life. Kuzhou Xingxiang also said something rare. Master, this hot pot is really unusual. Not to mention the scallions and spinach, but the mutton slices alone, I didn't expect it to be cut so thin, and you can eat it with just a few taps. Chen Jingwen was also sweating, and felt that there was a briquette stove all around, which was very warm, but now there is only heat left. I knew I didn't wear woolen clothes inside. Satisfied with wine and food, do you want to play Mahjong again? Li Qian looked at Li Xueyin, who was eager to try. It's always money for one game. Second brother, can you lend me some money? I didn't bring any money today. No problem. But there is no father and son at the poker table. Brother Qian needs to pay you back. Just give it back. So stingy. Li Xueyin hummed and sat down in the position where Li Qian was just now. I think this position is more prosperous. Xingxiang consciously went to help everyone make tea. When Li Xueyin left, he abruptly took away the mahjong he was using today. Fortunately, Li Qian was prepared early and asked the craftsman in the printing workshop to prepare several sets in advance. Datang's winter is too boring, especially after heavy snowfall. Waiting for idlers to go out casually, and staying at home. There is no mobile phone or computer. Even books are not rich. At this time, it is either to create people or prepare to create people. Suddenly there was something as fun as mahjong. That night, a group of people fought all night at the palace of Hejian County. Soon, just like the spread of a virus, countless noble families have added mahjong in just a few days. Bump, eat. Sorry, I'm crazy. From then on, similar voices sang over the city of Chang'an. Li Qian didn't know whether he did a good thing or a bad thing. Will Datang's birth rate drop because of mahjong? Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Chu has sent a gift to the palace. Lan He happily came to Li Shimin's side with a gift list in his hand. What gift? Show me. Li Qian gave himself gifts. Li Shimin didn't care on the surface, but he was actually very happy. Huh? Li Shimin saw the items on the gift list with a strange expression on his face. 50 courgettes, 30 Kunlun melons, 10 catties of scallions, and 10 catties of spinach. What kind of gift is this? I have never received such a stingy gift for so many years, right? Your Majesty, I heard that these vegetables are all produced in the greenhouse of the Prince of Chu, and they are very precious. Where are the sunflower vegetables I usually eat? Li Shimin felt that there might be something he had overlooked, so he couldn't help asking Lan first. Your Majesty, the vegetables in the palace are all produced in the Lishan Hot Spring Palace on such a snowy day. There is no way to grow them in ordinary places, even the vegetables produced in Lishan, in winter. Only Your Majesty and some nobles can. After eating it, the variety is not as abundant as in the conservatory of His Royal Highness King Chu. So, in ordinary people's homes, there are no vegetables to eat in winter, except for raisins, which can be stored for a longer period of time. Other vegetables cannot be stored for a long time, so don't talk about ordinary people's homes. That is, ordinary noble homes, and they eat meat in winter. After hearing this, Li Shimin understood that Li Qian's gift was precious in this snowy day. Of course, what is precious is not precious. In fact, Li Shimin doesn't care. What is important is his heart. Send a few courgettes to King Jin and Duzi, and share the others. Father, who wants to give me courgettes? At this moment, a little guy poked his head and emerged from the screen. Pheasant slave, you are naughty again. Didn't I say that you must hide in the imperial study room? Li Shimin looked at his youngest son in love. Father, it's the pocket who made trouble over here. After Lisa finished speaking, he pulled out a little girl like a doll from behind, who seemed to be less than 2 years old. Father, pouch, come to my father. A smile appeared on Li Shimin's face, looking at the pocket that trot over, hugged him up, and teased her little face with beard stubble. If outsiders see Li Shimin's appearance, they will definitely be surprised. But Lan He got used to it. People in foreign dynasties thought that Li Shimin's favorite son was Li Tai. In fact, everyone in the Taikai Palace knew that if you have to judge which child Li Shimin loves the most, it must belong to Jin King Li's and Jin Yang Princess Li Mingda. If there is a difference between them, it is Princess Jin Yang, who has a nickname, who has won. Historically, when the eldest grandson Empress died and Duzi was still young, Li Shimin broke the emperor's custom and raised the daughter himself. Father, courgette, do you want to eat courgette? Don't even think that the little girl is less than 2 years old, and simple communication is no problem. Good. Eat courgettes. Without Li Shimin's order, Lan He hurriedly asked someone to fetch the things. Father, my son has recently heard that many people are discussing the greenhouse in the second brother's house. Can I go out and have a look? I want to play too. Seeing his daughter clamoring about going out to play in his arms, Li Shimin hesitated a bit. However, considering that he was going to Prince Chu's mansion, he finally agreed. Okay, my father agrees, and I will let someone take you there tomorrow. In the past few days, the royal palace of Chu has become very lively and well informed. Everyone knows that Li Qianxing's greenhouse really grows vegetables in heavy snowy days, but there are only a few greenhouses in total, and the vegetables grown are sent here. There is basically not much left. So Li Qian naturally didn't really sell it. No matter how expensive it is, how much money can you get? If you can't be impeached, you still have to offend others. However, in this way, Cheng Chumo, Yu Chuan, and Fang Yi came to catch the autumn breeze at intervals. Li Xueyin and Cheng Jingwen are naturally no exception. But one is for eating, the other is for fortunately. Everyone has known each other since childhood. Although there are differences between men and women, they are not too restrictive. 80,000. Whiteboard. Bump. Our Zhong has become a standard part of the party, and a group of people opened 2 tables and enjoyed the game. Master, there are guests visiting from outside. I didn't see that the king was busy. No see. Li Qian felt that there should be no one in Chainan City that he had to see, so he refused directly. My lord, the guest is guarded by Zuo Qianui. Although the guard did not say who is in the carriage, the old slave thinks it would be better for you to meet. 175. Li Qian naturally knew what Qianui did. Although I think it's unlikely that Li Shiman will make a private visit on the microservices. Since it was escorted by Qianui, Li Qian thinks it's better to go out and meet. Xli, you come to fight for me, and I will return as soon as I go. Li Qian put on a coat and headed towards the gate, braving the snowflakes. Which distinguished guest came here on a snowy day? At the gate, Li Qian really found a team of Qianu guards guarding a carriage, with several court ladies standing beside it. Second brother, it's me, Pheasant Slave. Hearing Li Qian's voice, Li's opened the curtain of the carriage, revealing a cute little head. Second brother, and me. Caesar's little head also popped out of Li's ice armpit. I go, these 2 little ancestors are here. This is definitely to be served. Ha ha, it's Pheasant Slave and Sizzy. Come, sit in the mansion, it's too cold outside. Li Qian followed into the carriage and motioned for the guard to enter. Second brother, thank you for the courgettes. The Pheasant Slaves ate them yesterday. I haven't eaten fresh courgettes for a long time. Li's is still under 6 years old this year, but he looks like a small adult. If I like it, my second brother will give it to you every day. Second brother, conservatory. Caesar's going to the conservatory. Okay, go to the greenhouse, and take you to see where the courgette grows. Li Qian squeezed Caesar's little face, and felt that this little girl was so cute and cute. No wonder Li Shimin loved it so much. The carriage wandered around in the courtyard of the Chu Palace and stopped directly at the door of the conservatory. Wow! It's really made of glass. Li Qian's eyes jumped twice unconsciously. The feelings of this Li's are strange. Go in and take a look. Picking up Sizzy casually, Li Qian went directly into the greenhouse. Suddenly, the cold outside disappeared. Second brother, I saw the courgettes are coming. Ah, there are also scallions. I ate them yesterday. Li's estimated that it was the first time he saw green vegetables that hadn't been picked, and he ran around in the greenhouse very excitedly. Sizzy also had to touch the vegetables by himself. Li Qian saw that there was no danger in his surroundings, so he let the 2 of them play casually. Kunlun melon, and the flowers of Kunlun melon. The pocket picked a flower and held it in his hand, grinning. Lisa wasn't much better. For a while, he lay down under this squash seedling, and then stood next to the Kunlun gourd, with an expression full of curiosity. Li Qian looked at them and suddenly felt that Li Xian, who had passed away since he was a child, seemed to be quite lucky. Otherwise, in the deep palace, you don't have a chance to come out once in all seasons. That kind of life in the palace is like a wall. People outside want to go in and people inside want to come out. Why hasn't His Royal Highness been back for so long? In the living room, Cheng Jingwen looked out the door from time to time, but never saw Li Qian return. If you don't take a break, I'll go take a look. King Jia also felt that her prince had been away for a long time. No need to watch. him back. Li Qian held his pocket in one hand and Li's in the other, and walked in from outside the door. "Master, where did you kidnap 2 children and run back?" Fang Yi took a look and was happy. He really didn't know Li's and C's. Everyone hasn't seen His Royal Highness King Jin and Princess Jin Yang. Listening to Li Qian's words, everyone reacted, and the feelings were that 2 little nobles came, and they quickly got up and saluted. "You don't need to be polite. My king came to see my second brother to play today." Lisa looked like a small Zentai, and Li Xuan couldn't help but ran over and hugged him around. "Pheasant slave, do you remember Sister Xuan?" "Sister Xuan is good." Li's ice face was a little embarrassed. Li Xiaogong and Li Shimin are very close, and Li Xuan also met Li's at the palace banquet, but only met. However, Sizzy didn't recognize birth at all. He ran here and crawled there at a young age, making the maids who were not far away frightened, and didn't dare to do anything. "Pheasant slave, came here today, let you taste what you haven't eaten in the palace." Dealing with children is nothing more than eating, drinking and having fun. "Well, it seems that you can eat, drink and have fun with anyone." Li's second brother, "Do you eat courgettes?" "Haha, of course there are courgettes, but today it's not just courgettes." In addition to the regular hot pot, Li Qian plans to let the kitchen bring a few special dishes, such as scallion chicken, roast goose, and roast duck. Anyway, the royal palace of Chu is now the largest farmer in Chainan, so don't want to have many chickens, ducks and geese. As night fell, the Chu palace regained its tranquility. "Master, eating hot pot these days, I feel that your hair has become greasy." King Ja helped Li Qian take care of his hair. This is a problem that Li Qian has always had a headache for. That's something that can't be helped. Hot pot is most suitable for winter. "Tomorrow I will wash you with pancreas. It should be much cleaner." Yanzi, Li Qian suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten one thing that he had to do, making soap. This is not difficult in itself, especially since the royal palace of Chu has raised a lot of pigs. Driven by this trend, the number of people raising pigs in Chainan is more than in previous years, so the acquisition of lard is not counted too hard. As for some special chemical materials, if they are not easy to find out for a while, they can exchange them from the system. Of course, you can also exchange a few bars of soap directly from the system, but you can only use it secretly. If you want to sell it, it is difficult to explain it without a waste of points. "King Ja, how much does this piece of pancreas cost?" "It's precious. For this small piece, it costs a couple of dollars. If you add spices, it will be even more expensive." Li Qian was taken aback when he heard it. No wonder the seniors have to make soap, which is really a huge profit. "King Ja, you go to the kitchen and prepare some more lard tomorrow. This king is useful." "Oh, yes, he'll order it in a while." "Also, forget it. Tomorrow this king will find Daiquan by himself." Li Qian thought for a while, and during the big winter, he just got some high wine out. Anyway, the food problem in Datang is not so severe anymore. In history, there has not been a particularly serious natural disaster in the next few years. Some food brewing should have little effect. If it doesn't work, let's import more ice from the country. As for whether this will have an impact on the food prices in the Japanese country, that is not something that Li Qian can consider. After eating and drinking every day, Li Qian felt a little uncomfortable all over his body if things didn't come out the whole time. Lin Sheng, who was in charge of the management, was confessed in the greenhouse, and there are not many that need Li Qian to worry about. There is no rush for agriculture, and there is no way to choose the most suitable seeds without waiting for the crops to mature. I was thinking of going to bed every day until I woke up naturally, counting money and counting cramps, but found that I didn't have this life, and I panicked after a long time of idleness. Imso South. Chapter 176. The scar is gone and I forgot to hurt. The courtyard of the Chu Palace is outside Cheng'an City, and covers an area much larger than that of the Chu Palace on Zuk Street. Especially after Li Qian launched the buy model, The tens of thousands of mu of land from the courtyard to Waishui were all its from the palace of Chu dynasty. Although it was a big winter, Li Qian was sweating on his face, and directed several craftsmen to continuously stir the stickiness in the iron pan. It is a mixture of boiled lard and caustic soda, so let's leave the spices alone. It's almost done. Put all the contents of the pot into the mold, then compact it, and see how it turns out tomorrow. Li Qian didn't bother too much compared to the current family business of the royal palace of Chu. The soap thing was not very important. The main reason is that it is expensive to sell, and the wealthy people start at home, and sell it cheaply. Not to mention the limited output, it can't make much money. It is better to toss on something that can make a lot of money from the grassland or overseas. This is what Li Qian is most interested in, and what he thinks is the most meaningful. Master, the structure of this device is not too complicated, but the tightness you require is a bit high, and it may not be possible to achieve it completely. Dai Quan came to the palace early in the morning, but Li Qian was busy trying soap at the time, so he waited for a while. It doesn't matter if you leak a little bit, but if you leak too much, it doesn't make much sense. For Li Qian to make high-quality liquor, distillation equipment is indispensable. My lord, my subordinate has an idea. Can you make some accessories in the glass workshop? The porcelain workshop also fires some, and finally combines them with wooden and iron components. When Li Qian drew a picture, he only drew a very simple schematic diagram, and then verbally said what he wanted to achieve. Now that Dai Quan mentioned this, I think I can give it a try. You go to make arrangements. Anyway, I told you the king's thoughts. You just need to get it out as soon as possible. However, this device must be kept secret and cannot be leaked. Li Qian also intends to exchange high-grade wine for supplies from the grassland. Naturally, he does not want this method to be learned by others. After arranging these things, Li Qian was idle again, so he simply ran to the Chu Palace to give lectures. The newly built Mengsu School is located in the northeast corner of the other courtyard near Waishui, and there are already hundreds of students in it. However, Li Qian was not going to teach the students, but to the educated masters, whether it is Arabic numerals or Datang dictionary. These are things that have only been applied at Dengzhihuzi Primary School. Before Xu Jingzong and Shangguanyi were recruited, only Li Qian knew these things best. I'm idle too, just get on the horse in person. The production of soap was very successful, and Li Qian felt that it was not a challenge to succeed. However, the soap was made successfully. How to sell it? Xianja found it very challenging. As the leading female shopkeeper in Chainan City, Xianja feels that the more the prince does not value soap, the more he must use a good grade to let him see his own abilities. Girl Xianja, these red sandalwood boxes have been made. Put all that batch of soap in, and place it at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Xianja thought for a while, and put a bucket of water and a piece of soap at the door for the guests to dry. Soap is a consumable item. It is good or not, you can't tell by looking at it. After all, it doesn't look like a mirror, so Xianja feels it is necessary for people to have the opportunity to try it. In the past, the various shops involved in the promotion of sales, but they did not make independent decisions on their own. This time, Li Qian gave Xianja full authority to do it, and she naturally responded with 12 points of spirit. Girl Xianja, you have confirmed the situation of the pancreas that you asked me to investigate. In Chainan City, Q's fat powder shop is the largest pancreas shop, and the other shops selling pancreas are basically fat powder shops. The prices it ranges from 1 yuan for 2 tiers to 1 buck for 5 tiers. The most important raw material for pancreas is pig pancreas. A pig's pancreas is not very big. You can't make a few pancreas, and there are some secret processes in the middle, so don't look at the dark ones. They are sold, but it is expensive. Anyway, it's not for ordinary people. It seems that ordinary people can't afford it if they sell for 500 wen and 5 tongs, so it's no wonder that the price has never come down. There is no motivation to drop. Okay, Let's set our soap at $1 for 3 gangs. Xianja thought about it a little bit and chose a middle price. Q is fat powder shop. Since the toxic incident of the powdered powder that year, it can be said to have been seriously injured. Fortunately, shopkeeper Q's methods were disgusting enough, and he used the same technique to get the other powder shops in Chainan City. My powder is poisonous, and so is yours. Everyone is poisonous, don't sell it. As a result, Q's fat powder shop finally had the time to breathe. As for offending his colleagues because of this, the shopkeeper Q didn't care anymore. The peers are originally enemies. Nowadays, the powder in Q's powder shop is made of rice noodles as raw materials, coupled with a series of secret methods, has slowly been reaccepted by the women of Chainan City. No way, unless you don't use powder, or Q's powder shop is still the best choice. Treasurer Q, this is a new batch of pancreas. I think the color is much better than before, so I bought a little more. Shopkeeper Q picked up a piece of pancreas and looked at it, and thought it was really good. Is this shipped from the south? Yes, they are all shipped from the south of the Yangtze River. It is said that this time, the output that has been in stock for several months has been shipped to Chainan City at one time. After all, there is no need to worry about the pancreas. This condition is better than before. Has other homes started buying it? Not yet. We are the main customers, and today we leave it exclusively for us to choose. This pancreas can't be put out anyway. It's rare that Chainan City is out of stock recently. This pancreas is of good quality. You go and buy all of his goods. Don't leave it to other stores. Shopkeeper Q felt that after waiting for a long time, he finally had a chance to stand up. The shopkeeper, there are nearly 10,000 yuan of pancreas. If you buy all of them, it will cost more than 10,000 yuan. Is it enough to buy a part? You don't understand this. Niezi is out of stock in Chainan City. If only our store sells it, other stores don't have it. Not to mention whether we will raise the price or not, it will be the same price as in the past. So there is no need to worry about not being sold. People are very strange. If pancreas can be bought everywhere, then everyone will buy them after they are used up. If only our shop can buy it, then many people will think whether to buy a few more yuan at a time. Anyway, it is necessary to use it. Don't increase the price next time or can't buy it. So, there is no need for you to worry about not being sold. Shopkeeper Q was in a good mood today, and he made a rare appearance and gave his buddy a business lesson. 177 Jumbo Pavilion is now a banner of the West Market, but if you want to buy something particularly precious, everyone is willing to come to Jumbo Pavilion to see if it is suitable. As the most famous mirror in Jumbo Pavilion, it is naturally the focus of attention of customers. Today's Jumbo Pavilion sells more than just a style of mirror. Round, oval, square, rectangular, and mirrors of various shapes are available. The palm-sized, half-footlage, and a footlage, the size is much richer. Of course, it is inevitable, because the production capacity of mirrors has increased and there are more types. It is already difficult to sell the original slap-sized mirrors for another 100 pennies. During this time, Xianja also felt the price pressure of mirrors. Is it to lower the price and sell more goods, or to produce less to maintain price stability? This is a difficult problem. However, early this morning, seeing the endless stream of people, she suddenly had a plan to make a living. Buy a mirror and get soap. Xianja is preparing to launch a 10-day promotion. Whether it is selling mirrors or soaps, in the end, it is king that Jumbo Pavilion can make more money. If you don't buy a mirror, it's okay to buy soap alone. Yang Benman recently hired a new concubine, but after a few days of being happy, he felt a little headache. Master, you promised to give me a mirror. If you don't go up to the court today, there is nothing wrong with you. Let's go to the Treasure Pavilion to have a look. Jumbo Pavilion. I used to buy mirrors at home. I remember they were bought at the Q's powder shop. The Treasure Pavilion is the property of the Royal Palace of Chu, which is not a secret in Chainan City. Yang Benman and Li Qian had a bad relationship, which was also something that many people in the court knew. He naturally didn't want to go to the Treasure Pavilion to buy things. You are all the old calendar. Whoever buys a mirror now is going to the Jumbo Pavilion. Master, You can go to the Q's powder shop. Anyway, the two shops face each other. After we buy the mirror, we will buy another pancreas by the way. The piece in the room is almost used up. Yang Benman's eyes jumped twice, and he would have stopped talking. Now I start to control my own mouth, otherwise I don't know what I bought more for a while. Fortunately, although Yang Ben's salary is not high, the Yang family can be regarded as a powerful place in Hangzhou that has been in business for 100 years. The family has 10,000 acres of fertile land and large tea gardens, but it can also support his expenses in Chainan. Otherwise, Chainan residence is not easy. As the New Year's Eve is approaching, although the weather is cold, the West Market is full of people coming and going. Yang Benman's carriage stopped at Xishiku, so he couldn't get in. So he had to walk down with his concubine. Master, the cloak hanging at the door of this clothing store looks so beautiful, let's go in and have a look. After walking for a while, the lively scene in the clothing store of the Chu Palace attracted the concubine's eyes. Didn't you say to buy a mirror? Yang Benman doesn't like shopping at all, especially his size is a celebrity in Chainan City. If he meets his colleagues, it will be a little embarrassing. I want to buy a mirror, but if we go to see the cloak, it won't prevent us from buying a mirror. Regardless of whether Yang Benman was willing or not, he was taken into the clothing store by the arm. The same scene happened one after another before arriving at the treasure pavilion. At first, Yang Benman made a protest or two, but he became numb afterwards. Just go shopping, wasting saliva and arguing, but the result did not change. Go in and buy a mirror. Seeing that it was past noon, Zenpin Pavilion finally appeared in front of him. Yang Benman has never looked forward to seeing Zenpin Pavilion as he does today. The concubine in the family is less than 20 years old, and Datang doesn't need to wrap her feet, and she has good physical strength, but he is already over 40, and although he hasn't reached the level of dim eyesight, he still feels tired after walking all morning. Why don't you go to court today? But you feel even more tired than the court. Could it be because you worked too hard last night? No, when I go back later, I have to see if there is any tiger whip sold in the drugstore. When I return to the house, let the cook stew it for myself. Wow, sir, look at it. This glass mirror is so big, you can see the entire upper body clearly. After the concubine entered the treasure pavilion, she completely let her go. It seemed that after a long walk in the morning, it didn't affect her energy at all. This lady, you really have a good eye. This mirror was only launched last month. You can never buy it anywhere except Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, in order to thank all our guests for your care, starting today, a 10-day discount campaign will be launched. Anyone who buys a mirror can get a piece of soap for free. Soap bar. Soap is a good cleaning product that is more advanced than pancreas. No matter it is on hands or body, as long as you put soap on it, you can wash it even if it is grease. The guy in the shop has received it today. I don't know. After a few waves of guests, they were already very fluent in speaking. Here, there is soap on this cabinet, and there are samples next to the water tank at the door to dry. It's not good to ask for money. So can I get soap if I buy the big mirror or the small mirror next to it? I heard that it can be tried, and the concubine temporarily put down the soap. Whether it is really better than the pancreas. Zenpinj always pays attention to childishness and should not lie. If you buy this large mirror, I can send you 2 bars of soap with the shopkeeper's application, and only 1 for the other mirrors. Cough cough. Yang Benman suddenly saw the word 300 quintessence written next to the mirror. His face suddenly changed. Master, have you caught a cold? Didn't you wear a woolen sweater and woolen pants today? It's not cold in this treasure pavilion. Yang Benman, after struggling for a while, I feel that I have spent dozens of dollars today. If I continue to buy it like this, even if my hometown has 10,000 acres of fertile land, I can't stand it. Let me say, in fact, this side is small, it's easy to carry, and you can hold it in your arms when you go out. It's not the first time I saw such a scene, and even Xianja mentioned how to deal with such a situation when he was training them. This statement also makes sense. In fact, the best mirror sold by Zenpinj is this small one. and it is basically enough for daily use. Yang Benman smiled unusually when he heard what the guy said. This treasure pavilion does not seem to be that annoying. Well, the small one should be the small one. Can you get 2 pieces of fertilizer if you buy the small one? Isn't it soap? This soap, if we sell it alone, 1 piece will cost 3 pennies. The pancreas, which is worse than this soap, are sold for 5 pennies in some shops. The guy answered with a smile. In the end, Yang Benman took his concubine, bought a small mirror and a gift of soap, and left Treasure Pavilion. When I left, I tried the soap at the door. Naturally, the concubine didn't mention the matter of going to the Kuijia powder shop opposite to buy pancreas. Chapter 178 Quaking, vomiting blood, 2 days of ice and fire. Using this to describe the situation of Zenpinj and the opposite Kuijia's if and shop could not be more appropriate. Little Lucy, did the payment for Yizi have been paid in full yesterday? Shopkeeper Kui looked at the entrance and exit of the treasure pavilion opposite with an ugly expression. The shopkeeper: the last payment was given yesterday morning. Xiao Luzi felt that his heart was trembling. Shopkeeper Kui wouldn't throw the pot to himself, would he? As the treasure pavilion that has hurt his shop the most, people pay special attention to everyday's activities, so as soon as the soap is launched today, Q's powder shop will know about it. Even Xiao Luzi went to try it out in person. Originally, Xiao Luzi was full of confidence when he had just confirmed that his store had purchased the pancreas. I feel that even if it is changed to a fancy name, Treasure Pavilion cannot be better than its own. However, the first time he saw the soap, Xiao Luzi snorted in his heart, how can this soap not be dark? In terms of appearance alone, soap is better than pancreas. You know, those who use pancreas the most are the ladies and brothel women, and these people have very high requirements for appearance. Then Xiao Luzi tried the soap with a hint of luck. I don't know if Zenpinj is so confident or how to drip. There is a bowl of grease next to the soap I tried. Xiao Luzi was cruel, took a piece of grease and wiped it on his hands, and his hands immediately became greasy. Then, I picked up the soap next to it and wiped it on. The guy on the side confidently helped to scoop a spoonful of water and rinse Xiao Luzi. Just a few simple rubs. Xiao Luzi's heart began to sink. Whether things are good or not, you will know as soon as you use them. When a spoonful of water was poured out, Xiao Luzi could no longer feel any oiliness on his hands. This soap is really good. If he weren't for the Kui family fat powder shop, Xiao Luzi could not help but applaud. Now he had no choice but to leave without saying a word. Xiao Luzi, you brought a group of people to find that merchant. Just say that our shop has been running low on funds recently, so we don't buy so much goods temporarily, so let him return part of it to us first. When Xiao Luzi heard this, his worried face was about to cry. Treasurer Kui, after receiving the payment yesterday, the businessman got up and left Chainan. The businessman in the West Market, who is not a well-informed person. In the past, Treasure's Pavilion released new products, which was spread throughout the entire East and West cities on the same day, not to mention that this soap is so special. Chasing, sent someone to chase. We must find a way to refund part of the purchase price. Shopkeeper Kui couldn't sit still anymore. If the Kui family's fat powder shop a few years ago, this 10,000-year-old purchase price was nothing. Even if it was a loss, it could barely bear it. But now the difference between pancreas and soap is so big, not to mention that they are more expensive than soap. Even if they are cheaper, they cannot be sold. If the Kui family's fat powder shop loses another 10,000, they don't need the owner to make a move, and the other shopkeepers of the Kui family's industry will also jump out and let him go. After all, the Kui family's fat powder shop has lost too much, and the owner will want to make up for it from other places. 10,000 sticks, not 100 sticks. Where is it so easy to make up? Besides, if you come here every 1 or 2 years, who can stand it? Sugagong Mansion. Sanyangtsai, Prince Chu's mansion has sent a box of gifts here. Luzi was very excited holding a box, and happily ran to Cheng Jingwin to ask for credit. Sent from Prince Chu's mansion? Show me quickly. Cheng Jingwin, who was sitting in a daze by the attic window, immediately stood up with a swish. Due to the frequent visits to the palace of the King of Chu recently, Cheng Yojin has stopped her from leaving the palace. Yes, it's a box of soap for washing hands and bathing, but it feels the same as pancreas. Cheng Jingwen didn't care about Lu's long-winded words and opened the box on her own. Then he took out one of the small boxes from the box and opened it gently. This soap looks bright and yellow in color, which is much more beautiful than the dark one of pancreas. Green bamboo. You can get a basin of water and I will try it. Although in Cheng Jingwen's view, the things sent from the palace of Chu, no matter what, is good. However, she couldn't help but want to try it out first. The purpose of this is not to confirm whether the soap is good or not, but to feel the mood of receiving gifts first. Kui King felt very unlucky. First, I went to Dengzhou. I wanted to talk to Li Qian and let him go. It's a pity that Li Qian went to Japan when he first arrived in Dengzhou. Seeing the rapid development of various workshops in Dengzhou, especially after seeing the salt drying workshop, Kui King couldn't help but send a few guards to the salt workshop, wanting to confirm the secrets in the mysterious refined salt purification workshop. As a result, these people are all planted. Although I don't know if they have confessed themselves, Kui King dare not stay in Dengzhou mansion. After returning to Chainan, Kui King visited the shops and encouraged the shopkeepers to find ways to make more money. The people in Guanzhong seem to have become rich in the past 2 years, and Kui King clearly felt this. Originally, when the shopkeeper Kui of Q's fat powder shop came to report on Yizi's affairs a few days ago, he felt that this year could finally end with a happier Chinese New Year. As a result, just a few days ago, Zhenbao Pavilion quietly introduced something called soap, and Kui King got the real thing the first time it was. To put it bluntly, soap is born to rush to replace the pancreas. This caused the Q's powder shop, who had just stocked 10,000 pieces of pancreas, to wilt. The development momentum and morale that had just slowed down disappeared without a trace. Lang Jun, the batch of Yizi, didn't retreat successfully. Although he sent a guy to chase after him, there is no result so far. Shopkeeper Kui bit his scalp and explained the current situation to Kui King. What about catching up? I have already inquired clearly. The forces behind the merchants are extraordinary in Jiangnan Road. Unless our Kui family strikes with all their strength, there is nothing we can do with them. Do you think this is the situation now? Am I embarrassed to make such a proposal with the patriarch? Shopkeeper Kui was speechless. Although Kui King is the eldest son of Q's family, it is a pity that he is not the eldest son. Even since he was young, he has been squeezed out of Q's house. At this time, it is too late to cover the lid, so how dare to take the initiative to send his head over? At this moment, a servant rushed in from the outside. Lang Jun, it's not good. The people from the Chu Palace just went to our wine shop and said that the Kilixiang we were selling was fake wine and it was leaking. They can't compare to ordinary burning knives. Now they have surrounded a lot of people, and the shopkeeper can't stand it anymore. Let me call you over. What? Our Kilixiang is the best wine in Chainan. How can we not even compare to a burning knife that I have never heard of? Kui King Meng stood up. Charcoal, fat powder, and wine. These are the biggest industries of the Kui family in Chainan. If there is a problem with the wine again, the Kui family's biggest industry in Chainan City is the most important thing in the world. Kui King felt a breath of depression in his chest rising up. Puff. Lang Jun, what's the matter with you? Lang Jun, go and call the Langzong. Lang Jun vomited blood. 179. In the eyes of people who love wine in Chainan, Kilixiang is just like Motai in later generations. It belongs to the best, and there is no one. As the Q's shop selling Kilixiang, it doesn't even have a separate name. The 3 shining characters of Kilixiang are better than any other name. Even the 3 characters Kilixiang were written by the famous calligrapher Ruiyangzon himself. Regardless of the great Tang dynasty, rich businessmen everywhere, or the Huron who came to Chainan, basically no one disliked Kilixiang. Even the shopkeeper of Kilixiang was sent by Kui King's uncle, Kui Xiang Kun. to ensure that the sign of Kilixiang would never fall. Early this morning, the Kilixiang shop opened its doors to welcome guests as usual, and as usual, the flow of people was like weaving. Whether it is a top restaurant like Yu, a brothel like Yaihonglu, or an ordinary inn like Yui Lai Inn, there are people who come to buy Kilixiang. Because there are no competitors, Kilixiang has always been adhering to the attitude of buying or not buying, not buying. The price is always the same for the full length, regardless of whether you buy 1 altar or 100 altars, whether you are the purchaser of the 5-unit house, or the housekeeper of the national government. Anyway, it is the big altar 10 money 1 altar, the middle altar 5 pay for the money, and the small altar pays for the money. And because of the backing of King Qi's family, even during the drought in Guangzhong, Kilixiang's drinks were never stopped for sale. How can you make money by selling food? Zai Junbui stood at the door of Kilixiang with 2 jars of wine in his arms, with a sneer on his face. Your shopkeeper, tell him to come out. Regardless of people queuing up to buy wine, Zai Junmai came to the forefront by himself. The guest officer, if you want to buy wine, just line up at the back. Huh? Buying wine? You guys who sell fake wine, who dare to buy? The guy was in the shop, but no customer had ever dared to treat himself like this and stopped doing it immediately. Who did you say sell fake wine? What you are talking about is Kilixiang, selling fake wines, adding water to the wines. What Chainan's first wine is, it can't even compare to the wines we brewed casually in the palace. Ha! This guest, you can eat rice but don't talk nonsense. Our Kilixiang is not easy to provoke. Kilixiang's guys also felt that the arrivals were unkind, and the guards in the shop had also been driven out from the backyard one after another. I, Mr. Sai, never talk nonsense, saying that if you sell fake wine, you are selling fake wine. Give it to me. Following Zai Junbei's order, the 5 or 6 guards of the Chu Palace behind him rushed into the Kilixiang shop, raised an altar of wine, and smashed it on the ground. Kilixiang's buddies and guards naturally quit. First he pushed and shoved, and then he started fighting. Pungent promise big shop, constantly heard bang, when bang, sound. The people who had lined up to buy wine were so scared that they backed away, but no one left, watching the excitement. Kilixiang sells fake wine? This is not ordinary news. If the wine I bought back was really fake, and the owner thought he had deliberately dropped the package, and ignorant of the money to buy the wine, it would be serious. Besides, the guys in the Kilixiang shop, every time they go to buy wine, they don't blush, as if everyone knows the money for it. Therefore, everyone was happily watching the excitement. In the winter, there is no entertainment. The nobles can still play mahjong. What can they do with errands? Maybe this scene will be the first major event in Chainan since Zhengwen 8 years ago. There was such a big movement in the shop that Xiang Kun, who was doing indescribable movements with his concubine in the backyard, rushed out, and didn't even fasten his belt. What caught his eyes was a mess. The buddies and guards in the shop have been laid to the ground, wailing constantly. Drinks flowed across the ground, and there were still people smashing the wine jars continuously. Stop! Xiang Kun shouted. Zai Junmai saw that the shopkeeper came out and motioned everyone to stop first. Are you the shopkeeper of Kilixiang? That's right, Xiang Kun, the old man, has been a shopkeeper in Kilixiang shop for 15 years. Xiang Kun's face was blue, and his eyes burst into anger, but Zai Jun didn't care about buying it. Why did you go early? I told you not to come just now. In broad daylight, you dare to beat us at Kilixiang. Who gave you the courage? If you are in the world, are you not afraid that you can't stand the anger of the Kui family? Who gave me the courage? Ha ha ha! Zai Junmai laughed and said, I want to ask Treasurer Kui, who gave you the courage to sell fake wine? Every jar of wine that I sell in Kilixiang is from the authentic King century-old cellar. They are all brewed from the best grains. Where does the fake wine come from? Now, the Treasurer Kui also knows that the most important thing is to make it clear that Kilixiang sells fake wine, otherwise there are so many people outside and they don't know what it will be like. He had used similar methods to bring down several wine shops. As for the economic losses caused by Zaijian's buying and smashing the shop, it is not Xiangkan's biggest concern. HMPH, when buying wine, you guys are saying that Xiang is the best wine in Chainan, the strongest wine, the most fragrant wine, right? We are not wrong. Xiang is the best, strongest and most fragrant wine. After seeing Xiangkan coming out, a guy who was not seriously injured also crawled out of the ground. Yes. What our shop guy said is also recognized by everyone. Our Xiang is the best wine in Chainan. Boom. Zaijianmai put the 2 jars of wine in his arms on the counter. This jar of wine was sold by your Xiang shop, right? You should confirm it yourself first, and the province said that I did the trick. Xiangkan faintly felt bad when seeing the 2 jars. The guy behind him stepped forward and took a look at the wine jar, then opened the wine jar and sniffed it forward. The shopkeeper, this jar of wine is our Xiang. Xiangkan did not speak, took the wine jar, raised his neck, and a puff of wine entered his mouth accurately. Yes, this is indeed the Xiang of our shop. After personally confirming that the drink was correct, Xiangkan coldly watched Zaijun buy. The shopkeeper should be a famous wine tasting house, so you can open the jar of wine next to it and try it again to see why I say that your Xiang shop sells fake wine. When Zaijianmai saw that everything today was consistent with what Wang Yi had described beforehand, he was determined in his heart. Xiangkan looked at the unnamed bottle on the counter with a bad feeling in his heart. However, at this moment, he can no longer refuse. Otherwise, the unwarranted rumor that Xiang shop sells fake wine will spread throughout Chainan within 2 days. After thinking about it again and again, Xiangkan picked up the jar of wine, opened the mouth of the jar swiftly, and raised his head just like before. Puff. Zaijianmai had been prepared for a long time, and he dodged aside in an instant. It will be on shelves at 12 noon today. Just a few words. First of all, let me talk about the updates that everyone cares about most. Today, there are 10 updates on the first day, and then 4 updates every day, depending on the situation, until the end of March. After that, 3 shifts are maintained every day, and no less than 2 shifts in special circumstances. After talking about the updated things, I would like to express my gratitude. Thanks to the editor Xugzi for giving various recommendations for this book all the way. Thank you book friends for your rewards and recommendations, and I hope you will continue to take care of it in the future. Finally, although there are eunuchs in the book, but this book will not be eunuchs. Please rest assured to read. Supporting the original reading of The Starting Point is the greatest support for Nanshan. Chapter 180 Burning a Knife. First update. For subscription, a large group of people surrounded the door of Xiang shop. Everyone naturally heard the conversation between Zaijianmai and Xiangkan just now, and Xiangkan suddenly spit out the wine he had just drunk with a puff, which attracted countless eyes. He saw his eyes widened, his face flushed, and then he coughed constantly. Fortunately, he didn't throw the jar of wine in his hand, otherwise Zaijianmai would have to come forward and beat him up. What kind of wine is this? Xiangkan can be used as the shopkeeper of Xiang shop, and the way of tasting wine is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, he wanted to say with disdain, "What kind of shit is this? Dare to compare with our Xiang?" However, after a long battle between heaven and man, he still asked his truth with a complicated expression. By now, Xiangkan probably also wanted to understand the purpose of Zaijian's purchase. Where can I buy fake wine? It's obviously stepping on the market. Xiang shop has been standing in Chainan City for decades. He has never been the only one who stepped on others. I didn't expect it to be today. There was a trace of lament in the treasurer Q's inexplicable heart. What kind of wine? This is the wine made by our subordinates casually. Didn't you say that Xiang is the best, strongest and most fragrant wine? It made me ashamed in front of my brothers yesterday. What do you say? You said you sold it. Is it fake wine? Seeing more and more people around the Kilixiang shop, Zai Junmai felt relieved. This is the first time that I have done this kind of thing. So let the prince find Wang Xuanwu in the future. Obviously he is more suitable for this kind of dirty work. This man, can you give me a taste of the wine? Among the people who lined up to buy wine just now, there seemed to be master wine tasting experts, and the smell from the wine jar aroused his addiction to alcohol. No problem. But there are no wine glasses here. Zai Jun bought his eyes and turned around, knowing that more people would taste the new wine from the palace at this time, and there would only be advantages and no disadvantages. It's okay. Didn't Kui shopkeeper use a glass for drinking just now? We can all drink with one hand. Mousy, don't make trouble there. Kui Xiang Kun saw the scene in front of him and intentionally stopped it, but couldn't find any reason. So he could only threaten it. Treasurer Kui, I am a drunkard. You don't know. Although old Formal knew the background of shopkeeper Kui, his master was not bad. As long as he could buy good wine and go back, he was not afraid that shopkeeper Kui would dare to retaliate. Kui Xiang Kun, no longer entangled with old Formal, turned his head and looked at Zai Junmai. This guest officer, how about things between us? Can't we talk slowly in the backyard? Although Zai Junmai brought someone to smash the Kilixiang shop, Kui Xiang Kun knew very well that this was no longer a critical matter. Treasurer Kui, so many people here testify. It's great. You don't have to worry about being wronged by you for selling fake wine. Why do you have to go to the backyard to talk about it? Is there really something shameful in the Kilixiang shop? Among the crowd, I don't know who said aloud, yes. Just talk about it here. Soon, some people agreed, whether it was watching the excitement, or some opponents were happy to see the Kilixiang shop. Unfortunately, anyway, the people who ate the melon started to make a fuss. Zai Junmai sneered, Treasurer Kui, you have seen and heard. Let's make it clear here. Lang Jun, you say slowly, I'll help you taste this new wine first. Little old man, smelling the more and more intense aroma of wine, Nama next to him couldn't help holding up the wine jar. Take a sip, here it is. Zai Junmai reminded him. The wine jar must be held firmly. Don't worry, hold your hands firmly. Along with this sentence, a puff of drink was left from the mouth of the altar and accurately entered the four mouths of Mao Lao. How? Someone immediately asked the curious crowd nearby. Now Mousy did not speak, his mouth was closed tightly, and his eyes were as big as Kui Xiang Kun's eyes. Then he swallowed, then opened his mouth and exhaled desperately. Good wine, really strong wine. I have drunk countless times in my life, and I have never drunk such strong wine. As soon as he finished speaking, old Formal couldn't help raising the wine jar again. This gentleman, I'll take another sip, just one sip. Mao Lao see, don't you? Let me try it too. The person next to him is probably also familiar with Mao Lao see. Seeing this scene, he immediately knew that the wine was unusual. In fact, the aroma of the wine coming out of the jar has already made everyone realize that the wine is absolutely extraordinary. However, the wine must be drunk before the final judgment can be made. Cool. Happy. Mao Losi was still talking, and after taking 2 sips, he handed the wine jar back to Zai Jun to buy. This man, dare to ask where this wine was bought. What is its name? Lang Jun. Hey, the little old man will also taste your new wine. Don't worry, if it's good, I think I will help you promote it. Without waiting for Zai Junmai to answer Mao Losi's question, a thick-skinned person who couldn't stand the smell of wine and smiled and took the wine jar from Zai Junmai. Considering that everyone can taste the new wine, it is conducive to publicity. Zai Junmai simply waved his hand. One mouthful. Don't fight, don't grab, hold it firmly, don't break it. In fact, at this time, there is no need to buy reminders from Jun Sai. These drinkers will hold the wine jar tightly. For those who love wine, the importance of the wine jar is higher than your own life. Seeing that this was about to be told to drink, Kui Xiang Kun felt anxious. While asking the guy to quickly notify Kui King, He went around desperately to see if he could find a way to crack it. Why is Kilixiang so expensive? Isn't it because it's strong and fragrant? If these two advantages are gone, who would consider it to be the best wine in Chainan? Who is willing to pay such a high price to buy good wine? Puff. Great wine. It smells good. As the wine jars passed from the crowd, there were constant exclamations of all kinds. Lang Jun, you haven't said what the name of this wine is. Where can it be sold? When Mao Losi saw the wine jar in the passing, it seemed that he couldn't wait for a quarter of an hour and wanted to buy a few jars. Listen well, Zai Junmai glanced around. This wine is called Xiaodozi, which was specially made by the Prince of Chu according to ancient secret recipes. It will be sold in the Treasures Pavilion tomorrow. Burning a knife. Good name. This wine is as clear as crystal, fragrance is as pure as orchid, and the mouth is sweet and bitter, and the aftertaste is endless. It is the best wine I have ever drunk in my life. Mousy couldn't help but praise. It's only tomorrow to start selling, little old man. I really find it difficult. Chu Palace. Guixiang Kun heard a sound in his heart next to him. This is the lingering spirit. Briquette refrains from charcoal, glass mirror refrains from bronze mirror. I heard that the soap hit the pancreas a few days ago, and now it's windy. Chapter 181. Be famous as soon as possible. Second update. Ask for monthly tickets. So many people gathered in front of the Kilixiang shop, but I don't know why Jin Ui, who usually responded quickly, was late this time. It's like our sir in Hu Shigang movies. He always comes to the scene after the criminals have already run away. Disperse, disperse, disperse it all to Lao Tzu. A team of Jin Ui finally came to disperse the crowd and confirm what had happened. Guixiang Kun felt a rare relief when he saw Jin Ui, who had been disgusted by one more look in the past. If the royal palace of Chu didn't play cards according to the routine, he really couldn't stand it. This team is right. You are here just right. Quickly catch these robbers. You have to be the master for me. Guixiang Kun is now soberly aware that it is the Prince of Chu's mansion that is targeting his own shop today, and the flukes and private solutions that existed just now are gone forever. The burning knife will go on sale tomorrow, and I know that this wine is indeed better than Kilixiang. How to do? The strength of a genuine competition wine is undoubtedly a loser. If the knives are sold cheaply, some people will even return Kilixiang. The key is that Kilixiang sold so well in the past, and the entire Chainan city had to buy wine from its own shops, and there was no good relationship with the procurement staff of various restaurants, brothels, and inns. Needless to say, starting from tomorrow, these people will immediately go to Jumbo Pavilion to buy burning knives. Kilixiang shop is the biggest source of profit for the Kui family in Chainan. Once it is gone, Guixiang Kun dare not imagine. At this time, Jin Ui appeared, and Guixiang Kun immediately decided to muddy the water. The royal mansion of Chu wanted to step on the Kilixiang shop. How could it make him live so well? Robber? You are ashamed to say that I am a robber? Did I snatch you a penny? Have you snatched a jar of wine? You shop selling fake wine. You are ashamed to call the thief here. How many people in Chainan City have you deceived yourself? Don't you have any thoughts in your mind? Zai Junmai feels that his talent for acting today has reached the pinnacle of his life. Dog dung farm slaves. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. Do you still know if we sell fakes at Kilixiang store? Go and find out for yourself. The first of the four evils of Chainan City. Who is that? I tell you, others are afraid of you. Our Kui family is not afraid. Guixiang Kun felt that if Kilixiang shop were to play, his life would be over. Therefore, in addition to the vigorous vitality suddenly burst out of the thin body, in front of Jin Ui and Zai Jun bought the spray. Zai Junmai had a calm attitude and felt a little uneasy in his heart. But when he heard Guixiang Kun mentioning the four evils of Chainan City, he immediately became angry. It's fine to scold me, after all, I've done something wrong, and it's okay to be scolded twice. But it is absolutely impossible to scold one's own savior. Boom. Guixiang Kun felt that he was flying suddenly. and his whole body kept moving back in the air. Kang dang. Guixiang Kun hit the wall and broke several jars of wine when he fell down, presumptuous. Although Jin Ui was greeted by someone, he came over a little late. But Zai Junmai hits people in front of his own face. Naturally, this can't be regarded as not being seen. Take all the people back and wait to be dealt with. The team was too lazy to care about the actual situation. Anyway, it was all gods fighting. What happened in the West Market spread in Chainan at the fastest speed. Your Majesty, this is the situation. The one leading the team is the personal guard of His Royal Highness King Zai Junbui. After Li Zong had finished speaking, he hurriedly lowered his head, desperately reducing his sense of existence. Hey, Li Zong. Do you know how I feel at this time? It is rare for Li Shiman to stop swearing, which made Li Zong a little uncomfortable. Wai Jin is dull. Forget it. Your son is less than 6 years old, right? You can't wait to realize my feelings now. Li Shimin had a feeling that if he shot Li Qian on the wall, he would not have so much trouble now. Your Majesty, Jin Ui sent the two gangs who were arguing to Chainan County office. It is estimated that someone will raise this matter at the meeting tomorrow. How did the county magistrate of Chainan deal with it? I heard that the county magistrate of Chainan has arranged for the county prime minister to deal with this matter. Yes, all the thieves running fast know that the water behind this matter is relatively deep. The officials in Chainan City are like this. Needless to say, the states and counties outside. I originally had to hesitate to send ministers as ambassadors to various dozy ambassadors to inspect the political and public sentiments. Now it seems that it is imperative. Burn the knife. The treasure pavilion has not yet begun to sell, and the reputation of burning knives has spread throughout Chainan City. In the middle of view, the shopkeeper called the man in charge of the procurement in front of him, and after personally confirming that the news that burning a knife was better than Xiang was true, he immediately began to act. Early tomorrow morning, no, I guess other people think the same way. Tonight, you will find an inn next to the treasure pavilion to stay, and as soon as the third shift is over, you will get up and line up in front of the treasure pavilion first. Buy 100 altars and I will arrange a carriage to transport it. This burning knife has just been launched, and no one knows what the output is. If Diandu takes the lead, we finally can't hold a stable situation with the storytelling of the romance of the three kingdoms. The shopkeeper, I don't know how to sell this knife. What if someone sells it very expensive? Humphrey, what's so terrible about the price of wool coming out of the sheep? What I'm afraid of is that other families have it, and we don't live in 5 houses. Understand? Then it'll go in a while. Well, remember to bring a gold ingot and use it as a deposit first. Guncheng, you don't know that wine is really absolutely extinct. After drinking it, you can't drink other wines anymore. After Mao Losi returned to the mansion, he reported to Li Jing what he had seen and heard today. As an old man who followed Li Jing when he was Mei Junqing, Mao Losi followed Li Jing to fight in all directions. He has always been Li Jing's guard captain, so even if Li Jing is now the Lord Y, he still calls him Jun Cheng. This is like someone in later generations, even if they are in a high position. Some students call it the principal. This kind of appellation that seems to call people small, just shows the close relationship between each other. It's no wonder that in front of Xiang shop, Old 4 dared to confront Guixiang Kun. 4th Old, don't talk about it anymore. My saliva will flow out. Why do you just enjoy it for yourself and don't buy some back for such a good wine? Hey, don't mention it, I want to buy it too. But people say it must be available at Jumbo Pavilion tomorrow. I only drank 2 sips in total today. After saying this, Mao Losi closed his eyes again, after taste the smell of burning knives. Chapter 182 Dilemma 3rd Moor, ask for recommendation votes. Xi Tandwu felt that his life was terrible. The Xi family was also a well-known family at the beginning. But in his own generation, it has long since fallen into the family. Relying on selling all kinds of things left by his ancestors, he survived the war in the end of the Sui dynasty at any rate. Read a few books, and reluctantly sat on the position of Chenan County with the residual relationship of the family back then. This position is 10 years old, and even the emperor has changed, but his county prince is still motionless. In the county office, no one can think of himself if there is a good thing, but if there is a bad thing, it is a matter of course that the person throws it to himself. The position of the county chief is second only to the county magistrate, despite being the second in command in name. But having the position without power can be said to be useless, and he is bullied from time to time by the officials. In many cases, Xitanwu can only work in a low voice. It was like the case in front of me. It would be more appropriate to hand it over to the county lieutenant directly, but it was in my hands again inexplicably. Xiancheng, this matter is a bit difficult. The one who just came here is the steward of Kui Shilang's house, right? The meaning is very clear, but His Royal Highness Chu is not a vegetarian. Naturally, I understand this truth. Not only Kui Shilang came here, but also Kui Ren, who was in the household department branch, went to the county magistrate personally, otherwise this matter would not be thrown into my hands. Xitanwu was a big head, and he had been in Chenan County for 10 years. He was very clear about the relationship between the various twists and turns of Chenan City, otherwise he would not be able to sit firmly in this position. The King Kui clan and Boring Kui clan were the first-class clan in the northern Wei and Sui and Tang dynasties. Although there are not many Kui clan among the ministers of the central government, the relationship between many ministers and the Kui family is complicated. Like the state of Sui Cheng, there are also many officials like Jin and Qi's marriage. Xiancheng, if you want to say that His Royal Highness Chu is really courageous, he just blatantly tore the face of the Kui family. It's no wonder people's reaction is so big this time. Can't you forget, back then, some villagers told the Chu palace that someone had stolen the corpses of the villagers, and someone bought the corpses of the Turkic people for autopsy. The people of the Chu palace can do everything. You think it's so irritating? Yeah, that's also true. After all, His Royal Highness King Chu is His Majesty's second son. Speak carefully. Chenan County has always used the excuse to confirm the facts of the matter and failed to deal with the case between Zai Junmai and Kui Xiang Kun, which made Kui King very dissatisfied. In the past few days, he frequently went to various residences to plan to deal with Li Qian, although he didn't expect Chu Prince's mansion to be affected by this alone. At least the few people who participated in the smashing of the Xiang shop must be severely punished. Otherwise, what's the face of the Kui family? Master, my nephew at home visited me as an aunt today. Although he didn't say it directly, he mentioned in his words that the Xiang shop in West City was beaten and smashed by the King of Chu's personal guard the other day. The wife of Cheng Yojin was the eldest daughter of Guixin and Kizu of the Sui dynasty, and she also belonged to the Kui family of King. It stands to reason that you marry a chicken, and a dog as a dog, but there are not many that can be done. It's the same both at home and abroad. Kui King has never troubled Mrs. Process for so many years. On the contrary, there is no shortage of all kinds of gifts during the holidays. So Mrs. Cheng is also a bit embarrassed now. Madam, this matter, His Royal Highness Chu is not very authentic. However, if it is really wrong to say that His Royal Highness is wrong, it is not appropriate. The burning knife, I just drank it last night. It is more fragrant than that of Xiang. Okay, I don't know how many times, otherwise the Kui family wouldn't be so passive now. How could Cheng bite the golden monkey? How could he wade in this muddy water? Master, that's what I said. But the Chu Prince's mansion is not authentic, and the Kui family didn't want His Royal Highness to do anything. Now it's just asking the murderers to be severely punished. This request doesn't seem to be too much. From Mrs. Cheng's perspective, I felt that the Kui family only asked the murderer to be severely punished, which already gave the Chu palace a lot of face. Does the madam still remember that the clothing store of Prince Chu's mansion was on fire before? Madam Cheng thought for a while and said, it seems that there is such a thing. Isn't it all 2 years ago? What does it have to do with this thing now? Cheng biting a wisp of his beard, thinking for a moment. If you say it is directly related, there is no direct relationship. But the case of the clothing store on fire was suppressed by your Majesty himself. If your husband's guess is good, the case must be involved. Go to the Kui family or the Lu family, because they were the one who had the biggest conflict with the Chu king at the beginning, and only the person concerned would know the specific situation. Master meant to say the relationship between the royal palace of Chu and several aristocratic families was stiff. There were conflicts before. It can even be said that they did not abide by the rules first and set fire to the matter. Now His Royal Highness Chu does not follow the rules and sends people. I went to smash the Kilixiang shop. Who is right and who is wrong my concubine understands. Mrs. Cheng is not stupid, on the contrary, she is still very smart. After hearing these words of Cheng Yojin, she naturally understood her husband's attitude. Now I am from the Cheng family after all. What on earth does Li Qian want to do? The memorials of impeachment are all piled up. He hasn't done it quickly yet. Li Shimen has been paying attention to the conflict between the palace of Chu and the Kui family in West Market. According to his thoughts, dispose of Zai Junmei's gang, and this matter is no longer a problem. However, Li Qian is not happy, and Chainan County is now simply dragging it, throwing this problem upward. Your Majesty, Weichin feels that we still need to find an intermediary to communicate the thoughts of both sides in this matter, otherwise it won't look good at it. Then you don't hurry up and do it. Xitan Wu stood in front of the gate of Chu King's courtyard, feeling very complicated. I wanted to see if I could get along as before, but after all, I didn't get my wish. Early this morning, the county magistrate called himself over and gave him a task. The prince, why the official came today? I must know the prince in his heart. Can you please give me a clear statement? Hope that the official will try this case. Chainan Cheng County Cheng looked for himself. Li Qian naturally had no reason to miss it. So Xitan's imaginary closed door did not appear. What did the Kui family say? Li Qian knew that this time the incident would continue, and it would not do him any good, and it would easily cause a collective backlash from the family. When the effect is reached, it is almost over. Punish the murderer severely. Ha ha. Li Qian smiled disdainfully. If this is the case, Xi County Cheng, you can go. Can you tell the prince's conditions? Leave all the people away. The Chu prince's mansion will accompany all the drinks damaged by the Kilixiang shop. Xitan Wu smiled bitterly. Master, do you think the Kui family will agree? He. If one more item is added, the king promises that the knives will only be sold in places other than Treasure Pavilion and Datang. Chapter 183 Baikao Garden. Fourth more. For a reward, the second day of February is the annual Spring Plowing Festival. Li Qian picked the thickest and fattest artists from the greenhouse as the seed and sowed it into the ground himself. It stands to reason that at this time, some fruits and vegetables such as sunflower can no longer be grown without a greenhouse. However, in order to speed up the breeding speed, the cultivation of artists is placed in the greenhouse. Normally, it takes 2 to 3 months from sowing to maturity, flowering and fruiting. But if it is cultivated in a greenhouse, it can be replaced every 2 months. In 1 year, the selected seeds have evolved 5 or 6 times. According to what Li Qian learned from elementary agricultural techniques, in less than 3 years, under this kind of deliberate selection, the pine cabbage can initially become the plump and big appearance of later generations. People in Datang will have 1 more vegetable for storage during the winter. Lord, it seems that Miss Cheng hasn't come to the palace for a while. King Jia assisted Li Qian on the sidelines, and scattered small handfuls of artist seeds on the ground. Didn't the peach blossoms in the garden in the south bloom? I asked you to arrange for picking. Have they all been picked back? Li Qian did not answer King Jia's words, but instead asked a question that King Jia seemed inexplicable. Xingxiang was taken early in the morning, and you will be able to see it in a while. Although Li Qian has several close kids, including King Jia, Xianja, Mai Oli, Xingxiang, etc. King Ju has followed Li Qian for the longest time and is a well-deserved maid. She is responsible for all divisions of labor. However, Xianju and Mioli are not in the palace most of the time because they have to take care of the treasures pavilion and clothing store. Therefore, today King Ju asked Xingxiang to take a few maids to pick peach blossoms. Okay, I'll remind you later. Have the small glass bottles I want been fired? Xingxiang's shop closed for a while and reopened. It's just that everyone found that all the drinks in it were 20% lower than before. However, it was expensive to sell before. 10 coins in the big altar, 5 coins in the middle altar, and 2 coins in the small altar. Even if the price is reduced, it is not aimed at ordinary people. Correspondingly, after the sale of the burning knives in the treasure pavilion, they were sold at the sky-high price of 50 tongs for the big altar, 25 tongs for the middle altar, and 10 tongs for the small altar, which refreshed the price of wine in Chainan City. The price difference between the two is relatively large, but Xingxiang's shop breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, in Li Qian's view, Xingxiang's alcohol content is just over 10 degrees, but his own burning knife can reach about 50 degrees. Similarly, to make a pound of wine, burning a knife requires almost 3 to 4 times as much grain as Xingxiang. Therefore, it is normal that the price is several times more expensive than Xingxiang. As for how many times the difference in food and wine prices are, whether the logical relationship between them is reasonable or not, Li Qian doesn't care. Anyway, at this price, I love to buy it or not. Anyway, I went to the pockets of the people on the grasslands. After all, wine making is a waste of food. Before the food is abundant, Li Qian did not want to cause a large amount of food in Datang to be used for wine making because of himself. As for the promise to the Kui family, outsiders seemed to think that Li Qian had regressed. In fact, if he really wanted to sell knives, he could open a few more treasure pavilions everywhere. Anyway, I said that burning knives are only sold outside of Zhenbao Pavilion and Datang. Recently, a group of people have been added to the West Market. These people buy seeds that you don't often hear, especially once they see the Hu businessmen who have returned from the western regions. They will take the initiative to visit to see if there are any novelties brought back. By the way, they also make a request to ask them to bring local special vegetables and fruits when they go back next time. Wait for the seeds and seedlings to be brought back. Needless to say, this bizarre request must have been made by Li Qian. Master, this Baikao garden is about to become a new joke for the nobles of Chainan City. Lai Fu followed Li Qian with a depressed look, watching him go around in the garden. A dignified prince, like a farmer, grows flowers, grasses, and vegetables in the garden. He also raises a group of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, making him very depressed. The other courtyard occupies such a large area. There is a lot of open space without planting anything. What a waste. Besides, don't look at the Baikao garden now, but when all the flowers and trees grow up, you will find this place. The 4 seasons are like spring. When the season comes, all kinds of fruits can be picked. Lai Fu couldn't listen to what Li Qian said at all. In his opinion, even if it was the same as what Li Qian said in the end, what about it? You can't spend much money left and right, and just idle. Blessing. Of course, Li Qian would not say that he did this to find some species that have not yet been popularized in Datang. In history, the most exotic plants and flowers came from the Han dynasty and the Ming dynasty. The former opened up the western regions and brought back many new things, including walnuts, carrots, grapes and the like, not to mention the Ming dynasty, Dahang Hai in the era, potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, corn, peanuts and other common things in later generations were all passed down at that time. In later generations, many people whitewashed the braid, saying how it flourished and how much the population has increased. In fact, the most critical factor for the increase in the population of the braid is the popularization of high-yield foods such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. The problem of food and clothing has been solved better than before. so more people survived. A major event just happened in the court in the spring of the 8th year of Zheng. Li Shimin formally appointed Li Jing, Xiaoyu and other 13 ambassadors to patrol the world on his behalf. He asked the ambassadors, the inspectors, to be virtuous and unworthy, to ask the people's sufferings, to salute the elderly, to help the poor, and to use them for a long time. Taxi. It can be said that this is a good measure to improve the governance of local officials. After all, it is said in the imperial edict, if the envoys come, it is like my personal visit. It can also be seen from the list of personnel serving as ambassadors that they are all ministers of the DPRK and China. However, those who are interested can also find that there are many people in it, but they are actually a bit special. Li Jing, that is the god of war, not to mention the power is high, at least it is a bit easy to cause the emperor to worry. Xiaoyu, then needless to say, nude veteran, often confronted Li Shimin, just tossing back and forth for several rounds just to stop and come back. Wang Gui, a veteran of Yu Chen Shuda, Wu the veteran in short. Through this operation, Li Shimin completely controlled the court. Of course, strictly speaking, after defeating the East Turks, even if Li Shimin took control of the court, it was just not as stable as it is today. After that, some people in the court began to submit letters suggesting to build a summer palace for the Chang Emperor to escape the summer heat. Chapter 184. No money is no good. Fifth more. Please praise how Li Shimin ascended to the throne must be clear to everyone. Today's Supreme Emperor Li Yuan can be described as a symbol of outright, without any power. It is very difficult for ordinary foreign ministers to see him. Since Li Yuan no longer threatened him at all, Li Shimin also began to consider his filial piety at this time. It was against this background that some people in the central government began to say that they would build a summer palace for the Supreme Emperor. Since ancient times, any emperor who wants to build a palace will inevitably incur a lot of criticism, not to mention the labor and the wealth, often cause many misfortunes. Although the palace was built for the sake of the Supreme Emperor and it is not for Li Shimin's personal enjoyment, there are still many objections in the DPRK, and there is no conclusion at all for a while. Your Majesty, the cost of building a summer palace is huge, and it is simply not something that the current Ministry of Household can afford. Daizu is one of the most vehement opponents. Once this matter is settled, the most painful thing is yourself. Xuanian, this summer palace is not built in just 1 year. You can build a few palaces first, and then slowly build them year after year. If it is divided into 10 years and 8 years, the pressure on the household department should not be so great, right? This proposal of the DPRK was originally signaled by Li Shimin privately. In his heart, he naturally supported it. Your Majesty, it's impossible to build a summer palace, isn't it? It's actually used by the Chang. At least it can't be inferior to Tichi Palace, right? Weijin will build a new palace the size of Tichi Palace, even if it's 10 years before the end. After the construction is completed, the property that the Ministry of Household needs to point out every year, converted into money, will also need at least 1 million yuan, or more. Daizu firmly could not agree to Li Shimin's construction of the summer palace. Unless he was not in the position of Shangxiu in the household department, he would cause a lot of trouble to himself, and perhaps he would leave a bad reputation in the history of youth. The cost of building the summer palace can still be discussed again. It is naturally inconvenient to start construction until it is resolved. Li Shimin knew exactly what the income of the Datang household department in 1 year was. When Daizu said that building the summer palace would require more than 1 million tranches of money a year, he hesitated a little. Your Majesty, the household department can't get this money anyway. Daizu stubbornly said with a stiff face. That is to say, the Emperor Datang, the courtier, dared to be such a stiff emperor, if he was in the Braid dynasty. Sanyangtsai, you said that this girl Xuan is really true, and you have clearly appointed you to meet at Baikiao in Waishui for 3 quarters. Why hasn't it been half an hour? Standing on the Baikiao bridge, Ulvzi looked at the endless cruise ships in the Waishui River, wishing he would hurry up and play. Maybe Sister Xuan was delayed on the way. let's wait. Cheng Jingwen is not too anxious. She is a relatively quiet girl in her own right. Boom, boom. A sound of horseshoes came from a distance, and then suddenly stopped behind the two masters and servants of Cheng Jingwen. Miss Cheng, why did you arrive so early? Li Qian jumped off his horse and looked at Cheng Jingwen in surprise. His Royal Highness Chu, are you out for a walk, too? Cheng Jingwen didn't react for a while, thinking that she happened to meet Li Qian. Of course. Why do you seem to have been waiting for a long time? Li Qian raised his head and looked at the sun. It should be a while before he asked Li Xueyan to make an appointment. Miss Xueyan said that she met in 3/4, but she hasn't arrived yet. Loser grumbled with a small mouth and complained from the side. It's 3/4? This Xueyan, I obviously asked her to make an appointment for 8/4. I came here early for this purpose. I didn't expect this girl to dare to make fun of people and watch me look back and not teach her. Li Qian probably understood where the problem was, and was a bit speechless. Fortunately, Cheng Jingwen shouldn't be such a caregiver. Isn't it because Miss Xueyan asked my third lady on a cruise? How ahem, Luzu, haven't you always wanted to go on a cruise? Or do you go and play by yourself first? Cheng Jingwen's face was reddened. She was a little worried and surprised. Luzi heard Cheng Jingwen's words and looked resentful. This was because he had distracted himself when he saw Lang Jun. Kingja, you can go with Luzu, save her being bored alone. Today Li Qian came out with Zai Junmai, Wang Xuanwu, and Kingja, but they all stood more than a dozen steps away consciously. Kingja knows exactly what Li Qian's purpose is for coming out today, so naturally she won't get in the way there. Okay, Miss Lzu, I think there is a boat waiting for the guests over the bridge, or let's go to that boat. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, Lzu was half-towed by Kingja on the cruise ship, and for a while, Li Qian and Cheng Jingwen were left on the Baiqiao. I wonder why the prince is looking for Jingwen today? Cheng Jingwen lowered her head and fiddled with the stones on the bridge with her little feet. Can't I find you if I have nothing to do? Li Qian was inexplicably happy to see Cheng Jingwen's picture of a little girl. Of course not. What? The voice is too small to hear clearly. I said no. The prince can come to me at any time. After speaking, Cheng Jingwen's face became even redder. For her, speaking these words is much more difficult than knitting a few sweaters. Hey, you said that. This king is very happy. Li Qian smiled and took out 2 bottles from his arms. Come on, give it to you, see if you like it or not. What is this? Cheng Jingwen took the 2 glass bottles with body temperature from Li Qian's hand, and Li Qian deliberately touched her little hand with his finger in the middle. You open it and smell it. The small bottle made by the glass workshop is very delicate, with a pear wood stopper, which is suitable for holding perfume. Cheng Jingwen opened one of the bottles, put it in front of her nose and smelled it. It seems to be the smell of peach blossoms. But does the peach blossom seem to have such a distinct fragrance? The peach blossom is very light and has a delicate fragrance. I let people pick the flowers of several peach trees and make them into a peach blossom perfume. Perfume? That's right. You can apply it on your body or sprinkle it on your clothes. You only need a little bit at a time, and it smells good all day. Datang actually admires spices, but more often uses incense and sachets. Cheng Jingwen has never seen perfumes like Li Qian's. This scent seems to be much purer than the sachet, and it is much more elegant, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Cheng Jingwen smiled lightly. Master, I like this gift very much, thank you. The other bottle is pear blossom flavor, you can use it instead. Okay. The beautiful scenery of the Waishui River in March. The spring rain is like wine and willow smoke. If you have a chance to meet for thousands of miles, it is difficult to hold the opposite hand. 10 years of cultivation can be carried on the same boat, and 100 years of cultivation can sleep together. Looking at the cruise ships in the Waishui River and the willows on both sides of the riverbank, Li Qian suddenly thought of this classic tune, Miss Cheng. Let's go cruise too. Chapter 185 I will make trouble when I am free. 6 more scent. The spring sun is very comfortable, although it is approaching noon. But I don't feel the sun at all, although the temperature is not very high, because there is no wind. Sitting on the bow of the boat basking in the sun, it does not feel cold at all. Cheng Jingwen was a little bit cramped. Although there were also boatmen in the cabin, there were only 2 people standing on the bow of the ship. What does Miss Cheng like to do at home? Cheng Jingwen was a little entangled when Li Qian asked such a question. Does His Royal Highness Chu like a girl who is bored all day long in her boudoir, making some needles and girls? Or a girl who can read literary and hyphenate words and can chant poems and make fuss? Very anxious. It's nothing. It's just about doing things for my daughter's house. Cheng Jingwen struggled, and said an ambiguous answer. Oh, this girl's mind is turning a bit fast. This king is very curious. Brother Cheng and Su Guogong have the same style, but the girl is completely different. Because I and Big Brother are the pillars of the family, the things that need to be faced are completely different from Jingwen. Although Cheng Jingwen secretly annoyed that the unreliable image of I and her elder brother had already taken root in the hearts of the people, the answer from her lips was nothing to say. Li Qian also has a new understanding of Cheng Jingwen. This is not a stupid girl who has been sold and paid for the money. Where is the prince? I don't know what the prince likes to do at the mansion in normal times. I do what I like to do. Do what you like to do. There are not many people in the world who can live like the prince. Cheng Jingwen naturally heard many rumors about Li Qian, true or false, and had been confused before, but from the contacts in the past 2 years, she felt that Li Qian was completely different from the legends outside. This is a very thoughtful man. It must be very happy to be his princess, right? Cheng Jingwen, how come you have such a shameful idea? Li Qian looked at Cheng Jingwen with a blushing face, wondering. I haven't said anything yet, right? By the way, this king has another skill that people in Chainan City don't know about. Do you want to see it? The more shy Cheng Jingwen was, the more Li Qian felt he wanted to tease her. Oh, really? Good. Cheng Jingwen raised her head and glanced at Li Qian, with an expression of expectation on her face. Extend your right hand. Cheng Jingwen was stunned for a while when she heard Li Qian's command, but she still stretched out her right hand obediently. The hand contains the way of 2 rituals and 3 talents, and encompasses the secrets of the 5 elements of Tai Chi. Therefore, it is big and the world is in one palm. It is small, and the internal organs are all in the hand. Li Qian cheered up and stretched out a general. Cheng Jingwen grabbed her right hand. Cheng Jingwen was shocked and flinched, but Li Qian was prepared early on. How could she succeed? There is another skill that everyone doesn't know about this king, and that is palm reading. Looking at Li Qian's narrowed face, without pulling her hand back for several consecutive times, Cheng Jingwen's blush was almost bleeding. However, after all, it was the same as fate and no longer resisted. There are 5 major lines on this palm, namely lifeline, wisdom line, affection line, fate line, and marriage line. You can see the development of a person in these aspects. What does the girl want to know first? Li Qian looked like an expert and stunned what Cheng Jingwen said. Master, do you really know palm reading? Of course, or what do you think? After looking at Li Qian's fiery eyes, Cheng Jingwen hurriedly lowered her head again like a deer. How does the look in His Royal Highness Chu's eyes feel like eating yourself? This person is sometimes similar to a tree. The trunk of this tree is required to be strong, the bark is smooth and the branches are small, and the annual ring texture is uniform. Then the wood must be straight and round, which is considered the best. The wood can be used as the material for the pillars. But if the tree has too many branches and messy textures, its stem will be uneven and distorted. Then it can only be used as wood, burning inferior wood. This person's hand, too, almost the same. Seeing Li Qian holding her right hand and talking freely, she could not stop at all. Cheng Jingwen only felt dizzy and didn't hear what Li Qian said. Where am I? Where am I from? Where am I going? San Niang Tsai, Lord. At this moment, Lu's voice came from not far away, and the 2 girls were standing on another cruise ship, waving their hands to say hello. Like a frightened deer, Cheng Jingwen quickly withdrew her right hand, and then took a few deep breaths, revealing a dignified appearance again. This green bamboo is really lingering. Li Qian glanced annoyedly and thought to himself, see how he will deal with you in the future. Boatman, let's lean over. Cheng Jingwen shouted towards the cabin. These boats are chartered. Anyway, the money was given when they boarded the boat. The boat owner would like you to play together in the river. Li Qian was teaching Arabic numerals to a group of colleges in the school of the Chu dynasty. Ever since I went out for a day outing with Cheng Jingwen, Li Qian has been idle again after coming back. I was uncomfortable in idle time, and took advantage of this opportunity to simply come to learn to transfer to see the current teaching progress. Whether it is necessary to build a college so early. In the front of the class, there were two little dolls in luxurious clothes. They were Li Shimin's favorite sissy and pheasant slaves. Since coming to the Chu Palace for a day last winter, these two little guys have come to see the second brother Li Qian after a short interval of time. Li Shimin didn't know what to think. He never let them go out of the palace before, but now he only needs to go to Chu Royal Palace. All approve. The ghostly Li Zi soon discovered this characteristic of Li Shimin, and every time he came up with the palace, he said that he would go to Li Qian. This Arabic numeral looks similar to 1, 2, 3, and 4. It is just a bunch of words. But if there are more numbers and the calculation is complicated, everyone will find that the calculation process will become much clearer after using the Arabic numerals. Using the formula taught in the mathematics class, you can discover unexpected changes. Second brother, since the Arabic numbers are so good, why not let the Ministry of Etiquette promote it? As always, Li Zi became a problem boy. The Ministry of Etiquette has always paid no attention to arithmetic. If you don't let everyone see the huge benefits of this weird thing, wouldn't it be more difficult than getting to the sky to let the people of the Ministry of Etiquette take the initiative to promote it? Li Qian dismissed it. Reply. Then I will go back today and talk to the Emperor. Let the Emperor make an order to promote Arabic numerals. Li Zi said with a naive expression. Li Qian did not attack him, and continued to teach on his own. Chapter 186. It's better to ask the King of Chu 7 more, please. Subscribe. In the Taikai Palace, a group of ministers at the court once again argued over the construction of the summer palace. Li Shimin returned to the imperial study room with a gloomy expression. He wanted to calm down and read the book carefully, but he had a copy of historical records in his hand. But he didn't turn to the next page for a long time. Li Zong, why did you say that the minister of the DPRK and the central government was so loudly opposed? Didn't you say that Bshin's filial piety is the first? I am also trying to make filial piety. But look at Wei Zheng and Dai Zhu, what are they talking? Do they still look like courtiers? Li Zong's brows jumped. How can I answer these words directly? This Tji Palace has been built for more than 50 years. It is constantly repaired and repaired every year. Even the Liangyi Palace was damaged by the snow last winter and the roof. To be counted. The amount of money spent in the Tji Palace every year, the repair costs are also a lot, right? Li Shimin didn't expect Li Zong to answer anything. If he dared to answer anything like this, it would be a question of whether to keep him by his side. Your heart is unpredictable. The Chang is now in Tian Palace, where conditions are not as good as Taikai Palace. The construction of a new palace is imminent. But these people are always procrastinating, which is really angry. Regarding the construction of the summer palace, it was not easy for Li Shimin to find a few ministers to discuss. Even right-hand men like Qing Sun Wuji and Fang Xuanling didn't dare to agree easily. This matter, if you are not careful, it will really be stinking for thousands of years. No one of these extremely human ministers doesn't care about this. This has nothing to do with loyalty or unfaithfulness. Your Majesty, His Majesty the King of Chu is resourceful, or else your Majesty summon King Chu into the palace to ask. Seeing Li Shimin getting more and more angry, Li Zong was frightened and quickly pulled Li Qian out to cushion his back. Your Royal Highness, I'm sorry, I've been scolded countless times for you. This time I beg you." The feeling of guilt that had just risen in Li Zong's heart quickly dissipated. What difficult things to do in the hands of the king of Chu can always be solved ingeniously, and this is a recommendation for the country. Well, I am a recommendation for the country. Li Zong firmed up his ideas. Then don't you hurry up and do it. Li Zong's work was fairly reliable, and when he sent someone to notify Li Qian, he told him the reason for entering the palace this time, giving Li Qian some time to think about how to deal with it. Since ancient times, the construction of water conservancy has been praised, and the construction of palaces has been infamous. It is really because in this feudal dynasty with underdeveloped productivity, the construction of a large-scale palace complex was too much. Take these giant trees as beams and pillars in the temple. It is already difficult to find suitable ones around Chang'an City, and they need to be transported from faraway places. A huge wood with a thickness of more than 3 feet and a topaz and hug can weigh tens of thousands of kilograms alone, and it will take at least 100 people to get to Chang'an City in a few months. And the giant wood needed for a palace group is too much. In addition, the construction of the palace pays attention to various carvings, which are very time-consuming. Even the slate for laying the floor is not a simple matter to make it level. It's no wonder that the ministers of the court shivered when they heard that the emperor wanted to build a palace. In history, the Summer Palace was officially called Yong'an Palace after the construction was officially started, and later renamed Daming Palace. The construction scale is said to have reached 4.5 Forbidden City. To build such a large palace, unless you use the power of the whole country to build it, then it will be built in 1 or 2 years. Otherwise, it will be impossible to build it for 10 or 8 years. Li Qian was thinking about a solution while thinking. This summer palace, even if there is a lot of discussion in the DPRK and China, but it must be built. And, if there is no accident, Li Yuan will pass away in the middle of next year. If it is the same as in history, the materials are ready, but after more than half a year of construction, because the emperor is gone, the construction will be stopped, and the loss and waste will actually be greater. Therefore, the most urgent task is to finalize it as soon as possible and build it as quickly as possible, and it is best to complete it this year. If the speed of China's infrastructure construction in the future generations is crazy, a palace complex without high-rise buildings and no underground garages needs to be built. In fact, it will be completed in a few months. However, there is no such condition now. Li Qian constantly compares the gap between today's construction conditions and later generations. There are no construction equipment such as bulldozers and road rollers, no reinforced concrete, no weight. Li Qian suddenly realized something. Bulldozers, excavators and the like are impossible, and systems are useless. But steel and cement reinforcing steel may be difficult for a short time, but with cement, it can be done. Porcelain and glass can be fired, and the cement is not a big deal at all. At most, the quality of the cement is not as high as that of later generations. But to build a palace, there is no need to build a high-rise building with dozens of floors. It is 3 or 4 stories high. This is completely fine. With cement, many places where wood and boulders need to be used can be handled flexibly. With some confidence in his heart, Li Qian raised his head and stepped into the imperial study room. Your Majesty hastened to call the ministers into the palace, but I don't know what his purpose is. After meeting with Li Shimin, Li Qian asked straightforwardly. Don't pretend to be crazy and be stupid. I don't believe you really don't know why you are called into the palace. Got it? This master must be in a bad mood today, so don't make any mistakes, and the provincial governor will be scolded for no reason. Your Majesty, the Huaijin agrees to build a new palace. What? Li Shimin didn't react for a while. Why did Li Qian suddenly? Huaijin agrees to build a new palace. The construction of a new palace will benefit the moment and will benefit the future. Boom. Li Shimin's face turned dark, and he furiously said, do you dare to ridicule me? Today's Li Shimin, in his prime of life, is very clear-headed, He naturally knows how troublesome it is to build the palace and why the courtiers are opposed to it on a large scale. Now suddenly I heard Li Qian say, "The benefit is in the moment, the merit is for the future." I immediately felt that it was a mockery of myself. If so, what would the courtiers object to? Raised both hands and feet long ago in agreement. This wicked man, is he not even paying attention to me now? Li Shimin became more angry as he thought about it. Li Zong, who was standing in the corner, felt that the temperature in the imperial study room had dropped several degrees. "Your Majesty has wronged the ministers. The construction of the new palace will benefit the moment and merit the future. The ministers are telling the truth." Li Qian knew that Li Shimin probably thought too much. If he didn't explain it well, he would have to leave today if he couldn't eat it. HMPH. Then tell me, where is the merit and where is the benefit? Li Shimin stared at Li Qian firmly. "If you can't tell me 1, 2 or 3, don't be polite." Obviously, Li Shimin at this moment is really angry. And Li Zong on the side even regretted his intestines. King Chu is unreliable, and he doesn't know why he has to die. Chapter 187. Benefits are in the moment, merits in the future. 8 changes. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. There was a brief silence in the imperial study room. Li Qian quickly sorted out his thoughts. "Your Majesty, the construction of the new palace has 3 huge benefits. First, it reflects His Majesty's filial piety and provides a paradise for the emperor to enjoy his old age. Second, it promotes the new construction technology of the Tang dynasty development. Third, provide an opportunity for the construction people to change their lives. Fourth, vigorously promote the commercial development of Chainan City and promote the circulation of commodities." Li Zong listened to Li Qian speaking. His head lowered lower and lower, lower and lower, wishing to get into a hole in the ground. "His Royal Highness Chu is at this level. What is this talking about?" "That's what you said, is that the benefits are at the moment, and the merits are for the future." Li Shimin's expression did not improve. "Your Majesty, the Tai Kai Hall was built in the 2nd year of Day. It was built in a hurry. By now, it has been ruined and used reluctantly. This is not conducive to your Majesty's health, is not conducive to showing the majesty of the Tang court, and is not conducive to the Li Tang dynasty. His foundation is everlasting. That is, if your Majesty does not build a new palace today, what about 10, 30, 50 years from now? Sooner or later, Tai Kai Palace is unusable. Building a new palace is inevitable. If your Majesty does not build it today, it will be more difficult to build a new palace when His Royal Highness takes the throne or the next emperor takes the throne. Why should your Majesty leave this problem to future generations?" Seeing that Li Qian had finally said something a little more reliable, Li Shimin's expression was slightly slower. What you said is light. There are so many ministers in the court, do you think they didn't think of this? I must have thought of it." Li Shimin, however, although they thought of the benefits of the construction of the new palace, they exaggerated the difficulties brought about by the construction. The Ministry of Household has specially calculated it. The construction of the new palace is very costly. How can it become an exaggerated difficulty in your mouth? Your Majesty, in fact, the Minister of Korea and China opposes it. Anyway, it's just a problem, right? What is the problem? Money. Li Shimin was speechless after hearing this. Although this answer was very simple, it made people unable to refute it. Datang has been fighting every year in the quartet. It has finally been delayed for a few years. The people's life has just changed for the better. Money is indeed a problem. Otherwise, I would have directly made an order. Your Majesty, money is not a problem. The problem is that there is no money. Li Shimin looked at Li Qian. Could it be that you are willing to give generously? But I heard that the Chu Palace is rich in the enemy's country, and no one in Chainan City can match it. Li Shimin said a half-truth. To tell the truth, when Li Zong proposed to ask the king of Chu, Li Shimin suddenly thought of this, and it seemed quite feasible. Yeah, it seems a bit, Your Majesty. It's the king's soil in the whole world, and it's the court of the land. The money in the Weijin's mansion can be dedicated to Your Majesty at any time, not to mention that it is used to build a new palace. Even if it is okay, I'm kidding you. After all, Li Shimin is the emperor who has stayed forever. Although he had just a little heartbeat, he still knew right from wrong. No, your majesty, Wai Jin does think that money is not a problem. Li Qian smiled and looked at Li Shimin firmly. As long as your majesty agrees to a condition of the ministers, the money for the construction of the new palace does not require a penny from the household department, and the ministers will cover it all. Hearing what Li Qian said, Li Shimin frowned instead. I was just a joke. The construction of the new palace cost more than tens of thousands of dollars. Do you really think that you are richer than an enemy country? No, your majesty. The Waichen does not plan to pay a penny from the house for the money for the construction of the new palace. Where does that money come from? Li Shimin was confused by Li Qian's words. If the user department does not contribute money, the royal palace of Chu does not contribute money. Does the money fall from the sky? Could it be that he still wants to exploit the people? No. Absolutely not. Li Shimin's face kept changing. As long as your majesty's WeChat minister agrees to hand the Department of Shipbuilding to the Department of Shipping for 10 years, and all the ships going to sea in the prefectures and counties will be under the jurisdiction of the Department of Shipbuilding, then the minister will have a way to solve the money for the construction of the new palace. Li Qian finally gave his answer. The East China Sea fishery alone in Dengzhou alone brought back more than 2 million tons of silver after going out to sea twice, and at least 5 or 6 million tons of silver in a year. Although Guangzhou, Quanzhou, Mengzhou, and Hangzhou in the southeast of Datang are far away from Chainan City, the sea trade has been developed for many years. And there are definitely a lot of local wealthy businessmen. As long as he mastered the jurisdiction of Datang Heimao, Li Qian would not worry about the construction cost of the 10 million new palace. Besides, it is also a question mark whether it is really worth 10 million. How do you solve it? Li Shimin did not directly agree to Li Qian, but wanted to hear his thoughts specifically. After all, this matter is too big. There are 3 ways. The first is to continue to expand sea trade. For this, your majesty must know the situation of the East China Sea fishery. Li Shimin nodded and motioned for Li Qian to continue. The second is to manage all ships going to sea and levy a municipal tax, whether it is an overseas ship or a ship going to sea from Datang. Whenever there is a movement of goods, it will be levied in accordance with the 10 tax. This point of Li Qian is mainly aimed at the southeastern states and capitals. From the situation of the East China Sea fishery, it is speculated that this part of the tax will not be less. Finally, it is the sale of the Maritime Trade Order flag. All ships going to sea trade must fly the Datang Order flag, otherwise the Navy can intercept it, and the docks will not allow it to dock. Li Qian put forward this plan, in fact, to prevent everyone from seeing the huge profits of the sea trade, squeezing it up, and letting the Panbang businessmen take advantage of them. By selling the flags, you can effectively control the number of maritime trade vessels and the price of goods, avoiding the situation that the more you sell, the less you earn. Of course, this is also a measure linked to the municipal tax. According to your statement, can you really solve the money for the construction of the new palace? Li Shimin asked suspiciously. Your Majesty, if it is not enough, the Waichen is willing to advance. Of course, if there is a surplus, it is also the Waichen's. Seeing Li Qian's self-confidence, Li Shimin felt a little settled. Besides, if you have any requirements, say them together. Once the imperial decree comes down, it doesn't matter what you want. Li Shimin agreed in his heart. As for the requirements, it is still at the top of the Shibosi division. The Waichen hopes that the Shibosi division can have its own independent navy and arresting personnel, otherwise there will be no deterrent to those marine merchants. Furthermore, the Shibosi division, the court has the right to supervise. All matters must be handled in accordance with what the Waichen said. Okay. Just as you said, the new governor of Shibo is established in Shaanxi province, who is fully responsible for the affairs of the city and ships in all parts of the Tang dynasty, and the construction of the new palace must be taken immediately. Li Shimin felt that the worst situation would not go too bad, and after thinking about it for a while, He agreed to Li Qian's proposal. Chapter 188 took a big job. 9 changes. Li Shimin was arbitrarily determined by the Sacred Heart, and announced his decision to establish a governor of Shibo at the Korean meeting the next day. The construction of the new palace does not require any money or food from the Ministry of Households, only assistance and cooperation. Naturally, Niezi will no longer oppose it. A proposal that had been disturbing for more than a month was finally passed in an unexpected way. Brother, what do you think of your Majesty's will? What do you think? Yan Liban was appointed by Li Shimin to be the master craftsman who built the new palace and was the first to move. I thought it would take at least a few more months of arguing before there will be a result. I didn't expect to have a conclusion so soon. His Royal Highness Chu said that the construction of the first phase of the project will be completed within half a year. According to me, it seems that this time it was Yan Lied, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Industry, who was also Yan Liban's brother. The Yan family can be regarded as a noble family in the Tang dynasty, especially during the Northern Zhou dynasty. The Yan Liban brothers were grandsons of Emperor Wu of the Northern Zhou dynasty, and their status was prominent. Part of the Grand Canal in the Sui dynasty was designed by the father of the Yan Liban brothers. In the Tang dynasty, their 2 sons inherited their father's business and were well-known craftsmen. The emperor's gown, ceremonial guards, umbrella fans, palaces, and imperial mausoleums, basically all came from their brothers. For the construction of the new palace, Li Shimin immediately appointed Yan Liban as the general supervisor, equivalent to the chief engineer of the project. The construction period is too short. I can quickly get the drawings of the palace, but the preparation of a lot of materials can't be completed in a day or 2. Yan Liban was also very big and didn't know how to complete the first phase of the project within 6 months. Although it is the first phase, since the Supreme Emperor wants to live, it is naturally impossible to build only one palace. Second brother, in my opinion, you should hurry up and look for His Royal Highness Chu King. Judging from his actions in the past few years, His Royal Highness Chu King is not so absurd as the rumors. Maybe he has other ideas. When Li Qian came back from a big job, the Chu prince's mansion became busy immediately, and even Ma Zhu, who was far away in Liangzhou, arranged for someone to summon him back. The Shibu Dufu has jurisdiction over all maritime trade matters in Datang. At present, only Dengzhou is decent. There has been no movement at all in the other state capitals. The first phase of the project is estimated to be difficult to use the city tax in these places. But life has to start as soon as possible. The construction of the new palace requires at least 10,000 artisans and farmers. Although the Ministry of Households and the Ministry of Industry will assist in the recruitment of these personnel, the most important part is still done by the people of the Royal Palace of Chu. The construction involves materials such as stones, tiles, blue bricks, sand and stones, and personnel must be arranged to prepare them. And the core cement problem is that Li Qian personally leads a group of craftsmen in trial production. Fortunately, under Li Qian, there are now Wang Xuans, Shang Guanyi, Xu Jingzong, Chu Siliang, Ma Zhu, Dai Quain, Tuesday Fu, Wang Fugi and other highly skilled personnel to call, otherwise it would be really too busy. Nanshan construction in the palace of the King of Chu is hiring. The news quickly spread to Guanzhong through the helpers in the glass workshop, briquettes workshop, mirror workshop, and textile workshop. In particular, the briquettes workshops used to house many refugees from Yongzhou Prefecture. Now a few years have passed and these people have lived relatively prosperous lives. At the time, the Shiguan Mountain School, the Imperial School of the King of Chu, and the night schools in various workshops were built, so that most of the craftsmen and helpers learned to read. Although few people can reach the level of reciting poems and composing simple letters are not a big problem. Especially now that paper is cheaper, the correspondence between Chainan City and other places has become more frequent. In Liuji village, Lanshan County, early this morning, Patriarch Liu Yuan received a letter from Chainan City. You go and call all the heads of every family in the village to the ancestral hall, and the old man will announce something. Liuji village is not particularly large, surrounded by mountains. That is, there are some fields on both sides of the stream. In the good weather, I can barely support myself. If it encounters a disaster year, I can only escape from famine. Patriarch, what happened? I just planted some courgettes in the field. Yes, I haven't heard of anything lately. Why are you suddenly calling everyone to the ancestral hall? Could it be that the village next door is fighting with us for water? Liu Yuan was still a bit appealing in the village, and within half an hour, the ancestral hall was full of people. Everyone, Liu Dalang just wrote to me. My elder brother, an ineffective son, couldn't survive that year and fled to Chainan City. He once came back last year. Do you remember? Although Liu Yuan is over 50, his voice is very loud. Of course we remember. Da Lang gave us a piece of jerky whale meat, which was delicious. Yes, what kind of woolen clothes he is wearing? I heard that it was only worn by wealthy people in the county. Forget about it. At the beginning, his few skinny sons were about to starve to death. When they came back last year, they said they were studying in the school. Everyone talked a lot, and their eyes were full of envy. Because of the early death of his parents, Liu Dalang has been suffering in the family. Even if he was relieved by neighbors from time to time, he eventually became a refugee. As a result, when he returned to Liu Jiakan again, the story of Liu Dalang's family is basically a topic that Liu Jiakan must talk about after dinner in the last year. And it can be said to be a household name. Da Lang just wrote to me. Liu Yuan held up a letter and continued to say something important. A large number of people are recruited in the workshops of the Chu mansion. Young people over 15 years old and under 40 years old, as long as they are in good health. One needs one. Liu Dalang asked me to tell you that if you want to go, hurry up. Don't have so many people. Is the workshop of Prince Chu's mansion recruiting people again? Is it a workshop with Dalang? Do you want to do that, briquettes? Although the villagers were very excited, they couldn't help but feel a little worried when the opportunity really came. The letter did not mention any workshop, but Da Lang emphasized that everyone must listen carefully. Liu Yuan raised his voice unconsciously. Eat 3 meals a day, 300 cash in 1 month, and eat meat at least once in 3 days. Huh? Really? Eat 3 meals a day? Is there really a salary of 300 yuan? Yes, of meat to eat. Seeing everyone's stunned reaction, Liu Yuan's face showed a trace of complacency. He was all due to his nephew. Otherwise, where would he get Liu Jiakan for such a good opportunity? Liu Yuan, everyone will go back and clean up today. Those who want to go will gather at the entrance of the village tomorrow morning. Wealth and wealth are right in front of you. It's up to you to catch it. Why wait until tomorrow? Let's go back now and simply clean up, and set off immediately. What if we are late and if they have enough staff? Yes, what Liu Fang said is right. There is nothing to clean up anyway. Let's set off now. Chapter 189 Misunderstood the King of Chu 10 more. Thanks to the Lord Tanhaik Xiangyun, the honorable children of Chainan City have recently got another opportunity to talk. Brother Zheng, have you heard that the imperial court established a Shibu Dufu? It is said that all the costs for the construction of the new palace are raised by Shibu Dufu. Chang Sun Chong raised the wine glass and toasted a cup of Kilixiang with Zheng Hai. During this period, although the knives were very popular among military commanders, some people still felt that the taste of Kilixiang was softer. Like Chang Sun Chong, when he entertains guests, he never prepares to burn a knife. Such a big news. I have naturally heard about it. Not only the money is in the charge of the Shibu Dufu, but the construction of the new palace is said to be handed over to Li Qian, and the Ministry of Industry and the General Supervisor must cooperate with him. Work. HMPH. The higher you stand, the more painful you fall. Don't look at Li Qian's beautiful appearance now. All Yemen are turning around him, but he has committed crimes by himself, boasting that he wants to let the Supreme Emperor live in this winter. Taikai Palace. Seeing Li Qian's beautiful appearance, Chang Sun Chong is rare to have no envy at all. It's already April, and when I'm fully budgeted, Li Qian only has about 6 months left. But I heard that no one is starting work on the plot of land where the new palace is built. and the Ministry of Households has not received any request. The purpose of assisting in the recruitment of labor, I am really curious about how Li Qian built the new palace, haha, how to build is Li Qian's business, we won't worry about him. Come on, after having this glass of wine, let's go to Yaihongla to listen to the tune. Near Guanxi Mountain, a new workshop was recently built at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Dali, go away a bit and let Jun Bian see which piece is the hardest. Li Qian stood in front of 5 special slates and pulled Chen Dali back a few steps, while Zai Junmai raised a big hammer and knocked it down. Boom, boom, accompanied by the continuous percussive sound. 2 slabs were torn apart, and the other one broke apart after a few more percussions. With only the last 2 pieces left, Zai Junmai gritted his teeth and took a lot of effort to break them. Okay, it seems that the cement used for these 2 slabs should be considered successful. Vigorously, what is the difference between the 2 cements? Master, the cement used in this slab, the raw materials in the furnace, in addition to limestone and clay, also added some coal slag. The next one is similar, but the limestone is crushed even more. Through the accumulated experience of firing glass, Chen Dali has been very experienced in how to verify the formula of cement. Originally, he didn't know why the prince let himself burn something like ashes, but after seeing the ashes mixed with gravel and sand, and adding water, it turned into a stone slab in just half an hour. Immediately I realized what the cement in the king's mouth was. I will build a few more furnaces immediately to increase the output of cement. This will be of great use. Master, don't worry, you will never let the cement drag you back. Li Qian took care of the construction of the new palace. This was something that everyone in the palace knew. Chen Dali now naturally knows exactly what cement is used for. Inexplicably, he had confidence in the construction of the first phase of the new palace in half a year. Master, Yan Dejiang has been waiting at the mansion for a long time. Would you like to see him first? As soon as Li Qian returned to the house, Lai Fu came up to remind him. Okay, don't see him again. Maybe he will go to your majesty to make trouble. During this period of time, Yan Li had contacted Li Qian several times, but Li Qian only arranged for Xu Jingzong to communicate with him, so that he could get the design of the new palace first, and talk about the rest later. As the master craftsman of the new palace, Yan Liban is more concerned about how to build the palace in the picture besides the design drawings. However, Li Qian did not go to the glass workshop or the cement workshop during this period, or to take a look. How are the bricks being fired? Yan Liban has never seen Li Qian once. Had it not been known that Li Qian was also busy building the new palace, Yan Liban would have jumped directly. Yan Dejiang has been waiting for a long time. This king is rude. As soon as Li Qian entered the door, he saw Yan Liban walking in anxiously in the hall. His Royal Highness, seeing you is harder than going to the sky. Yan Liban also has a temper. Li Qian puts his pigeons many times to say that he is not angry at all. That is a fake. Ha. Yan Dejiang was joking. I wonder if the design of the new palace has been finalized. In Li Qian's eyes, Yan Liban was the kind of craftsman who possessed special skills and didn't speak much, so he wouldn't be stupid and furious there. HMPH, I just confirmed it to your majesty yesterday. I am waiting for construction now. 10 days have passed since I haven't started construction. That is not good at all, even if the first phase of the project is only 20% of the overall project. Speaking of business affairs, although Yan Liban was not happy in his heart, he slowly entered the state. How to design the shape of the new palace, how to lay out the palace, you are everyone in this respect. This king will not interfere. But there are a few things to pay attention to. This king must first talk to you. What instructions does the prince have? All the main halls in the palace do not use pillars made of giant wood, and the walls are all built with blue bricks. A boiler room must be reserved next to the palace, and there must be room for copper pipes underneath. Wait a minute. Before Li Qian finished speaking, Yan Liban couldn't help but interrupt. Master, What do you use as a pillar instead of giant wood? Using blue bricks to build a wall. How can lighting be solved? Jan Lieben asked the idea right away. Ancient palaces used a lot of wood, especially even the walls were made of wood. The fundamental reason was the lighting problem. Of course, a house can be built with blue bricks, but the whole room is very dark. If wood is used, white paper or carved into a hollow shape around, the light transmittance will be much better. The lighting problem is very simple. All windows are made of glass, especially the main hall. Use glass as much as possible to let the sun shine and naturally hiss. Jan Lieben took a sigh of relief after hearing this. Master, if this is the case, then the cost of the new palace will have more than doubled. Glass mirrors are popular in Chenan City, and Jan Lieben would naturally not know it. And the glass greenhouse built by Li Qian last year has become a pastina talk for the people of Chenan City. Now that Li Qian said that he would use glass on a large scale to make the new palace, Jan Lieben felt that his liver was trembling. Could it be that His Royal Highness the King of Chu is a very filial person? For the sake of the Supreme Emperor and His Majesty, not only took over the construction of the new palace, but also used extremely expensive materials to build it. It seems that I have misunderstood the King of Chu. His Royal Highness, this plan sounds feasible, but Jan Lieben's complexion eased a lot, and even because he had no attitude just now, there was a hint of shame on his face. It's feasible. Nothing but. Chapter 190. Let Jan Lieben have more knowledge. Jan Lieben saw that Li Qian insisted on using a lot of glass to build a new palace, and he was both excited and moved. Obviously, after the completion of the new palace, it will be different from any building, and it is destined to be left in history. And he is the master craftsman of the new palace. The prince, the subordinates have understood the issue of lighting. But you just said that there are no huge wooden pillars in the palace. If this is the case, the palace can't be built tall and spacious. Jan Lieben recognized Li Qian from his heart, and even the title was changed to subordinate without consciously. Let's go. It seems that if this king doesn't show you with his own eyes, you won't be relieved. Li Qian is still waiting for Jan Lieben to implement the construction of the new palace, so he must first understand the usefulness of cement, or else the design plan and the prepared building materials must be good. There will be some problems. Is there anything special about the prince that his subordinates don't know? Seeing that Li Qian didn't answer his own question, Jan Lieben couldn't help but feel very curious. This king will show you a brand new building material. Chen Dali was not surprised to see Li Qian go and return. In recent days, Li Qian has come here from time to time, and sometimes suddenly thinks of something, even if it is already dark, he will come to the workshop and ask himself to discuss it together. Master, but what new arrangements are there? It's okay, Dali, go on your own, and find your apprentice to show Dajian Yan the roll of cement. That's what Li Qian said. But Chen Dali naturally wouldn't really be busy on his own. Master, is this the cement you are talking about? Jan Lieben bent down and grabbed a handful of cement in his hand. Yes, this is cement. I haven't seen the miraculous effect of cement, and Jan Lieben is not good at expressing his views, but he has a faint expectation in his heart. How come you feel that building a new palace will become the pinnacle of your life? Stir the gravel, sand, cement and water together and leave it for half an hour. After it hardens, we will come back and see how it works. The mixing of the concrete is not too difficult, but it is the work of a cup of tea, and a thick slate appeared in front of Jan Lieben. Master, looking at the cement is very simple to use, but I don't know how the effect compares with the glutinous rice lime slurry. Yan Li was originally a master craftsman, so no one needs to explain to him specifically. He already knows what cement is used for. This king will show you the process of making cement first. Is there any better than glutinous rice lime mortar? You will judge for yourself later. Li Qian didn't bother to compare cement with glutinous rice lime mortar, although glutinous rice lime slurry is also good in terms of viscosity. In terms of strength, it is not at the same level as cement. The most important thing is that the thing needs to use glutinous rice, which is food. Whenever there are other methods, Li Qian would not use this trick. Calcining limestone and clay at high temperature can be made into cement. Is it that simple? Li Qian does not intend to keep the cement production process secret. The threshold is too low, but whenever a craftsman goes out and talks, people can quickly imitate similar products. You don't even have to do this, as long as you see this furnace and see a steady stream of limestone and clay being transported in, but cement is transported out. You can probably guess the production process of the cement. As a basic building material, Li Qian did not think about using cement to make a lot of money. On the contrary, if there are people everywhere building cement workshops, it will be of great benefit to the construction of roads and houses in Datang. Dejiang, don't you think it's surprising? In fact, Li Qian wanted to say that the firing of glass is no more difficult than this, as long as you figure out the ratio of various materials. Master, the subordinates suddenly have confidence in the speed of the construction of the new palace. If there are enough manpower, the first phase of the project can be over without even waiting for winter. Although I haven't seen the result of the slate just poured, from the expression on Li Qian's face, Yan Liban can already infer the result. Haha, it's good to have confidence. The cement, the glass, and the bricks and tiles are also being prepared. The wood that the new palace needs to use is very limited. Yan Li thought for a while. It's true, Xingong doesn't use wood very much. So the fire problem was solved in one go. Go and see how that thing just now. Li Qian is ready to communicate with Yan Liban today, freeing himself from the tedious work of building the new palace. Anyway, the most critical cement has been worked out very smoothly. Master, there should be no problem with the hardness of this concrete. Yan Liban first stepped on it with his foot, then picked up the hammer on the side and tapped it lightly. He found that even if it was not as hard as granite, it was not much worse. Previously, according to his vision, many places in the new palace were laid with a large number of hard granite bars, which was a big project. You buy it, you put wood on both ends of this concrete. Li Qian finished his command, turned his head and said to Yan Liban, Dejiang, please confirm it yourself and see how strong is the stone slab poured from this concrete. Okay, then I will see the new miracle invented by the prince. Yan Liban was not polite when he finished speaking. He picked up the hammer and threw it on the stone slab. Although Yan Li was not a military commander, he was not the kind of scholar who could not restrain the chicken. When the hammer went down, Yan Liban was actually mentally prepared, but when he saw the hammer hit, only a small hole was left on the stone slab. He was shocked. Boom. Some debris splashed up on the stone slab again. Boom. Yan Liban used more and more force, and the numbness of his arm being shaken by the hammer did not stop. The more he beats, the more excited Yan Liban is. This shows that the slate is very strong. Boom. In the end, the slate finally fell apart. Master, this cement is a good thing. Yan Liban excitedly turned around the broken slab twice, then lowered his head to check what was happening where the slab was broken. Li Qian's face showed an inscrutable expression. This is not good enough. What? Yan Liban was a little confused. He already felt that cement was far beyond his imagination. Why did His Royal Highness Chu still say that this is not good enough? Is it true that His Royal Highness the King of Chu has always been so strict with himself? It must be. Otherwise, it is impossible to achieve such an achievement at a young age. Ashamed. I was too proud before, but today I know that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. It seems that I have to learn more from the prince. 191 Now this concrete, although the strength is okay, it is not a big problem for laying floors or something, but it still has a problem. Seeing Yan Liban's surprised expression, Li Qian couldn't help feeling smug in his heart. No matter how awesome your Yan Liban is, you have to admit defeat in the face of knowledge that spans time and space. What is the problem? Because they are made of gravel, sand, water and cement, the strength of this slate is enough, but if it is made very long, like a beam, then the toughness will be insufficient. Insufficient resilience? Yan Wenwin didn't understand this meaning a bit. Simply put, It's like this slate. You just used a great deal of power to break it. But if this slate becomes slender, it will be broken with one hammer. This is insufficient resilience. Yan Wenwen immediately understood Li Qiuan's explanation. Master, if these two are the case, then the beams in the temple still need to use wood? Yes, it's better to use wood for the time being. However, these woods don't need to be very large. What about those pillars? Yan Wenwen asked, a little worried. These pillars also need to be built very high. If the toughness is not enough as for the pillar, the king thought of a solution. What way? Put iron bars and hemp bamboo in the middle. Because the pillars are thick enough, it is not easy to cause problems. Adding iron bars and hemp bamboo in the middle is no problem. If you are worried, you can make a trial first, to see how it works. Yan Liban was finally relieved to hear Li Qiuan say this. The pillars of the main hall are the most difficult to handle. The huge wood needed is hard to find, and it is even more laborious to transport. Okay, Lord, then I understand. I will go back and revise the design of the new palace. Li Shimin is in a good mood these days. The weather in the prefectures of Datang was smooth, and there were no droughts and floods. The construction of the new palace was supported by courtiers. Even the Supreme Emperor, who has always been indifferent to himself, said a few more words to himself after he went to ask for peace and talked about the construction of the new palace. Li Zong, how is the construction of that new palace? Li Shimin asked while reviewing the memorial. Your Majesty, it's only been a dozen days, and nothing has happened yet. Huh? Nothing? What do you mean? It's been more than 10 days. You said there is no movement at all in the construction of the new palace? Li Shimin's memorial could not be read anymore. So he stared at Li Zong and motioned for him to make it clear. His Royal Highness Chu has been busy in various workshops during this period. He hasn't been to the new palace for the time being, and he has not received any instructions from the prison, and the situation in the household department is similar. What Li Shimin cares about, Li Zong must focus on investigating what matters. Obviously, the construction of the new palace is what Li Shimin is most concerned about recently. Li Zong also didn't care about it, always grasping the movements of Li Qiuan, Yan Liban and others. However, there is really not much movement. I can only report truthfully. Bang! Li Shimin slapped the table on the table. What is this, Li Qiuan? Does he still want to deceive the king? Your Majesty, the prince has always been out of the house and everyone expects it. But it has never been disappointing in the past 2 years. I think it should be his own plan. What is self-planning? It has been more than 10 days, and he has never been to the new palace. He hasn't even figured out where the new palace is built. How can you make me believe that he is self-planning? Li Zong was a little skeptical of life by Li Shimin. I am Li Zong. I am not Li Qiuan. Fortunately, at this moment, Lan He hurried in from the outside, which was considered to have rescued Li Zong. Your Majesty, the guard of Xuanwu Gate is urgently reported. What? Li Shimin's face changed dramatically. The 3 words Xuanyuman are really too sensitive. Xuanwu Gate is really important to Tji Palace. It is not without reason why several coups in the entire Tang dynasty took place at Xuanyuman. Taikai Palace is located in the north of Chainan City, and Xuanwu Gate is the north gate of Taikai Palace. It can be said that once you leave the Xuanwu Gate, you leave Chainan City. In other words, attacking Xuanwu Gate is much simpler than attacking Chengshan Gate and Yonggan Gate. Because of this, near the Xuanwu Gate, Li Shimin handed it over to the 7th BE camp that he trusted the most. Now, Lan He suddenly ran over and said Xuanyuman was in a hurry. Could the prince have a coup? Impossible. Li Shimin knows Li Chengqian very well, as he is now. He can't command a few generals at all. What's the situation? Li Shimin didn't have no answer for a while. Your Majesty, a large number of people have gathered in a few miles outside the Xuanwu Gate. It is said that there have been more than 10,000 people, so the guard sent people to come to warn them. Seeing Li Shimin's face changed, Lan He quickly explained the situation. Call. Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that there was nothing wrong with Xuanyuman. However, there are a large number of people gathering in a few miles, This situation should also be paid attention to. Although the BE 7th Battalion is extremely elite, its number is only a few thousand, so don't be careless. Let's go. I will go and see for myself. Just now, the Xuanyuan emergency report was received not only by Li Shimin, but also by all the court officials who worked in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Science and Technology. It doesn't need to be emphasized, everyone knows that this matter must be paid attention to, and one after another went to Xuanyuan to find out. The Xuanwu Gate is located on the high slope of Longzuiyuan. The gate is built very high and has a good view. Standing on the city gate, you can not only see the panoramic view of Taikai Palace, but also the vast area north of Chainan City. Your Majesty, that's the one. Now the crowd is getting more and more. Li Shimin stood on the top of the tower, surrounded by heavily armored guards. Fang Xuanling, Qingsun Wuji, Wai Zheng, Wen Yanbo and others also stepped onto the gate and stood beside Li Shimin. Sent out a detective horse to confirm weather without needing anyone to tell himself. Li Shimin could clearly see a few miles in the northeast at a glance. A large number of people gathered, and there seemed to be an increasing trend. No wonder the Xuanyuan guards came to warn them. It was not normal. Your Majesty, I have sent 3 groups of scouts out of the city. I think there will be results soon. The Waijin has also made all the soldiers of the 7th Battalion of BE wear armor and knives, and they should be in any situation that may arise at any time. Li Shimin stood there, frowning, without speaking. Report. Soon, there were scouts galloping back on horseback, but the Xuanyuan guard did not let people open the gate, but dropped a hanging basket from the bottom of the city, and asked the scout to come up from the hanging basket. At a very moment, you can't be too careful. Li Shimin looked at it and nodded inwardly. The BE 7th camp still did not live up to my trust. Your Majesty Qi, the situation has been ascertained and there is no danger for the time being. Those people are people and craftsmen from all over the world, saying that they are going to join the workshop of the Prince of Chu Mansion. What? If Li Qian was in front of him, Li Shimin felt that he might not be able to help him and kicked him off the tower. Chapter 192. The movement is a bit big, the scout reported loudly. Therefore, the people on the upper floors of Xuanwu Gate basically heard clearly. Your Majesty, those people heard that His Royal Highness Chu's workshop recruited craftsmen and helpers and came from all over the country. They said they had entered the workshop and ate 3 meals a day, $300 a month for labor, and at least 1 meat every 3 days. Eat. Hearing Li Shimin's rhetorical question, the scout hurriedly said the news he had heard. Lan He, call me Li Qian. Li Shimin had a gloom in his heart, but he didn't know how to vent it. Today what is this all about? That Li Qian, he can cause trouble with anything. The ministers on the side also looked at each other, and just came over in a hurry to confirm the situation, but unexpectedly it was such a result. Outside Jianfuman, Xu Jingzong took a group of people to register information for the applicants. Name, birthplace, age, gender, craftsmanship. The more than 100 students temporarily transferred from the Lion Mountain School were busy and sweaty, but they found that the number of people in the line had not decreased, but had increased instead. Half of the guards of the Chu Palace were transferred to maintain order. Fortunately, even though these people are in groups, they still abide by the rules. Liu Fang, it's fortunate that we listened to you. We set off a day earlier. Otherwise, it might not be in the queue. This is too much. Go, take the number plate and pick up the food. I will tell you which area to work in tomorrow. More than 120 people came to Liujiakan this time. Almost every household has come, and some have more than one. My lord, it was a bit messy at the beginning. After registering the personnel, it will be better. Don't worry, I have arranged 200 craftsmen who will be the supervisors to come over. First, divide them into 5 blocks according to the area, and then divide the needs of each area. The construction content is divided into 8 major groups. Each group has a few craftsmen who will be the supervisors, and then the recruits are allocated. Yan Wenwin was also sweating profusely. It was like the scene of so many people today. and he hadn't seen it before. But those are service teams organized by local officials, so you don't have to worry too much about them. It's like today, with tens of thousands of people coming in spontaneously from all directions, all without anyone organizing. Pay attention to whether there are people fishing in troubled waters. If you find petty theft, fights, etc., you should deal with them strictly and promptly. Li Qian didn't expect so many people to come. According to his own vision, with a few thousand people, the first phase of the project should be completed on time. But now that there are so many people, the arrangement must be arranged as much as possible, otherwise there will be trouble. Li Shimin will definitely find his own trouble. Fortunately, the cement workshop is also expanding, and the preparation of materials such as sand, stone, bricks and tiles requires manpower, and it is temporarily handled. Master, now a lot of materials have not been shipped here. Arranging so many people here may not be of much use in 1 or 2 days. The subordinates have a suggestion, whether to train 1 and 3 according to the new training method of the palace guards. 5 days, this may be more efficient. Xli, who was accustomed to everything neat and orderly, was also a headache when he saw the chaos on the scene. Training? It's okay. By the way, let the person who will be the prisoner tell them the rules and precautions. Li Qian thought for a while, and felt that Xli's idea was not bad. The helpers born to farmers are often hardworking. As long as they guide and manage well and set rules at the beginning, it will be much simpler after that. The prince, Your Majesty said, please enter the palace immediately. Lan He walked around among the crowd, and finally found Li Qian. Your Majesty, King Chu has come down. Lan He went in and passed a message to Li Shimin, and hurriedly hid in the corner. Bang! You said you can't stop it. Li Shimin threw the book in his hand and stood up. Although Li Shimin's anger had disappeared for the most part on the way back from Xuanyuan, he was angry when he thought that Li Qian had to challenge his nerves every time. Your Majesty, this is an accident today, and Huaijun didn't expect so many people to sign up. On the way Li Qian came here, he had already found out the oolong that happened at Xuanyuan today from Lan He, and he naturally knew why Li Shimin looked for himself. Accident? For such a big thing. Did you just explain the accident? What kind of unreliable content did you promise them? Why are so many people willing to leave their homes to rush to you? Your Majesty, it's not for the ministers. They just make a living. Li Qian could not agree with Li Shimin's statement, or he would leave a bomb accidentally. Make a living? Yes, make a living. Huh. The world is so big, why don't they go elsewhere to make a living? And suddenly they all rush to Chainan City to find you. Li Qian can have such a big appeal. To be honest, Li Shimin is a little surprised. It's not that I'm really taboo about this, but I really didn't think about it and couldn't figure it out. Your Majesty, the people of Datang are actually very simple in mind. Whoever treats them sincerely will recognize you from the bottom of their hearts. On the way here, the minister also reflected on why there was such a big movement and thought about it. This is probably the case. The various workshops under the royal palace of Chu, be it briquettes workshops, mirror workshops, or other workshops, can feed the helpers and get good wages. In addition, there are also new schools in the workshops, so these helpers' my life is better than before, or even much better. What does this have to do with the group of people now? Of course it matters. Huaijun knows that the new palace construction schedule is urgent, so he asked the folks in each workshop to write back and call some relatives and friends to come and help. But Huaijun didn't expect that there would be so many people coming at once. You mean that the helper from the workshop wrote to the family, and then so many people came? It's that simple? Li Shimin found it a little unbelievable. Today, the 7th Battalion in Beia was all worn with armor and knives. The reason behind it was some family letters. Your Majesty, it's that simple. Actually, it's easy to understand if you put yourself in the position. It's like a craftsman named Liu Daolang in the briquettes workshop. He makes briquettes very fast and has improved the production process many times for a month. You can get 2 consistent wages, and the average helper also gets 300 to 400 yuan a month. Before entering the briquettes workshop, Liu Dalang was a refugee and couldn't escape from the famine in Liujia village. After those people knew Liu Dalang's current living conditions, they would naturally compare them. Now Liu Dalang returned with a letter from his family, and heard that more than 100 people came to Liu Jiakan. Listening to Li Qian's explanation, Li Shimin was also speechless. A turmoil of such a big relationship is really the fault of a bunch of family letters. Chapter 193. How hasn't started work? The construction of the new palace was the biggest event in the 8th year of Zhengwen. The people of Chainan City at the feet of the emperor are naturally discussing them all. 5 houses. As a famous storyteller, Niezi is now more and more influential. Many storytellers in Chainan like to follow him to some extent. He is already the originator of the new storytelling content. No, what he is going to say today is based on recent rumors and some news he has seen, and he also gave a slightly exaggerated name. 30,000 craftsmen traveled to Chainan for thousands of miles. Dear guest officials, our story today starts with His Royal Highness King Chu's journey to Dengzi to save the people from fire and water. The previous summer, Dengzi Prefecture encountered natural disasters one after another, and the people couldn't afford to eat. His Royal Highness of Chu followed the Tang envoy to the country of Japan, brought back millions of gold and silver, and established the Shiboshi division. I heard that His Majesty wanted to build a summer palace for the Supreme Emperor to escape the heat. His Royal Highness took the initiative to take in all the money for the construction of the new palace. As the saying goes, there is a cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops and horses come to meet. Under the order of His Royal Highness, the helpers of various workshops wrote letters to relatives and friends. Just the day before yesterday, tens of thousands of artisans from all over the world rushed to Chainan City. It is said that even the Xuanhuman guards were alarmed after 2 years of pondering. Niezi has found that as long as he pays attention to the rumors and information of His Royal Highness King Chu every day, it is enough to provide himself with enough storytelling topics. Yu now not only allows himself to take all the rewards from the guests, but also pays himself 5 consecutive wages every month. This life is very comfortable. At the same time, not long after the division of labor was completed, everyone in Liujia village, who was taken to the southwest corner of the Xingong area, was also discussing happily. Liu Fang, have we eaten dried meat for 3 days in a row? I don't think I have eaten so much meat in my life. Liu King lay on the chase shop with a happy face. In the past 2 days, although the training was very tiring, I didn't quite understand why the palace guards would organize the training for everyone. However, when he thought of eating meat after training, Liu King felt full of strength. Whale meat and salted fish can be eaten every day these days. He felt that his life was better than what Liu Daolang said in his letter. The food is good and the place to live is clean, although it is a makeshift shack. This made Liu King take the training very seriously and treat every request made by the supervisor, for fear of being fired for not working hard. His Royal Highness of Chu is kind to the craftsman, Liu Dalang said many times when he came back last year. Now it seems that this is more than just kindness. Liu King, in the future, we must work hard to be worthy of the King of Chu. Yes. The person in charge also said today that even if Nanshan Construction has completed the construction of the new palace, it will not be disbanded, and will continue to have other tasks. Let us practice our hand skills. The workshop he is in is called Nanshan Jianggong, and Liu King has received his own badge. Now he is waiting for the construction of the new palace to perform well. And with craftsmen like Liu King, almost everywhere in the new palace, everyone waited for Yan Dejiang's order and started to work. Near the new palace, people who watch the excitement pass by every day, and even some noble children ride over to watch the excitement from a distance. However, apart from some carriages transporting various building materials, some craftsmen who will be supervising the measurement of dimensions did not see any construction movement. Instead, I saw a group of people organized and trained like government soldiers. After Yang Benman heard about this situation, he personally took a look, and then handed in an impeachment memorial. The King of Chu recruited 30,000 young men and women to train around Chainan City day and night. The White Jin thought that King Chu used the name of building the new palace for the purpose of rebelling, and he should look out to your majesty. Timely vigilance is hope. Li Qian looked at the memorial in his hand with a speechless expression. Fortunately, since Li Shimin threw the memorial to him, he just didn't believe that he would rebel, otherwise he wouldn't do it. Your Majesty, the right of censorship to tell the story. White Jin believes that it has become a tool for some people to retaliate. The construction of the new palace involves a large number of craftsmen. White Jin urges Baiki Division to arrange for some people to help manage these craftsmen. Li Qian felt that since there was such an unreliable impeachment by Yushi, he would simply let Baiki oversee him, just in time for the guards of the Chu Palace to rest. There is no need for Baiki to send someone in the past. I naturally believe in you. However, the construction of the new palace has been announced for 20 days. Why is there still no movement at the scene? Do you want to give me this point? Explain. What Li Shimin cares about is whether the new palace can be completed as scheduled, and he can see everything else clearly. The so-called workman must first sharpen his tools if he wants to be good at his deeds. Who would hear your majesty say that there is no movement at all? If Yan Dejiang was here, he would definitely not agree with this statement. Oh, then tell me what you have done. Although Li Shimin heard that Li Qian was busy in various workshops during this period and guessed that it was for the construction of the new palace, after all, none of the parties had made it clear. Your Majesty, today is the 10th day of April. The White Jin promised to let the Supreme Emperor live his 68th birthday in the new palace at the latest after the construction is completed by November. The rest are trivial things. When the construction is completed, why the minister will give your Majesty another explanation. Can you? Li Shimin squinted at Li Qian, measuring how reliable his words were. According to his understanding, even if Li Qian recruited 30,000 civilian husbands and rushed to work day and night, it would be very difficult to complete the construction before November. Needless to say, there may be rainy days in the middle, etc. which cannot be constructed. But Li Qian's expression was so confident that Li Shimin wondered if he had overlooked something. Qiana, you said this yourself. If you take it back now, I can promise not to pursue it. No, Your Majesty, to be honest, the first phase of the construction will be completed before November. This is a conservative estimate of the White Jin. If everything goes well, the possibility of completing the first and second phases of the new palace in November is also possible. Very big. Okay. During this period, no matter what happened to the construction of the new palace, as long as you don't take the initiative to come to me, I can also promise that you will make all the matters, and all the impeachment memorials will be kept and not issued. Li Shimin is also a man of courage, considering the various achievements that Li Qian has made in the past 2 years. In addition, the new palace is located to the northeast of the Qi Palace, and you can see the progress there at any time standing on the Xuanwu Gate. So Li Shimin, finally I chose to believe in Li Qian. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, the new palace will officially start the day after tomorrow, and the construction progress will be rapid. Please wait and see. Chapter 194 Business Opportunities in the eyes of different people. The construction of a palace involves a lot of materials. Cement, blue bricks, sand, gravel, wood, paint. Naturally, it is impossible for all of these things to be completed by the own workshop of the Chu Palace. Recently, many workshops in Chainan City are expanding production. Wang Fugi, who is in charge of material procurement in the new palace, has communicated with the shopkeepers of many workshops and listed what he needs. Whoever has good quality, low price, and fast delivery will do it. There is no human feelings to talk about, and everything speaks of strength. This allowed some small workshops that did not rely on the family to see their future. Yongyangfen is located in the southwest corner of Chainan City, and there are not so many people in normal times. Glang, glang, glang. The sound of metal beating came from an iron shop. Miss King, I heard that you rented out the 2 shops next to it. Wouldn't it be too risky? This iron shop is called Jintai Iron Shop. named after the blacksmith Jintai. It can be said that this is a small famous iron shop in the southwest area of Chainan City. Uncle San, I received a business of 5,000 iron nails in the shop at once. I think this is a very good opportunity. The iron nails made by Mrs. Jin, bluntly, are thicker than mine and cheaper than mine. I'm cheaper than me. It's not the first time Wang Fugi and I have dealt with him. I'm very shrewd, but I've never cheated others and said the same. Do you know who he is doing nowadays? Jintai wiped the sweat from her forehead, and regularly beat the fiery iron with one of the apprentices. Who is he still doing for a businessman his size? Jintai's second uncle was a downright literati, and didn't know much about business affairs. His Royal Highness, Wang Fugi is now working for His Royal Highness. Jintai said a little excitedly, what is your Royal Highness up to lately? You should have heard of it. Of course I know this. To build a new palace for the Supreme Emperor. Jinhua replied a little unhappily, feeling that his nephew asked this question, and he was simply humiliating himself. The storytellers at the restaurants and inns often talk about King Chu's affairs every day. They are regular customers, so how could they not know? Since you know that His Royal Highness Chu is building a new palace, and Wang Fugi is doing things for His Royal Highness Chu, what does he order so many iron nails for? This is the first batch. If the craftsmen think it is good, there will be more orders. Really? You mean these nails were used for the construction of the new palace? As a scholar, Jinhua always pays attention to matters related to the royal family. 99% is used for the construction of the new palace. I heard that the new palace is divided into several phases. The amount of construction is very large. The number of nails required is definitely not a small number. This is the best time for my Jintai iron shop to expand the scale. What? You already have 7 or 8 apprentices. If you expand the scale, don't you have to feed dozens of people in the shop? This is a lot of monthly wages, so you don't have to worry about accidentally taking the money you earned before. Did you lose all the hard money? Second uncle, how can you make money forever in business? But, this time I think you can make it out of the box. If you believe me, you can invest some money in, and I'll count you as a member. Jinhua was a little moved when he heard it. I will think about it again, and I will come to you tomorrow. No matter what era, the sense of smell of merchants is very sensitive. After the imperial court officially announced the construction of the new palace, many people immediately took action. Brother Go, the timber from the east is basically believed to have been collected by me, but all the huge timbers that have been in the past are now all stored in the warehouse. Brother Deng moves very fast. There is a lot of wood transported from Shannon Road to Chainan. I only buy the large airwood now. If I collect all of it, it will take some time. The two timber merchants Go Yang and Deng Feng from Xiangzhou Prefecture, Shannon Province, were the largest timber source in Chainan. The timber merchants of Shannon Province basically monopolized the giant wood business in Chainan. Deng Feng frowned when he heard that the timber from Shannon had not been collected yet. Brother Go, this is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. If it didn't happen that I accidentally met Hu Bao, the son of Hu Shangxiu of the Ministry of War, how dare we? From this mindset, Hu Langjun asked us to buy all the wood in Chainan City as much as possible. For this reason, he also gave 30,000 yuan as the capital of the acquisition. If it is not completed on time, Hu Shangxiu's will be destroyed. Event. Brother Deng, look at what you said. Go Yang was a little unconscious when Deng Feng said so. Originally, when he was in Xiangzhou, the Go family's business was larger than that of the Deng family, but since Deng Feng strengthened his family's prince from the Ministry of War, Hu Jun, this situation has slowly changed. I heard that the former Wang Fugi from the West Market has been buying supplies in the past few days. I guess he will find us soon. Brother Go, you should hurry up. If it doesn't work, we will bring in the family again. No. Our two families are enough. If we come to another family to share food, the gain will not be worth the loss. Don't worry, I will release all the servants in the house now. If I don't collect all the wood from Shannon Road, I will not surnamed Go. There are many people who have similar ideas with Deng Feng and Go Yang, even the Turkic people who have lived in Chainan for several years. Agunuo, Are the shopkeepers of those workshops willing to sell? He looked at his subordinates with a hostile expression. In the past 2 years, he has been advised by an expert to stop doing the simple work of fighting for others, and began to focus on the stone business in Chang'an City. There are countless ordinary stones in any mountain. However, there are not many high-end stone materials like granite around Chang'an City. Before, Aina had occupied the largest granite mine in the west of Chang'an City, and his men had gathered a group of declining Turkic people. Relying on the inconspicuous strong buying and selling, Aina's pockets gradually bulged, and even established contact with the better Turkic aristocrats in Chang'an. Chief, don't worry, the shopkeepers of the 2 workshops have agreed to sell them. Originally, they wanted to mention the price, but after I cut off my finger in front of him, they immediately agreed. Agunuo said that he raised his left hand as if asking for credit. Okay, Agunuo, I really didn't misunderstand you. This time the acquisition, General Zilisili is also a member of the mansion, can only succeed but not fail. As long as we do well, the money we make this time will be fine. Enough for a lifetime. Hey, boss, I heard that the new palace cost more than 10 million yuan. Even if only a 1/10 of the money is used to buy the boulder, we really sent it out. HMPH, we accidentally stumbled in the treasure pavilion at the beginning, but it was a blessing in disguise. I want to see what it would feel like when His Highness King Chu finds that the price of stones has risen several times. Haha. Chapter 195. Dongfengping in action. In the early summer evening, the sun shone on the green leaves, exuding bursts of golden light. In the backyard of Suguogong, there is peace and harmony. Some time ago, Cheng Chu quietly sneaked to the Denzi mansion, and it is said that he has already gone to sea again. It really made the house jump for a while. However, time can dilute everything. Today, everyone has accepted this fact. People only have celestial phenomena. Da Lang will definitely be fine. Where is San Niangtsai? Madam Cheng came to the bottom of Cheng Jingwen's attic and asked the maid casually. Madam, the third lady is in the attic this afternoon. Cheng Jingwen lives in a tostery small attic. Pushing the windows of the attic, you can see the alley outside Cheng's mansion, and on the other side is Cheng's own garden. Sanyangtsai, why are you still knitting sweaters? When Mrs. Cheng walked into Jingwen's room, she found that this girl was sitting by the window knitting a sweater seriously. After hearing Annie Yang's voice, she was a little anxious and panicked to hide what was behind her. But how could she hide it? Got it. Didn't you already knit several pieces last winter? Your grandpa and some of your brothers have them. There is no need to knit so many more. Cheng Jingwen didn't know how to answer. When Madam Cheng saw her daughter's expression, she suddenly felt a little puzzled. It's easy to understand why she wanted to hide things when she saw me. Mother, see if you have made any progress in knitting. After Mrs. Cheng finished speaking, she picked up most of the knitted sweater from the table and looked at it. This size, it seems that my master can't wear it, right? It's not like the brothers of Chumo. Madam Cheng still showed a kind smile on her face, but her heart was overwhelmed. No, you have to quickly tell the master about this situation. Sugagong Mansion is a big family. If any scandal comes out, the stitches are getting better and better. Mrs. Cheng put down the sweater in her hand. Jingwen, haven't you been playing anywhere recently? Why are you all bored in the house? Yesterday Miss Xueyan came to ask Sanyangtsai to go out for a tour of Jianghu, but Sanyangtsai said she didn't want to go. Luzi had been in the room for a long time, and felt that the whole person was going to be moldy, so he couldn't help but complain. Oh, isn't Jingwen the favorite to hang out with Xian before? It used to be Ilvsu. Are you tired of staying with me? I want Grandpa to find you a young man to marry. When Cheng Jingwen saw that Luzu almost missed her mouth, she stood up and interrupted her. Sanyangtsi, I don't have one. I didn't want to marry someone. Luzu panicked when he heard it, and tears flowed out. Okay, Jingwen teased you to play, then it's okay to continue knitting sweaters. It has been a few days since Dongfengping came to Hangzhou. This time, Li Qian specially sent 100 guards from the palace of Chu to take his post. Dengzu's Shibo division was the first to be established. After half a year of operation, it has slowly entered the right track, coupled with the fact that Dengzu's largest maritime merchant is the East China Sea fisheries. It is the least difficult to manage. Since Li Shimin appointed Li Qian as the governor of Shibo, the Shibo division of Dengzu Prefecture has ushered in a major change. Dong Fengping was transferred to Hangzhou Prefecture, Jiangnan Province, and took care of the affairs of Mingzhou City Department. The staff under the department of Dengzu Prefecture City Department was also taken away by more than half, and they followed Dong Fengping. Langzhong, we have taken over the Hangzhou wharf. But there have been no ships in recent days. HMPH. It's normal that there are no ships. These people are still watching the wind direction, and no one wants to take out 10% of the money in their pockets eagerly. The prince helps that we will cut the mess quickly and set the rules as soon as possible. There will be no ships infested, and we will have no targets if we want to act. Lu Quan was a little anxious. As Dong Fengping's right-hand man, seeing that several state capitals were to set up new municipal bureaus, Lu Quan knew very well that the biggest opportunity in his life was coming. Whether he could seize it would depend on his performance. I have received several posts. They should have been posted by famous businessmen in Hangzhou. I will go to see tomorrow and see what ideas these businessmen are making. Dong Fengping was not afraid of these merchants making any tricks, just that they would not move at all. After the Yongjia rebellion in the Western Jin dynasty, a large number of gentry and common people in the Central Plains moved south, and the Jiangnan area began to become more prosperous, with a momentum of surpassing Guangzhou. As the leading prosperous city on Jiangnan Road, Hangzhou now has a prosperous scene of 20 miles in the sky and 30,000 rooms open. Guanlong nobles are the top nobles in the Tang dynasty, and they hold the military power of the Tang dynasty. But they are not the richest group of people. To be honest, Hangzhou, Mingzhou, Quanzhou, and Guangzhou have more local wealthy people in states and counties that have been involved in sea trade for many years, and this trend will basically continue, especially in the areas around Hangzhou. Brother Yu, I heard that you originally had a shipment of silk to be transported to Guangzhou these days. Why haven't you seen your fleet set off? Zhang Bin is the largest porcelain trader in Hangzhou. Many of the nearby porcelain workshops are sold through him. It can be said that he is rich in wealth. Brother Yu, whom he refers to, is more involved in the silk business. He has a silk workshop in Hangzhou. He buys all kinds of raw silk from the surrounding areas and has an extraordinary influence in Hangzhou. Brother Zhang, your batch of porcelain is still motionless in the warehouse at the dock. Don't scribble around there. Who is here today? Who doesn't know who is going? Who doesn't understand the current situation? The most urgent thing is that everyone should unify their approach. The man who spoke was called Ma Biao. Although he was not the richest person in this room, everyone was afraid of him. It was rumored that he was connected with some pirates in Nanyang. Actually, there is one thing I don't know if it should be said that it is improper. The imperial court suddenly set up the Shishi department to collect the goods tax. I heard that His Royal Highness will rely on the Shishi tax to build the new palace, so he blocked it. It's unstoppable. In fact, this city shipping department is not completely meaningless. At least it sells the market shipping flag. If the quantity is really controlled, it can effectively avoid vicious competition. Lin Tansen's main business is the relatively unpopular tea trade at present. By the way, he transports some things from Lingnan and Nanyang. The strength is considered the weakest in this room. The other companies were more resistant to Shibosi, but I received a letter from Chainan's in-laws' relatives early in the morning, reminding myself not to go head-to-head with His Royal Highness Chu King. At present, few people have gotten good from Chu King's hands. Therefore, Lin Tansen is inclined to cooperate with Shibosi. It's simple. How many of those who are in office are full? Tell you this to you today. If you regret it after a while, Can you bite him? Yubin said with an unhappy expression. Chapter 196 Killing the Chicken and the Monkey Part 1 Luoilu is the most famous place in Hangzhou. It integrates the functions of brothels, restaurants, inns, etc., and belongs to the sales vault of the wealthy. Today, the place where several wealthy businessmen in Hangzhou entertain Dongfengping is just outside the building. The doctor, the secret report that Beiki Sigang shared with us shows that there is a ship ready to go to sea this afternoon, and the goods have been shipped overnight. Lu was standing in front of the Orient Plain, feeling that these wealthy Hangzhou businessmen did not put shiboshi in their eyes at all. Or did they think that Dongfengping, the leader of the Hangzhou city, could be managed today? It seems that what the prince said is really right. To deal with these wealthy businessmen who are asking for life at sea, it is meaningless to pay courtesy before the soldiers, so they should directly kill the chickens and wary monkeys to let them know that the shiboshi is not easy to mess with. Dongfengping sneered and felt that he could never let down the trust of the prince. He must teach these maritime merchants a tough lesson to let them know that the shiboshi division is not so easy to provoke and dare to challenge the authority of the shiboshi division! Did the prince have any arrangements? Lu Quan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a sigh of joy surged in his heart. The prince is strategizing. The virtues of these maritime merchants have long been expected. This time it is Ma Biao who is going to hit the gun, so I can't blame me. Otherwise, I really have to entangle. Who will take the knife? Okay. Dongfengping thought of Li Qian's instructions at the time, and felt that now this situation can be regarded as not having to embarrass himself. Otherwise, according to the prince's intention, even if no one took the initiative to jump out, he would have to pick out the faults of a sea merchant and kill him as a chicken. Dongfengping is not very good at this proactive ability to find things. He had worries before, but now it seems that he doesn't need to worry anymore. Langzhong, are we going to do it now? Otherwise, they will have nothing to do when they go to sea. Who said that they can't do anything about it when they go to sea? Dongfengping showed a mysterious smile. Go to the banquet with me, and see if this good show is exciting or not. The waters off the Hangzhou Wharf are about 10 miles south, and two very special shaped ships are cruising in a hurry, as if they are not in a hurry. Kiwa, is there any movement? Standing on the deck on Tuesday, Fu raised his head and shouted at Yang Qiwa at the top of the mast. Captain, not for the time being. Don't worry, as long as there are ships passing by in a radius of 5 miles, they will definitely not escape my golden eyes. Yang Qiwa stuffed a piece of dry whale meat into her mouth, chewed it slowly, and answered Tuesday First's question. After floating on the sea for a long time, Yang Qiwa has also developed her own experience how to pass the boring time. Bring the ship closer to the port of Hangzhou. Don't let these maritime merchants escape, or I will have no face to see the prince on Tuesday. Fu Jiao shouted a few words from the surrounding sailors on Tuesday. Sometimes on the sea, the wind and waves are relatively strong, and if you speak too softly, you may not be able to hear it if you stand a little farther away. This time I gave up a trip to the Japanese trade and drove 2 newly built, heavily armed flying shears to Hangzhou. On Tuesday, Fu was suffocated. Of course, these angers did not come from Li Qian, but from the maritime merchants who dared to provoke shiboshi. A few days ago, Fu had already docked at an unmanned wharf near Hangzhou on Tuesday, and briefly communicated with Dongfengping, knowing what exactly the 2 warships he led were going to do during this period. The building outside the building is reserved today. Although the actual use is only a table on the 3rd floor of one of the buildings, how can we show the sincerity of everyone if this is not the case? The servants of the 4 great merchants, including the Ma family and the Yu family, also had people over early in the morning to arrange the content of today's reception. From the perspective of level, the Shibo policeman is on the same level as the Hangzhou governor. Although everyone knows that the same grade is not equal to the same rights, it is like the same departmental level cadre responsible for archives and finance in later generations. Security is not the same. However, no matter how different the rights are, There are still many ways to trouble you if the other person's level is there. After all, the magistrate is not as good as the current one. Doctor, this is the outer building. Dong Fengping brought Lu Quan and a few guards, stepping on time to the outer building. The buildings in Jiangnan are much richer in shape than in Guangzhong. The buildings outside the building are also made by famous artists. You can feel the extraordinary here just by standing at the door. Go, then let's go see how they want to play. Dong Fengping showed a playful smile and lifted his foot into the outer building. No one deliberately stumbled Dong Fengping at the door, and no one stupidly gave him power. The first meeting of the two gangs was very harmonious, and it made people feel as if they were gathering old friends for many years. It has long been heard that the Oriental herbalist is young and promising, and I see it today. Maritime merchants like Ma Biao often socialize with officials from the Hangzhou government a lot. When it comes to the skill of talking on the scene, they are naturally much better than Dong Fengping. However, in the process of falling into the Dong Fengping Jiadao, it can be regarded as seeing the warmth of the world, and the ability to deal with people is actually not bad. If he is really a nerd who only knows arithmetic, Li Qian will not worry about letting him come to Hangzhou. Regardless of the fact that Shibosi is like a technical government, it requires a lot of arithmetic. But it is a government after all. Several big names can be described as thunderous in Hangzhou city. When the official first arrives in your place, he will have to rely on the support of the people in the future. After some greetings, the topic slowly shifted to the Shibosi division. Oriental herbalist, you don't know, those of us who go to sea have a hard life. Whenever we encounter storms or pirates, we not only get nothing, we also get people and boats in. Yeah. The sea is vast, and I haven't seen the land for 10.5 months after going out. If something happens, the sky will not respond and the ground will not work. Outsiders look at us marine merchants and think how much money they make, but they actually make hard money. But whoever wants to go to the sea if there is another way to survive? After 3 wine tours, the style of the banquet here has changed. Several maritime merchants complained one after another. The truth is that everyone actually has no money, and going to sea is not a good thing. Dong Fengping watched the performance of these sea merchants, with a smile that met the expectations of the society. I really thought I was a scholar who just came out of the Imperial College, and didn't understand anything. Everyone, the prince also feels sorry for the hard work of the maritime merchants. So he specially asked His Majesty to set up the Shibu Duty Mansion to govern the various cities and ships in the world, so that everyone can go to the sea more standardized and avoid meaningless competition. Oriental herbalist, we naturally know the kindness of the prince, but there are special circumstances in this place. Please bear with me at that time. Yes, some of us have reserved a yard in the outer building for a long time, and there are errands from the outer building waiting for you. Please don't be polite to us. It's easy to say, everything is easy to say. Dong Fengping's reaction caused a stone to fall in Ma Bia and others' hearts. At the same time, they felt that the world was as dark as grouse. Chapter 197 Killing the Chicken and Monkey. Hangzhou is the entrance to the Qiandang River, and there are many places where ships can be docked. At noon, a sea-going ship full of cargo slid to the surface of the sea. Brother, the boss is still very good. When the people from the Shibosi team first arrived in Hangzhou, they looked so aggressive that everyone's boats were afraid to go to sea. It hasn't been a few days, we will go to sea again. The people from the Shibosi department are crazy about money, right? 10 taxes are charged for one mouthpiece, not only once when the goods go out, but once when the ship comes back. They don't know how much money is in it, right? Hey, maybe they just did it at first, waiting for the owner to find him. It's also said that no matter how much Shibo tax revenue, it is also the court's, but the owner's filial piety money, no matter how much, is his own. It's reasonable. I guess this time we come back from the sea, what should we do in the future? On Hangzhou Bay, Yang Qiwa had been on the boring mast for several days. A total of 192 seagulls were docked on the ship today. There were 122 fish in the sea jumping out of the sea near the ship. The captain of the ship had already vomited 34 times of saliva today. Yang Qiwa felt that after the waiting ship appeared, she must launch a few crossbow arrows personally, and kill more sailors who dared to violate the rules set by the prince. It's best to kill the opponent's watcher personally, so as to live up to the boring waiting time. Huh? There is a situation. Yang Qiwa, who had just stuffed a piece of whale meat in her mouth, stopped chewing and squeezed the telescope with both hands, confirming the condition of the distant sea. In the field of vision, a mast slowly appeared, and then the entire hull was slowly exposed. "Captain, the cock has appeared." Yang Qiwa yelled happily, and then got off the mast quickly. "Where? In which direction?" On Tuesday Fu rushed out excitedly. "There, look at it." Yang Qiwa pointed to the northwest. "Okay." It really appeared. On Tuesday, Fu breathed a sigh of relief. "With all 3 sails, we will approach the ship immediately, and the crossbowmen will be ready. Those who are hungry can eat something first." Although it is a bit far away, it is still not 100% sure that this ship is what Dong Fengping said is a seagoing ship that does not fly the city order flag. But on Tuesday, Fu felt that 8 or 9 were inseparable from 10. In the outer building, the atmosphere seemed to be more enthusiastic. Ma Biao greeted a group of signature girls outside the building, and they sat with them among the crowd. Although there were only 6 guests, a large table was filled. The dishes are made by the best chefs in Hangzhou Prefecture. The girl is the top brand of the top brothel in Hangzhou Prefecture. Even the wine is specially prepared for the reddest Kilixiang in Chainan City. The appearance of the guests and the host making everyone feel very relaxed. Even Lu Quain relaxed his vigilance a bit, thinking that today's task is really to eat and drink well. Oriental doctor, I have a yard near the east city of Chainan. It has been left there for no one to live in. It is really a waste. When I look back, I will ask the subordinate to send you the title deed to you, and let the doctor have another place in Chainan. The place? Yeah, judging from the young and promising situation of the doctor, sooner or later, I will be promoted back to Beijing. I waited as a celebration in advance. As soon as the servants and furniture were all prepared, the doctor didn't have to worry about it anymore. Zhang Bin and Yu Jin used Ju Jin to push their relationship forward. On the contrary, it was Lin Tantan who said relatively little, but Ma Biao and the others thought that he knew that his status was the lowest among the 4 major merchants, so they had self-knowledge and did not steal everyone's limelight. You can rest assured that this official does things for the court. As long as everyone abides by the regulations of the Shibosi department, everything is easy to say. This official also hopes to see maritime merchants earn more money through overseas trade. Dong Fengping was there to deal with it with a drink. However, Ma Biao and others heard this, and Lu Quain. They must have a different understanding. Shibo Navy patrols, you are limited to immediately lower the sails within a cup of tea and accept inspection, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Zhuo Fu had already led 2 specially made flying shears close to the ship that went to sea privately. To be on the safe side, he roared loudly and stopped the ship on the opposite side. At this time, if the other party does not follow the instructions, then there is no doubt, 100% is the ship waiting for him. If the formalities for going to sea were really done at the Shibosi department, we would not be afraid of the supervision by the Shibo Navy at all. However, his confirmation is obviously redundant. Instead of landing the sails, the ship on the opposite side accelerated and rushed forward in an attempt to escape the interception of Tuesday Fu. HMPH, toast, not eat or drink fine wine. Brothers, take this boat for me according to the drill plan. On Tuesday, Fu saw the ship speeding up and fleeing, and he was worried at all, but showed an expression of excitement. There is finally a chance for actual combat. When the prince returned to Chainan from Dengzhou, he spent a whole day in the shipbuilding workshop and directed the transformation of the 2 warships. To put it bluntly, even if it was the Great Sui Navy of the year, Tuesday Fu felt that he could win the opponent Netotwo. Boom. The huge crossbow specially made for the bow shot out fiercely, directly hitting the waterline of the ship 50 or 60 steps away, leaving a large hole 1 foot wide, and the sea water began to enter the ship. Immediately afterwards, the two shearing boats began to approach each other further, and the crossbowmen on the deck began to fire. Tang can't help but control swords and ordinary bows, but it controls crossbows and armors very strictly. Although the opponent's ship had some swords and bows, how could it be expected that the ship of the Shibo Navy was armed to the teeth? Don't mention the crossbow at the beginning, even the crossbow bolts filled both sides of the deck. What's even more hateful is that this ship has obviously been specially modified, and the position of the crossbowman is actually designed to be protected like a wall. Under this kind of dimensionality reduction, less than a cup of tea, the horses and crews on the opposite ship crashed. Needless to say, the hull began to lean down. There were still more than a dozen wailing bodies on the deck, and all the others knelt there and shouted forgiveness. "Captain, is this over?" Yankee Wa was stunned, holding a big knife, and it was over before she could play. "Isn't it true that these marine merchants are very sturdy walking in the sea? Could it be that we stopped the wrong ship? Go, put down the ladder, and send someone over to grab the gang. The boat will sink if it won't last long." Although Fu was prepared on Tuesday, he still felt a little surprised at the combat effectiveness of these two warships. Unexpectedly, actual combat is more powerful than drills. Chapter 198, Killing the Chicken and the Monkey Part 2. Seeing that the sun has begun to set, the building outside the building is facing the Kyontang River, which looks even more unique under the setting sun. Whether it was Ma Biao, Yu Jin, Zhang Bin, or Dong Fengping, his face was a bit drunk. However, for these actors who are used to seeing people wearing masks, it is really hard to say who is really drunk and who is pretending. "What are you doing?" The building outside the building is reserved today. Just as Ma Biao wondered if it would end today, and let Dong Fengping follow the Oiran in the outer building to rest, there was a noise from downstairs. Boom. Before everyone instructed the entourage to go downstairs to confirm what had happened, the door of the room was kicked open. "Ha ha, Mr. Dongfen, Zi lives up to his responsibilities, and is here to give you a new official who just took office." On Tuesday, Fu carried a wooden box in each hand, and regardless of the reactions of the people in the private room, he directly put the box on the table. Dong Fengping finally felt relieved when he saw Tuesday Fu. If he doesn't come again, he will worry about what is going on today. "Presumptuous. Who are you to dare to be wild here?" Ma Biao's face sank, and he pointed at Tuesday Fu and cursed, and the two guards behind him also pressed their hands on the handle of the knife. "Captain Zhu, is everything going well?" To be proper, Dong Fengping confirmed it again. "Fortunately, it's not a shame. It's going even better than expected." On Tuesday, Fu glanced at a few people on the table and found that these legendary sea merchants all had one nose and two eyes, and they were nothing remarkable. Actually wanting to fight His Royal Highness King Chu. "I really don't know how high it is." Oriental Herbalist, which drama are you acting in? Why can't my ma not understand? No matter how stupid Ma Biao is, he can see that something is wrong. Besides, how can he be stupid if he can be mixed to the point where he is today? "Ma Biao." The officer just emphasized that I am doing things for the court. As long as everyone abides by the regulations of the Department of Shipping, everything is easy to say. But today, while you invited the officer to a banquet, you were privately arranging ships to go to sea. Is this when our Shibosi department is a paper tiger? Dong Fengping no longer saw his drunk appearance just now, and stared at Ma Biao with a cold expression. "Ah, Ma Biao, did you arrange the boat to go to sea today?" Eugene looked at Ma Biao with surprise. Zhang Bin and Lin Tansen reacted similarly. According to their understanding, they had to wait until today's affairs were negotiated before starting to go to sea. They didn't expect. But how did Dong Fengping know? Oriental Herbalist, am not really scared, so why are you insisting that you can't get through with me today? Ma Biao, right? I think you can take a look at these 2 boxes first. Maybe there will be surprises. On Tuesday, Fu brought nearly 200 elite men and horses, and he was not afraid of Ma Biao's troubles at all. To be precise, he came here today to find something. Huh? Ma Biao opened the wooden box in the middle of the table. His expression changed in an instant. Dongfeng Doctor, Yao, what happened to your boat? When Eugene and others saw the bloody head in the box, their faces changed. Although everyone was mixed at sea and had seen blood, the person in the box was one of Ma Biao's powerful subordinates. Everyone knew him, but now he is your ship has sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the bastard. You dare to go out to sea privately, and you want to run away when you encounter Shibo Navy. Do you really think Shibo is a soy sauce maker? Dongfeng. All right, Captain Zhu. Don't talk nonsense with him. Take him down to me. There are rebels, no matter what you kill. Following the order of Tuesday Fu, a team of guards behind him immediately drew their swords and rushed towards Ma Biao. Ma Biao eats black and white, and he is already good at it. Seeing the situation in front of him, the first reflection is that he is ready to rush to take Dongfeng as a hostage. Wow! As soon as Ma Biao started, Dongfeng took out the crossbow from his arms and unceremoniously pressed the launching mechanism. At the critical moment, the hand crossbow sent by the prince really saved his life. Ma Biao screamed, never expecting that he was facing such a situation. Treasurer Yu, Treasurer Zhang, Treasurer Lin, and the purpose of setting up the Department of Shipbuilding have already been explained by this official. From now on, as long as you follow the rules, business will be prosperous. Otherwise, Ma Biao's today will be your tomorrow. Dongfeng said coldly. Eugene and the others hadn't reacted from the situation before them, sitting there with pale faces. Captain Zhu, you will have to work hard in a while to copy Ma Biao's home. Since it is to kill chickens and monkeys, the more violent the means, the better the effect. On the side of the Japanese country, the East China Sea fisheries still lacked a large amount of this kind of unpaid labor. After the house was ransacked, Ma Biao's entire government would be exiled to the Japanese country. Of course, for some servants, it was only when they went to the country to find out that there were meat to eat there every day, good work and widows to accompany them, and life was even better than now. However, this is something later. At this moment, Lin Tansen's reaction is the greatest. It's no wonder that my family's letter said don't fight against Shibosi. At least don't take the lead in the fight. This person from His Royal Highness of Chu is really Ma Biao is dead. When ransacking the house, Fu met some resistance on Tuesday. After all, Ma Biao was a character who used to take everything in black and white. He had a lot of thugs. But in front of the professional guards of the Royal Palace of Chu, where are these people opponents? It's just that there are a few more lonely ghosts on the Mengpo Bridge out of thin air. There is no need to wait until the next day for Ma Biao's story to be spread among the top figures in Hangzhou Mansion, especially those maritime merchants. They are even more silent. Obviously, the Ma's ship had gone to sea, and was stopped by the people from the Department of Ships at Sea, and even the ship was sunk. And Shibosis, inconsistent with the practice of copying the family and exterminating the clan, also severely deterred these maritime merchants. Dealing with this kind of person is more ruthless than them, otherwise they will not obey the discipline. Dongfeng remembered Li Qian's words firmly. Judging from the results, the Shibosi division of Hangzhou Prefecture quickly got on the right track. Regardless of whether these maritime merchants are willing or not, but if they still want to go to sea, they will obediently follow the rules. As for changing careers, having tasted the huge profits of sea trade, several people are willing to give up. Of course, there are inevitably undesirable consequences. It is estimated that before long, there will be a pile of memorials to impeach Li Qian on Li Shimin's table. However, if there are too many lice, Li Qian is not afraid of itching. If Li Qian is afraid of impeachment, he is not called Li Qian. Besides, Ma Biao will have his fate today, and to some extent he is asking for it. Originally, according to Li Qian and Dongfeng's plan, they could not do it without killing them, as long as the goal was achieved. But if people want to resist, it would be embarrassing. Just borrow your head for a use. Chapter 199 Little Actions of the Japanese People. 5 Updates. Nambezu is more prosperous than before. On the side of the pier, a huge manor has taken shape, and 3 walls of it have risen high. Said it is a wall. In fact, in places like the Wa country, it is no longer lower than the walls of ordinary cities. The East China Sea fishery arbitrarily occupied thousands of acres of land, only symbolically paid 10,000 taels of silver to the government of Nambatsu, and then forced Nambatsu Msoga Shigeru to sign a 99-year lease contract. This contract even used the seal of Emperor Xu Mingwang through the mediation of 9 articles of Shinichi. Of course, the East China Sea fisheries is not afraid of the Japanese people going back. As long as Datang's national strength does not decline and the scale of the East China Sea fishery does not decline, the Japanese people will not dare to feel remorse at all. On the contrary, no matter how detailed the contract is signed, once the national power dies, it is very simple for others to clean up. Commander Meng. The last time Captain Zhu and the others came was more than 3 months ago. Counting the time, the new fleet should have arrived early. Why hasn't there been any movement? Santaro specially came to the Tokai Fisheries Nambeijin station today to visit the guard leader Meng Hao, who stayed here. Since Li Qian followed the Japanese envoy to the Tang dynasty, on Tuesday, Fukui had been there twice with the fleet. Part of the cargo was given to Kujo Shinichi, and he was responsible for sales in Nara. The other part of the goods was sold to the various territories by Santaro, so Santaro's reputation in Nambatsui during this period is better than that of Japan. It was Santaro who was originally engaged in trading business, and it was completely handy to start the distribution of the East China Sea fishery. Even the things that the fleet returned to the voyage were handled by Santaro alone, which saved a lot of things. The East China Sea fisherman has a great career. It is not only the route with the Japanese country. Captain Zhu may have gone to other places. But don't worry, Santaro. It will take a month, as short as 2 or 3 months. The next wave of fleet will definitely be there. Come here. A few days ago, Meng Hao suddenly saw Cheng Chumo and his entourage coming in the dark. Knowing that Tuesday Fu had other tasks this time, and he would come to the country later, and Cheng Chumo and the others also had other arrangements, and they would not let the Japanese people know that Datang had already had a fleet of ships before it was over. So Santaro asked him. He was naturally doing business there to deal with it. Commander Meng, it's actually not that Santaro has no confidence in the East China Sea fisheries. It is really that our limelight has been a bit during this period. There are some businessmen in Nambeijin who are working together to make some tricks and want to get a share of our hands. Santaro is a native of Nambatsu, and he naturally has his own channel of news about what is happening in the city. As the saying goes, wealth is touching. In the short period of less than a year, the East China Sea fisheries has earned a lot of money. Others may not have very accurate figures, but the general order of magnitude can still be estimated. In the view of these businessmen in Nambeijin, since the envoys sent to Tang dynasty can go to Datang smoothly, they should also have a great hope to reach Datang by organizing a fleet of themselves. As long as a few ships of porcelain are shipped back, all costs will be earned back. What? Those people can't help it so soon? Meng Hao frowned. As Wang Xuan was right-hand man, he was regarded as the leader of the Chu Kingdom's intelligence and investigation bureau in the country. What he needed to do was not only guard the security of the station, he also knows more about what happened in Nambatjuri than the average person. Yes, just a shipbuilding workshop to the west. During this period of time, 3 large sea ships were started in succession, and a group of craftsmen were hired from Silla. It is said that even the craftsmen who returned from the Tang dynasty envoy worked in that shipbuilding workshop. There are faint shadows of the nobles of Nara Castle behind. Santaro is now firmly tying his own interests to Tokai fisheries, and vaguely becomes the spokesperson of Tokai fisheries in Nambeijin. Especially during the construction of the resident, all the Japanese helpers were recruited and managed by themselves, which made Santaro feel the taste of being a master. As far as I know, it's not just that shipbuilding workshop that has new moves, right? Menghe's face showed a thought-provoking smile. Nambatsu has 6 decent shipbuilding workshops, and there should be only 2 that can make sea-going ships. The others are not to be feared. However, it is said that there are still a few workshops making ships in some other ports. You send people to stare more, as long as there are any changes in these shipbuilding workshops, report to me in time. Wakayama's location in Waguni is very good, tightly guarding a large area of the sea off Nambezu. However, Wakayama in this era is still relatively desolate. After all, there is the Nambezu port with a better geographical location nearby, and it is not yet a turn to develop. In the waters under the jurisdiction of Wakayama, there are more than 100 islands, most of which are small uninhabited islands. During this time, a group of people came to one of the islands with a small natural port, and they lived on the island one after another. Brother Cheng, Menghoda has already made it clear to us about the situation in Nambeijin. Can we do it quickly and save the province on this broken island all day long? Fang Yi still misses the nourishing life of Nara Castle, and naturally does not want to stay for a long time on this island where there are no women. Beloved, what are you worried about? The prince ordered us to look for an island on which to build a military fort that can accommodate thousands of people. Now we always have to choose the location first, or we will wait. On Tuesday, Fu and they came with the fleet, and they don't know where to go if they want to unload. Before Cheng Chumo spoke, the more clever Yu Chuan couldn't help but utter a voice. This time a few of them came here. Although they also brought 3 sea ships, they were basically not used for trading materials. Instead, there were more materials such as weapons and kerosene. There were even a batch of salt and whale meat. In order to first build a stronghold in the waters near Wakayama, whether it's the 3 caves of the rabbit, or the control of the waters around Nambeijin, Li Qian is planning to keep this stronghold for a long time anyway. The shipbuilding workshops in Dengzi Prefecture have been building a large number of flying shears, and several other newly opened shipbuilding workshops are also constantly building ships. By then, there will inevitably be more fleets coming to the country, which will stimulate their Japanese people even more. If they are bigger, they will pay more attention to the role of the shipbuilding workshop. If they strengthen the protection, wouldn't it add difficulties to us out of thin air? Fang Yi also rarely started to use his brain. The instructions given to us by the prince are to completely destroy the shipbuilding workshops of the country of Japan. According to my understanding, it is best to get rid of all the people in the shipbuilding workshops. Okay, you think I don't understand? This attack the shipbuilding workshop. The best thing is to kill all of them in one breath, or else people will be vigilant and things will be difficult to handle. So I'm still waiting for Meng Hao let us know the best hands and time. Cheng Chumo has never liked to use his brains. This time Li Qian asked him to lead the team to do this, and it was really a bit difficult for him. 200 The summer night came late. After a busy day at Nambezu shipbuilding workshop, Sukanara dragged his tired body out of the cabin of a ship under construction. As a craftsman who followed the Japanese envoy to Tang Dynasty, Jai Lang was reused after returning to China. Originally, he was just a small craftsman who built ships for generations in Nambezu, and he made mostly all kinds of small fishing boats. He was sent to the newly established Nambezu shipbuilding workshop to assist in the construction of ships only 1 year before the departure of the embassy. At that time, there were almost no craftsmen who made sea ships in the whole Wajir Diet. They barely built a few ships in the shape of the sea ships of Beck and Gogaraio, and one of them was unlucky enough to sink. However, when he arrived at the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop, Sukanara soon stood out and became one of the few craftsmen who knew about ship design in the workshop at that time. After that, he had the opportunity to follow the envoy to Tang Dynasty and stay for more than 2 years. Although in the days of Chainan, Jai Lang was only able to go to the shipbuilding workshop for the first period of time, and was later arranged to study scriptures in Huayan Temple, but he still took advantage of various opportunities. Datang's shipbuilding technology was explored and learned. He even wrote several notes personally and purchased several related books. It's a pity that these things were all lost because of the fire in Deng's mansion. Nevertheless, after returning to the country, Sugihiro was still entrusted with the important task of personally designing the new generation of seagoing ships of the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop, fully imitating Datang's shipbuilding technology, and providing ships for some merchants and nobles in the country. Jizilang, let's have 2 glasses together later. Thanks to the kindness of the owner, a new batch of rice wine has been received in the workshop recently, and I have bought a jar. A craftsman from Silla, who took the initiative to speak. These craftsmen said that there were the helpers brought in by the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop, but they were not good. But they were actually high-level slaves bought by the workshop from Silla. Therefore, they are still consciously or unconsciously ingratiating with the relatively distinguished master craftsman in the shipbuilding workshop of Sukzaru. Forget it. Save it for tomorrow. I just encountered a problem and haven't figured it out. Just eat something, and then I will think about what to do. Sukinoru is very aware of the gap between the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop and Datang, and he also cherishes this opportunity to preside over the construction of the new seagoing ship. It is not an exaggeration to say that Sukzalang has not left the shipbuilding workshop for 3 months. Anyway, a house has been specially built for everyone to rest next to the workshop. Traffic is inconvenient this year. Few workshops helpers go home every day, and most of them live in workshops. This shipbuilding workshop, said to be a workshop, can actually be regarded as a small village. The knight slowly landed at the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop. After eating, Sukinoru did not immediately go back to rest. Instead, he came back to the ship's deck, looking at the sea in the distance, and constantly remembering his stay in Datang. The scene seen in the shipbuilding workshop. I don't know how long he has been standing on the deck. Suddenly, Sukihiro realized that 3 sea ships appeared in front of him. As it was dark and the visibility on the sea was not high, when Sugihiro saw these ships, the distance was actually very close. This waistline is really designed like this, and it seems to give people a more stable feeling. Sukihiro seemed to have entered a new state. The moment he saw the ships, he suddenly felt that his understanding of ships had sublimated. The host of Huayan Temple once said to himself that one needs an epiphany to understand Buddhism. Sukihiro didn't know if he had an epiphany about Buddhism, but he felt that he had an epiphany about the design of sea ships. Waichi, you copy the left, and your beloved love you copy the right. I rushed in from the middle, but if you meet a living person, don't keep one. Remember, kill people first, and then burn the ship later. Don't let the shipbuilders escape. Up. Chengchumo and his entourage were covered with black cloth, only their eyes were exposed, and after quietly docking, they immediately began to act in accordance with the agreed plan. The Nambezu shipbuilding workshop has never encountered any attacks. In fact, in this era of the country, if it were not for Li Qian, there would not be many overseas ships coming in a year, so the shipbuilding workshop did not arrange for any force to protect from the sea assault. The only personnel guarding the gate of the shipbuilding workshop also slept in the concierge, snoring. Without any awareness, the few of them went to see Amaterasu, which was another kind of happiness. Puff, puff. Since I have seen the map of the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop beforehand, I know where the craftsmen live, and the progress of all walks of life is very smooth. It wasn't until a night-rising craftsman discovered that there were a lot of masked people around, and he screamed, making the scene a little more chaotic. With mental arithmetic and unintentional, coupled with the fact that most of the dealings are only craftsmen, naturally there is not much suspense. Jai Islang didn't know if it was lucky or unlucky. When Cheng Chu came to the front of the ship with a torch, he was still squatting in the cabin, turning around, thinking about how the next ship should be designed. Then I found that the surrounding temperature seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. By the time he realized what had happened, the deck was full of fire. With the help of fierce kerosene specially used for fire attacks, How can these ships made of pure wood stand up? In less than half an hour, most of the ship was burned, and then slowly sank into the water. The sea breeze at night was relatively strong, and Cheng Chumo and his team kept fighting fire everywhere. The entire Nambezu shipbuilding workshop was quickly plunged into a sea of flames, but in the fire, except for the crackling burning sound, basically no one could be heard calling for help. Go to the next shipbuilding workshop as planned. Cheng Chumo confirmed the results of the battle again and quickly greeted everyone on the ship. Under the cover of night, 3 ships disappeared in the sea in front of the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop. The next day, Nambatsuzum Sugar Shigira was awakened by a rapid knock on the door before he woke up. The nobles of Nara Castle strongly urged that the shipbuilding workshops where the merchants personally raised funds in the city are gone. When Sugar Shigira got the news, he was stunned. Why is a large shipbuilding workshop gone? Yesterday, I went there with a few businessmen to see the ship under construction. After seeing the huge profits of sea trade, I personally went to Nara Castle to persuade my uncle to join the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare the horses. I have to go over and see for myself. Soga Shigeru couldn't accept this reality, and both public and private wanted to go to the Nambezu shipbuilding workshop to take another look.